but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we been away. Snatched the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them try to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. Yeah. Yeah, look. Keep quiet, the queen's talking, keep walking. Couple of rings brought in, lines choking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo. It's now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. It's now or never.
Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. 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 Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch. Running out the clock. I shoot my shot. I cannot be stopped. Let's take it up a notch. Let's take it up a notch.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, yo, release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this.
Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Yo siempre he estado preparada. Me vieron por los suelos, me levanto mejorada. Dime el siguiente reto, que seré mejor o aguanto tot, jo vaig amb tot. Que encuentro luz entre las sombras del miedo.
I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Jo dono tot perquè creo en mi. Quan es posa fosc jo no em moc d'aquí, no. Sé lo que viví y no pienso quedarme para atrás. No, yo doy más, vaig al pas, ja ho saps. Doy más, ja ho saps. Veo fuego y le doy al gas.
Take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. I'm ready to. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome to beautiful Barcelona. It's been a long road for our four final teams. We've got 3 more days of Valorant action to go before we crown our final EMEA Champion of the Year. And Barcelona is absolutely roasting outside, but it's going to be even hotter on the stage today. And on the desk, it's particularly sexy today. I'm calling it the Quattro and Cat desk. We've got Billy, Petra and Minnie and myself making things slightly more frosty. Can I get a Quattro Cat from you, please, Minnie?
You can.
Anyone?
Quattro. No, they can find your video.
I'm afraid we might have peaked too soon, guys.
No. Let's get you to do the dance at some point today. We've seen the dance.
Yeah, this is just my warm-up version. Wait till the grand finals day. Maybe I'll cameo in the opening ceremony. Petra, though, you've played in so many grand finals. What's it like to actually be on the desk for one?
It's so different.
Or for a finals weekend, I should say.
It is more relaxing, though. There's not as much pressure than on stage. But if I look at them on stage getting prepped, I'm like, oh, I want to go back. I'm not going to do it, though. But I'm tempted.
Yeah. Again, so watch out for me, like going onto the stage, just in the background, Quattro counting, and Petra of just teams, watch out. She's going to be sneaking on with water bottles, I imagine. We've got 4 more teams remaining, though. So we take a look at the bracket, because Billy, you've got the all-important stats in terms of who might still qualify for Champions and who already has.
I have been looking at the permutations, and this weekend is pretty simple, it's fair to say. For Foot, they've already qualified for Champs alongside Vitality as well, of course. You kind of got that freebie in there. The rest of things are pretty simple, right? We have 2 Champs qualification games today. If KC win and go to that grand final, they're qualified to Champs. If Team Liquid win their game today, they're also qualified to Champs. Now, KC do have a lifeline if they were to lose today. The only thing they need to focus on to get to Champs is to get to that grand final, because of course they can't make it on none of the points that they were able to get throughout the year. For Fireflux, because they're a challengers team that came in through that play-ins, they also require to be in the grand final. If you're a Team Heretics fan, you are rooting for Foot and KC today, Foot and Team Liquid, I should say, sorry, today, because you want those 2 teams to be in that grand final for Team Heretics to also be able to make it to Champs. So it's kind of crazy that we start today off with 2 Champs qualification games.
So if Liquid lose today, Heretics fans unhappy, Liquid fans unhappy?
Yes.
Oh, okay, well, it's going to be an interesting day. All our teams are, of course, going to be playing today. We have elimination matches coming later. First of all, we're going to have our upper bracket game. It's Foot versus KC. And this is going to be such an interesting clash of styles. But the similarities between these teams is they both had a rocky start to their year.
Yeah, I think that we should probably start with Foot. I think both teams, I think it's fair to say, have had like a bit of a glow up. And we wanted to kind of put that into a graph form for you guys at home so that you could see what that actually has looked like. So if we take a look at how Foot's 20Twix had started, let's not forget they had started the year with the kind of old roster that they'd had throughout this partnerships era, right? But then they'd also brought Crystali, their rookie, in, as well as Baha. Kickoff did not go as planned. They obviously went 0-3 in that kickoff, and it was in fact KC that eliminated them from that. But whilst all the other teams were having fun at Masters Santiago, Foot decided to have a big roster shuffle. And Minnie, I know that you wanted to speak about Mr. Fallen and Gaius leaving, and then of course Vlad and Sop coming in and Sociable as well.
Yeah, this is the pivotal moment. Foot were like a double initiator, kind of pseudo-Turkish team in a way, obviously a Turkish team, but didn't really play like a Turkish team. And getting these guys in, getting in people like Vlad on the coaching side and Sociable, but then obviously Sop spearheading that. They switched to that double duelist style. It fits the meta, it fits them, and they're able to rise in the stonks in the future after that.
Can I ask you a quick question? I'm so sorry. I just was wondering, what do you think was the biggest difference maker? The change of IGL, because Mr. Fallen was the poster child of Foot for many years, or do you think it was the Vlad
I
coach
think it goes
change?
hand in hand. The leadership side, knowing that they want to play that double duelist, and then you've got the best duelist in EMEA right now in Sop coming together at the same time. So it's just a marriage of both ideas.
Not only that, you have the existing relationship of Vlad and Sop, who worked together in Challengers last year. So you already have that synergy between those two. You know, Vlad is probably one of the only coaches that Sop has had throughout his competitive career. So there was that existing relationship. But either way, this was the kind of new era of Foot. This was a Foot that people kind of got excited about when you think back to their Stage 1 performance. They were able to make it to that global event after having such an incredible performance. And in fact, actually making it to Masters London, they ended up matching their global finish in previous events, a top 6 finish that they were able to have there. Let's not forget, they missed every single global event last year, so this roster change was kind of one of those things that I guess people could see coming. And then they come back to EMEA. There's a bit of a London hangover where they lose that first game in the regular season to Navi, but don't read into it, because you know, they managed to pull it back. Yes, they had to go through the play-ins to be able to make it this far, but they've definitely been able to redeem themselves. And yeah, I think it was just a bit of a London hangover in that Navi game.
And sometimes having more reps can really help you iron out the kinks. I think it's what we were hoping might happen for Fnatic, for example. It didn't work out their way, but having that extra game that Foot got, I think was probably particularly useful for them. KC, on the other hand, we've only seen them play 6 games in Stage 2, which is crazy when you consider the start of their year.
Yeah, and the start of the year was not very good too. I think if you told me that both KC and Foot were this upper bracket final, I'd be like, what are you talking about? Who are these teams? At the start of the year, they looked miserable. So we're going to break down KC a little bit too. It's a little bit simpler. They start the year with mostly the same roster, only Shados really being the big difference. He used to be the IGL, and they didn't win many games. They started off kickoff winning 1 game overall, and that is the theme for the first half of the year, really. It's like they only won 1 game up until stage 2. Like, that's not very good, is it?
Big contrast.
Big thing here, though, is that Narrate gets switched in, Aves to the IGL role, but still we see them struggling. They had that kind of Eng system that wasn't really fitting the team. They had a really good team on paper. Players like Narrate, you got Aves Levin, all these players here who had a lot of potential. Players that I thought were very strong, but something just wasn't clicking. It felt like later on, when we get, you know, a bit of a failure, it's then when Eng is removed and then Zeish is promoted to head coach, where this stylistic shift happens. There's no more of this structured Aves having to micro IGL through the radar. It's all about this kind of flow state system. They're playing really good Valorant, but it's about like these little protocols and not about having to follow a protocol list and tree list. So they're looking really good right now. Stocks are right up. Buy them right now. They're going to continue to rise.
In terms of Eng, do you think that there is more he could have done? Did he need to be more flexible and just move with the times?
Potentially. I do think that there is a buff here in the sense that when you do change system, I do think that there is a little bit of a buff of the fact that they're in a bit of a honeymoon phase. And to me, it's about a game like today to prove that it isn't just a honeymoon phase. It's easy to perform when you switch a bunch of things around and you're all feeling good and happy. But when you're in a pressure environment, in a big game, is that going to stay the same?
We'll be talking about the mechanics of Narrate shortly, but also in terms of Narrate coming in as a really confident voice. Losing Eng is a big risk, but actually, given that you had Narrate, he's had a stage with the team, he's managed to experience what the team needs right now. Partnering then with Zeish, again, knows Narrate incredibly well. Potentially, that's one of the reasons why this team suddenly were able to refresh, have that honeymoon period, but also know each other well enough to trust each other.
Yeah, 100%. And I think, like, as we've mentioned, both of these teams have improved so much throughout the year. Yes, KC's maybe hasn't been through, like, the length of the year. It's just been a very, like, quick spike in success in the way that they've found themselves. Almost wish they did it last year when we had Champs in Paris, but hey, we're here now, 1 game away from Champs. And I think that if you had said that to us at the start of the year, even stage 1, like, I don't think that many of us would have believed that this would have been the case. So it's really nice to see teams actually manage to turn their season around.
And we're seeing individuals turning their own independent seasons around as well, because Crossley and Aves, these are 2 players that we are talking about so favorably at the moment. Cristali, he might not be the person who's always topping in the server, but he's doing the job he needs to do. And Aves, we should absolutely talk about, because we've got you on the desk, Petra. You are a former IGL. We know you for the initiator role, and Aves is doing both of those things right now, but since he's been able to focus fully on that rather than flexing, we're seeing so much more from him.
Yeah, I mean, if everyone is stepping in with calling in the team, it takes a lot of your shoulders, and having to play your own game is so important, and it pays off, as you can see. Yeah. Aves is doing very great.
Well, should we have a look at the stats from these 2 players? They're obviously doing different things in the game in a sense, but same role. But in terms of the impact that we're seeing Crossley having right now, how much impact do you think he's having right now compared to when we first saw him playing with this team, Billy?
I think he's definitely stepped up a lot when we consider him coming into this year as a rookie, right? You look at SOP, for example, on their team. He is the star player without a doubt, but it is Cristali that is helping set SOP up in a lot of those situations. And I think especially when we saw him at Masters London, he just took it up to the next level for me.
I think the narrative for me around Foot is the floor has risen for this team. We knew that players like SOP were going to deliver time and time again, but it's players like Crossley and even someone like Zeus at London who we saw perform really well. We're seeing them be consistent players. We're not seeing them be players that are bullied on that defense side. People aren't just going to their sites and running them over anymore. Crossley is going to be able to hold his own, and that's really important when you're playing in, you know, very important games where the skill level is very high.
I mean, I was literally calling him like a Sova merchant on Haven, because that was like the only time he would have like an individually good performance at the start of the year. But now he's just such, like Asmani is saying, such a key component. But I guess from your perspective, Petra, do you have a preference out of Aves' Sova and Cristali's Sova?
Well, yeah, I'm a fan of Aves Sova.
Okay.
Yeah, I can relate to the way he's playing, so yeah, I like it more.
Well, should we hear from Aves, as we've just been talking about him? I feel like it would be rude not to hear what he had to say to Kakuka.
I'm here joined by Aves. Aves, it's been a journey. It's been a year for Casey, especially. Did you, by any chance, saw yourself here by the end of stage 1?
Surely not. Like, to be honest, I thought we're not, like, back then in stage 1, I thought the year was over, but I'm very happy to be here right now.
Okay, so to make that change possible, what do you think has changed about you yourself specifically for this to be possible?
I think I changed a lot of things regarding like how I approach the game, how I think about a lot of things outside also of the game. And yeah, like my teammates are helping me so much, even my coach.
So what is the key to actually making it and getting the win today?
Like never give up, be disciplined, and you're gonna achieve everything.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Avis. Best of luck.
Never giving up and being disciplined. It'll be interesting to see if Foot can match that discipline in the game later today. Did you feel the confidence coming out of Aves there? He seemed pretty laid back, to be honest.
Yeah, I think, to be fair, I don't know about you guys, but I feel like Aves has always been like a relatively chill kind of player. Like, I think that whole KC team do feel rather calm and controlled, and I think that fits them very well. I think that that's where we see a more kind of mature style come out from them as well, because we hear it in the comms as well.
Yeah, I think to be able to play the style they're playing right now, which again is very loose, but I'd say very good. Like, they're playing good Valorant, it's just very loose in that way. To be able to play that style, you're going to need to have these players be calm in these moments and to have a lot of kind of skill. I think Narrate is a big player for that because he just understands the game very well. You need these pieces around Aves, and Aves himself is able to do it. It's a bit easier when you're not, staring at the mini-map, Phoenix flashing your teammates at the same time, like not having to do too much. So yeah, I just really like how they're playing right now.
Well, let's talk about Narrate and Sop. These are two individuals who have had huge impact for their respective teams. The question is, can Sop disrupt Casey's meandering style at times? Meandering, it feels a little bit negative, but they can start things slightly slow. And Sop, as you're about to see, always likes to see things played fast.
For sure. I think that, people sometimes get it mistaken with Turkish teams. They just run at you, but I think Sop is definitely that traditional Turkish style player, right? And it's not just the way that he's running at you and disrupting your game plan to the point where KC are maybe not even going to have time to think through their plans in the mid-round. I think it's also just having a player that can so reliably use snipers, because of course when we think back to last year and Zeus being on this roster, he's never really been that duelist that picks up this weapon, whereas Sop definitely is a kind of difference maker in that regard.
Yeah, I think Sop is very independent as well. Like he makes his own plays. He doesn't always need his team to make space for him or to get utility out. And compared with Narrate, he is also independent, but he is relying on the team a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd say Sop is probably the best entry duelist I've seen, at least this year. I think that he is getting into that caliber of one of the GOAT kind of entry players. I think it's an extremely hard role to play. And Sop is just going in without much utility, just cleaning up every single time. Like, the past few series, he's like plus 19, I think, on FKFD. Like, having a player on that team, in a team where he is just going to go in, make all the space, and get the entry on a very positive basis, that makes the game a lot easier to play.
Cheeky question, but where does he rank globally compared to other duelists?
I think he might genuinely, as an entry player right now, might be the best in the world.
The only thing I suppose with Sop that can be an issue, I think, is his confidence. Sometimes the consistency drops, and because he has got the weight of the team's expectations and our expectations on his shoulders, potentially those skills can leave him behind. But because he's had reps on a stage like this now in London, surely today we're going to see the Soperator on fire. Billy has no doubts. She's looking at me like, how can you even bring this up? Of course Sop is going to perform today.
I think there's times where players kind of have that mock or pseudo confidence, and Sop's one of those players where you could breed some of that and be like, oh, maybe he's just kind of, putting on a face. But I kind of believe it when I see him. I know maybe he had a little bit of a dip during stage 2, but I think overall, I kind of believe him when he's saying, I'm just going to diff these people,
Yeah, I fully believe him, 100%. And I was laughing because I think even when we were in London and everyone was like bigging up Sop, I was like, does the postman celebrate when he delivers the post? Like, this is Sop. Like, Sop just performs.
Except when he doesn't.
So proud.
Except when he doesn't, which is incredibly rare. And again, as you're saying, it's not going to happen today. And Narrate as well, an incredibly consistent, impactful player for the team in terms of the comms and also the amount of space he's able to find and take.
Yeah, I think the difference with the entry side of things is Narrate is a very good entry player too, but it's going to be mostly on that defense side. You're going to see that on that Chamber. Chamber right now in this meta, Operator, it's a fantastic duo. I have to give Casey a lot of props for finding this as an agent pick in this meta. I think it's extremely strong, and figuring out the roles in the team. I didn't think Narrate would be a Chamber player coming into this year, and he looks like one of the best. I think Neon in America's maybe the only player I'd say who's comfortably better than him, but I think Narrate's been doing a fantastic job.
I think for me, when I think about Narrate, he is one of those players that kind of allows KC to be able to have this loose kind of style. You're speaking about the defense and stuff, Minnie. I'm thinking more on the attack of Narrate is consistently finding value from the lurks that he gets and being able to take up these first engagements. I mean, look at the first engagements that we're seeing from both of these players and is why we're head-to-heading them today. You have Narrate especially finding it on the Chamber, and of course we've discussed SOP already, but the value that they're able to have with the snipers that they use, but then also the first engagement. This is the head-to-head that I've got my eye on today.
Yeah, I think Narrate is the key player on this team. Like, he is obviously fragging a lot, but I think the fact that he has a lot of intelligence in the game, he's able to help Aves with some of these calls, he's taking a lot of the space. Maybe not literally running onto Slikes like SOP, but he's going to be taking the space that KC want to play that chess match around.
Yep.
And I think the big thing is SOP just going to be running out and just trying to disrupt this chess match, or is KC going to be able to kind of, you know, contain SOP a little bit?
I think Narrate is a little bit more versatile in that way. He knows when to react, and SOP can react super fast with his agent, right? And Narrate just, you know, he can either play slow with the team, like you said, or he can play fast. So he has everything.
But which one has the hardest job on that stage today?
I think SOP has a harder job. I think SOP is better in overall, like his job as an entry player. I think it's extremely hard to be an entry player. You look at the stats for Neon players, especially in our region right now, and you're not going to see stats like SOP's, because running in as a Neon isn't anywhere near as easy as what he makes it look. And I think having a Chamber, you know, Ray is very good at it. But you got a get out of jail free card. SOP doesn't have a get out of jail free card when he's running onto sites.
Okay, but he is sometimes playing the Jet now. He's going to Comfort, and again, that's why I raised questions about his confidence. But I know you're about to disagree with me, Billy.
No, so I think we kind of had this discussion earlier of like who would have the easiest job today out of Narrate and SOP. And yes, whilst I understand like Narrate has a get out of jail free card with the Chamber, I still think that there are kind of limitations to both in the sense that Narrate, when he, like say they're playing like a 4-1, he can be punished so easily. We see the early aggression come out from Foot. I'm thinking in terms of KC's attack here. Like, he could be punished so easily. You don't think he can be punished easily?
I would say easily, but I would say that there is there's one job SOP needs to do, and that is run at people and kill them.
Yeah. I just think that Foot could exploit it, is what I think, in terms of like Narrate being on this Chamber.
So you're favoring Foot today?
Let's not get into that yet. Let's not get into that
I
yet.
don't think we need to ask that question, but Kakuga had some questions for SOP earlier, so let's hear what he said.
I'm here joined with SOP. SOP, a very important weekend for you, for Foot. There's been a lot of talk about duelists, stars. I want you to tell me what sets you apart from all the other duelists.
I don't know, that's how I grew up. I think I work harder than everyone else, and I think different. Probably that's why. I just go different.
So how does that work? Working harder in what sense?
I mean, working hard and plus thinking different. Helping, like, I think thinking different is the big deal. And obviously you need to have discipline and you need to get obsessed with the game. So that's all.
That's all? Okay, best of luck for today.
He thinks different and he definitely shoots different, Billy.
Yeah, I mean, I find it interesting that he's just like, yeah, I just work hard and I just think differently. And I think in moments we can see that in the sense of he's thinking differently with spacing and how he's actually entering the site, which I think is why he finds himself so successful in the entries that he's getting, because he's almost unpredictable in a way at times, I feel like, which is such a strength to Foot's play style.
Yeah, I think it's because he has a very fast thinking. Like he can react so fast, and well, that's what he's saying. Like he's working hard for it. So
I also think it's the fact that he's probably got a lot of reps doing this. Every single team he's probably played in the Turkish region, they're going to be letting him off the leash doing that kind of thing. When I was a coach, I probably wouldn't be letting Sop be Sop as much as what other people would have been. And I think that means he's got so many good reps of doing those entries. Sometimes maybe inting a little bit, but most of the time he's going to be coming out on top. And he just knows the pathings. He knows all that silliness that he can get away with, backed by his mechanical abilities.
I mean, think about what you and I were like when we were at Ascension last year, when we watched Ulf, and we were like, Echo and Sop, can't wait for them to come to VCT, because they are just such confident players.
Petra, when you were a duelist, how did you think before you went into sites and tried to make that space?
Oh yeah, I mean, that goes so fast, I cannot even explain. There's like so many thoughts within a few seconds coming through your head. Sometimes you hear key information and it's like something clicks, you have the puzzles together and you're just going and then expect the team to adapt.
So that basically you don't even make the call, you're just straight in and the team's like, okay, Petra's doing Petra
Everyone
things.
can make the call basically, so if someone connects the puzzle, you just go.
But we haven't spoken about Levin, who is the young duelist of the KC roster, and he's got some pretty good form against Turkish teams. Currently a 5-1 tally, but does Foot count among those?
Yes, Foot does count among those. One of the losses was to Foot earlier this year.
Oh gosh.
This roster
So that's the
of
one
Foot,
then. That's not the wins.
The only Turkish team that Levin has lost to in VCT is this current Foot roster. But of course, this statistic like includes his time on BBL last year, his time in KC this year. So yeah, I guess it's like an interesting head-to-head in the sense of you have this really creative duelist also on the other side that loves that freedom, that loves playing in that looser style. When I think back to BBL and his time there last year, that's where he thrived, and I think that he's been able to thrive recently because of KC moving to this.
Yeah, we talked about improved players earlier. I think Levin is absolutely on my list for most improved this year. I think that last year I saw a player who was a bit too aggressive at times, not with the team. I think at times like just mechanically not there, but this stage, playing the Neon a lot more, it seems to be he's found comfort there. I think the attack sides, he's a lot more with the team. Defensively, that's where he shines. He does not back down from an angle. He will test you over and over again, and it's paying off a lot in this meta. And I think that's going to be one of the keys today because, you know, Turkish teams don't back down either. Foot aren't going to be backing down to that fight as well. And it's whether Levin can keep composed in that moment.
So utter disrespect is what we need to see from both of these teams.
On defense side, I think in this meta, it's all about that. I think you don't have the utility to be playing that chess game of re-clearing with utility. It's a play you got to lean on your duelist to be re-clearing that space. That's what Foot loves to do. That's what Levin loves to do.
I think it's not just that. I think when we think about Levin individually as a player, how many, you know, high stakes games on BBL last year did he just go missing? There was a lot, and now we think about him playing on this big stage that he's never played on before. Let's not forget, it was his rookie year last year, and they weren't able to make it to any of those global events despite being this close, and now he has to play on a big stage like this.
Yeah, I think he is the player I'm probably looking at in this KC team to see where their mentality is at, because I do remember last year him losing in ISO ults against Classic sometimes, like some very iffy mechanical situations happening. This year he's looking a lot stronger, and I'm hoping that we see the Levin we've been seeing in Stage 2 at this tournament.
I thought you were about to say, and we'll be hoping that before Champions, the meta doesn't change and ISO won't be in, but KC will be. But it's interesting because KC, speaking of ISO, you know, we can probably look at their style as going back a few years, right? This is the kind of classic Valorant style. You would actually call it proper Valorant, Petra.
Yeah, I do think they play proper Valorant. Like they play out the map so well. They poke a little bit here and there and getting the information, playing with the rotations. I really like to see that, but I also really like to see the aggressive style what Foot has, sorry. So
we would do it. Yeah,
we were talking about classic styles, now we're talking about Foot's old name. We are going retro.
I'm going back in time.
When I was watching the VODs this morning, I was watching Foot and I was like, every single time on the attack side, it's always the first tempo that they go at. They will always just be going, whether that's just taking part of the map as 4 or just taking a site. That's a big thing to me. If KC see that, they're going to be able to see where the reads are. They need to have a very good anti-rush style on their defense. They know that Foot are just going to be running at them in the space that they want to, trying to overwhelm. It's very simplistic, but when you have Sop at the forefront just running at you, it can work pretty well.
And that way, Foot is a little bit more predictable than KC. Yeah.
Is there a way you can prep for that pressure?
prep for that.
For Foot's pressure?
Yeah. How do you think that KC have discussed this, and how do you think their anti is going to look today?
I think that you have to have what I would call good anti-rush protocols. You need to know that this team is going to be running it down at you, and you need to be looking at your scrims, looking at those times where you've been losing to fast XX and kind of VOD reviewing and making sure that those things are coming through. So you can prep all you want though. SOP is the difference here. Like, you can get rushed in scrims and lose sometimes, but you're not losing to SOP. That's different. You can't prep for that specifically. So that is the thing I'm looking out for today.
I just started laughing because I just like remembered that like obviously Simos is like assistant coaching for KC, and then you've got Bambino on the other side, and these two were like former duos when we think back to Koi last year, thinking about the anti-stratting and the counter and all of these things. And I think, yeah, having two assistant coaches that, yeah, we've maybe not been able to highlight so much here, but that know each other's tendencies through working together previously in VCT, I think is maybe going to be interesting in that front.
Can we pretend that we need to bring the skirmish back and just get the assistant coaches doing a little skirmish? Just for the lulz? No? We've got no time. It's a shame that we have no time for that. I guess with Foot, I guess there maybe are two concerns here. The one being if any of them does have a bad day, given that the system is relying on them showing up, being able to hit their shots, as simple as that sounds. But because it's simple, is there potentially going to be a depth issue here? Like, how adaptable are they going to be? Because we know how strong KT's mid-rounding is.
Yeah, I mean, I think in terms of Foot and their depth, I think the fact that they've already been able to have such a good finish at a global event this year shows that this isn't really a team that we should be worrying about depth per se. I know that there's the whole stereotype of Turkish teams will just run it down, but I think that these players actually are due some credit for how intelligent they are in the moments and how they get themselves into these moments of just being able to find out those first engagements. Like, it's not an easy task for SOP to just find the first engagements in the sense of, yeah, he just goes and kills them. I still think that there's layers to that.
From the VODs I was watching, I think their attack side is pretty one-dimensional. I think that there is a let's go together kind of approach. Defense side, they're very hectic and all over the place. It's manic. I think that's where they thrive a little bit more.
Okay.
But for me, KC are a very cerebral team. I think they're playing the best Valorant in Europe right now. And I think a team playing at that level, if they rise to this occasion, they deal with this pressure well, they should be able to deal with Foot's style. It's just whether those individuals are the difference maker.
Yeah. We are ready to hear the map veto. It's going to be interesting, Casey. We know they've got a 7-map pool, and these teams, they like to play the same map. So let's see what we're going to be seeing today. We're going to get Lotus.
I did not expect Lotus to be there.
I expect Lotus to be banned by Foot.
I thought that both Lotus and Haven would have been banned today. I thought that a good system for this veto would have been for both of these teams to target ban their opponent.
Who would you want to ban Haven?
I want KC to ban Haven. I know that sounds controversial, but Foot, you said it last week, best Haven team in the world.
I did say that, but KC have also been a great, so I thought you just allow it to flow.
I would just ban it. I think that the map veto would have been better for KC if they banned that Haven, but luckily for us and luckily for the viewers, having Lotus and Haven, two maps where we're going to see teams playing at their highest level, I think is a great sign.
Yeah, they're all comfortable picks. I was wondering with KC if they would actually try and get Summit through because of the fact that we know that Foot are so uncomfortable on that map. Yatuj has literally said in an interview how he dislikes playing on that map.
I think the issue is that they were playing the breach, right? Foot playing that breach, I think they probably switch away from it.
Yeah.
And they're going to go double duelist. They're going to be very free-flowing, more free-flowing than they even are right now. And I think KC would prefer to play against a team they have prep on, and they probably wouldn't have prep on it.
Yeah, I think Foot's composition was kind of exploitable almost on that map, so it kind of makes sense. I think Ascent is such a great decider though, because both teams have shown that they can be so great on this map. I do think Foot having the opportunity to select Haven, and I don't know how you feel about this, Petra, being able to have your favorite map second in the wave almost feels like a buff of being able to have the momentum throughout the series.
Favorite map of who?
Of Foot.
Yeah. Well, I think it's great, obviously.
Yeah. So basically, we're potentially going to have an absolute barn burner tick off things here in Barcelona. We wouldn't want it any other way, because in just 3 games, we will know who our EMEA champion will be. And we're going to know who's going to be representing our region at champs. So right now, what will happen when the zing of KC meets the bang of Foot?
Los necios dicen que el destino importa tanto como el camino. ¿No es así? No. El destino. Lo que importa es dónde acabas. Los fallos, el esfuerzo, las noches sin dormir. Irrelevantes. El destino. No importa nada más.
Yo siempre he estado preparada. Me vieron por los suelos, me levanto mejorada. Dime el siguiente reto que seré mejor o aguanto todo, yo vaya todo. Que encuentro luz entre las sombras del miedo.
Los largos días, las lágrimas, las esperanzas frustradas, las oportunidades perdidas. Da igual, ¿a quién le importa, verdad? El destino, ¿verdad? Por supuesto que importa. El camino te forja. El destino te pone a prueba.
But Barcelona along with it.
I wasn't thinking that I can make it again, but now I'm here.
Their final game in Berlin has been played.
I will just do my best. I will just try to help my teammates, and I just want to take it and get it back to home.
Barcelona awaits KC.
I've never won a single LCT tournament, so I want this to be my first one, especially that it's going to be in Barcelona, which is like an insane city. We lost against Fulbrus in split one, so I'm ready to take the revenge. I'm actually very excited to play the game.
Carmine Corp, I always want to win against them.
Foot, I think they're still playing pretty well, to be honest. But they lost a little bit of the honeymoon period.
If you can win against Carmine Corp, that means that you are better and you are the best, so I just want to show them.
Foot have spent years in VCT, but this is the year they look truly ready to lift their first trophy. If their individuals can live up to expectations and potential, today their death ball could roll them straight through their opponents and into the grand finals. And the KC rebuild has been swift and deadly to their opponents. Since being promoted to head coach, Zeiss has retooled their player strategy and refreshed their outlook. But will this newfound freedom be enough to throw Foot off course and book KC a spot at Champions? This is a high-stakes game for both of these teams, but for KC, this must matter so much, knowing that Champions is on the line and they only have a couple of opportunities to make it.
Yeah, this is the biggest game of KC as an org. This is it. This is the biggest game for these players. The style they're playing, we're talking about, it requires them to remain calm and composed in this moment, and that's what we need to see today from them. Lotus coming up first. This is a map that I think they are extremely good at. This is a map where we've even seen the PaperX coaches saying how good they are at it. They must win this map, I think, in this best of 3 to get to champs.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best maps where you can see KC playing out the map very well.
100%. I think if you're Foot, though, you probably expect KC to pick that into you today, right? So I'm looking at the preparation from the Foot coaches to see what they've actually come in with to be able to anti-KC on this map. Let's not forget also, we discussed how incredible SOP and Narrate have been on those first engagements, and this is one of those key maps where Narrate has had so much success on the chamber.
Yeah, champs isn't on the line for Foot here, but a potential for a trophy is. I think this Foot team is the best Foot we've ever seen, and this organization hasn't won much. This is the opportunity to do so. With SOP at the spearhead doing that, I think that is a big talking point for this Lotus specifically. We've got that Narrate chamber. Can SOP just run around and just find his moments to kind of disrupt that chess match KC are trying to play?
It's going to be really interesting to see how comfortable SOP is as we head into the first game, given the fact that it is KC's pick, given the fact that we know it's not Foot's favourite map to play, and certainly probably not to start on a stage like this. It'll be really interesting to see the agent select. I imagine that we're not expecting to see any changes as we go into Lotus. Oh, and the players, for the first time here in Barcelona, are sat on the Razer gaming chairs. It took me by surprise for a moment. It felt like they did the fist bump. They were taking their time and suddenly ran into their seats because everyone wants to feel warmed up, confident, and ready to go. And they'll definitely be feeling comfortable in those chairs, no matter how sweaty it gets on the server.
100%, and I think to back off the point that you were making, you know, we're looking at this Lotus and we're wondering, what are Foot going to play? Are there going to be any changes? Of course, we've not seen this from them in the playoffs. The last that they had played it was in that play-ins, where they had moved away from a more kind of traditional composition of the Vise, the double duelist and the Sky, and have actually tried to introduce a Waylay, which I think Zeus has been looking absolutely incredible on that agent.
Yeah, I agree. I think Zeus on the Waylay seems like a match made in heaven right now, but I think this map requires a more cerebral approach. I think that, I'd say it time and time again, you need that Viper on your team, and you probably need a Sentinel. That's what KC has. They have Viper and Chamber. I think they're able to lock down that defense very well. They're able to play that chess match on attack side, which is what Lotus wants you to do. They want you to play that more chess style. Foot, on the other hand, they do have that double dive. It's going to be down to whether they can disrupt on defense and just send it on that attack. For them, I want them on that attack side to be running it down on C, trying to stop that C hold happening. There is no Vice on KC's side. It's just that chamber. A big hold from Narrate is necessary.
Petra, looking at these two lineouts, which is the one you feel most scared about playing on Lotus? Or playing against, I should ask.
Foot. Like, I'm just scared of SOP, actually. I don't want to get run down by them. But I expect like them to playing very fast-paced now on this map, especially with the Sky. Also, I do prefer a Fade on this map, but I think Sky fits the team better.
I think for KC, starting on this attack side, watch out for the space that Narrate is taking alone, and if that is going to be punished. We saw time and time again him taking that A rubble, so I'm looking to see what Foot are going to do to be able to contain those lurks.
Well, you don't have to wait, because we're ready to jump into Lotus with Hazza and Cairo.
It's time to break new ground in Barcelona. Two of the most unlikely teams 6 months on from how their years started now take to the stage as VCT EMEA hits the road for the first time.
But it's not only that, Hazza. History is going to be made today. Foot are chasing their highest ever placement in VCT EMEA. It's going to be a good one.
Absolutely, and on the other side, of course, Carmine Corps 1 win away themselves from completing the 1 in a million run. Their only win in the VCT for 5.5 months was against Foot during kickoff, and now they've got the chance in this upper final to go all the way to Shanghai. Barcelona bouncing as we head into the pistol round of Lotus. Undefeated here for KC, and they begin it on the attack side.
How they do, where we've seen so much success. That chamber, obviously a big compartment of that Narrate, able to find the first kills, as you know, at home. You've seen it for the past 3-4 weeks, maybe even longer.
The changes and the found identity of this KC team which make them so scary, and with Narrate on the board as anticipated. Levin always not too far behind. Zeus still trying to force this issue out on the A control. Rubble being fought for as KC embed all 5 players.
Rastali playing from a corner, and we've seen him get a couple of multi-kills, but identified it should be little to no issue for KC to route this one out. But with Yetige's help, Foot somewhat get a couple of kills back on their side. A reload is what takes Yetige's life away, and KC get that pistol round as expected.
Yeah, it's the perfect start for them. Narrate again in these first engagements, something we're going to be talking about all evening long, I imagine. 4.5 first kill to first death ratio, and a lot of that stemming from this chamber usage, which we have seen. Kick things up on the other side of the map, of course, and the rest of KC picking things up as a pack. It's these set openings that they've been really strong with thus far.
Yeah, I mean, how many times have you seen Narrate hold C-Mount and get a kill off the back of it? Well, back to that position, and there's another entry kill. Well played, Narrate. That is where there's a stack of bodies for Foot.
Just talking at the start there about how far both of these teams have come, of course, for KC. It was a winless stage one. Massively turning things around with belief in their own culture. The only change, of course, being Zeiss and his promotion to head coach. And the latent potential now starting to be realized. Looking at the map veto here as well, Cairo, as we are just on the anti-eco, and Foot gambling towards the other side of the map. I think this one does really favor KC, especially if they get off to a good start.
I think it does 100%, especially when we actually look at the server, and you said that the only change being the coaching staff, but all 10 players have played against each other in stage one. And Foot came out 2-1 in terms of maps, but KC actually won the Haven. That was about 13-9.
Now that one's coming up a little later, of course, but for now, it's a brilliant position from Sugetsu. He's lurked all the way up on A, heard the footsteps retreating back towards the other extremity. And so it's a simple one for KC to get the plant down. Like you were saying, yeah, they're unbeaten on every single map in this veto. In fact, every map that KC have won on this stage, they have failed to lose on. So Foot coming into this with a negative record. Almost a free shot. An opportunity to get started here.
I agree for the most part. It does feel like a free shot, but I think for Foot, they already have admitted. I mean, we saw Bambino on the desk talk about Lotus. This is a map where there's massive gaps, one that they know there will be mistakes. It's about trying to, I guess, shore them up, and I think at the same part, also get warmed up. We've seen SOP have slow starts. Think to that Team Liquid game.
Yeah, I mean, even the Na'Vi loss that rocked their group stage and forced them into play-ins. Feast or famine, it's mostly been the former for him so far, as Foot are going to go down to the spike here. Absolutely no issues for KC in round number 2, which is going to put up a really strong bonus.
It is. It's going to make them really get on side, get things started well, but I mean, obviously those ultimates not going to be online as quickly as they would have hoped. It's only really Narrate with the ability to get the kills who's closest. He's at halfway point. But it's this another A opening between these two.
That's where we're expecting results from Foot. This double duelist has plenty of util to drop in there. Narrate towards the other side of the map, so casualties will be costly here, and with the util sent in, Zeus flying right back.
Yeah.
Gaining the information.
And you can see KC so slow to scale off the back of that as Narrate walks C-Mount again.
I mean, KC have really been reverse engineering Foot's wall against them so far, allowing this to just get out into rubble nice and early. Still 3 bodies here on the defender's side, and sliding in was Levin, but a quick trade coming in the form of Sugetsu. Reduces one from behind the cover, and we're at a stalemate.
Yeah, SOP's still alive, playing within the attack smoke. But it's still this chamber towards C-Mount that's allowing KC to go elsewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a big bit of misinformation. SOP's still seeing the Viper.
Oh, and with that defender smoke just going up there in the neck of the A choke, KC are on the route towards the C site. Second flash does come in and eventually reconfirm that there is player presence here, but Narrate has covered good ground.
It has. I'm sorry, Yetige is the one who's left all alone towards the C site. No even option of support. And I think this is a really quick pivot to B, where there's bodies for Foot.
I mean, the defender side of calling has been great for them so far this stage. They have the numbers in the right place on B. It's a double stack, which KC are trying to breach past. The captain holds the line, Sociable shutting down that bonus round and getting foot on the board in Barcelona.
Yeah, a couple of rifles lost there, in fact 3 of them, which is going to make things a little bit tasty when we come to that economy state. And this is now where we're going to start to see that momentum build for either of these teams, as this is essentially a swing round. The only exception to that would be Narrate, who's picked up an Outlaw, and he's only got really 1 target within touching distance.
Crostali, the only player in this foot formation that could be felled by the Outlaw. He's on the other side of the map. It's a C opening from KC. Prowler and Paranoia showing plenty of signs of intent, and with that fight taking place, Crostali the one to win it. Left out Scorched Earth in the open. Levin burns a couple bodies on the way, and KC have numbers, but Sop is going to double down on this, in fact, and that's the equalizing frag.
Yeah, that's the big one. Sop already starting to dip away, and KC know that there will be no more engagements. With the spike recollected and Narrate the one to get the space.
Yetajay's still alive here, so that wall can go back up into a potential retake. Sop already rotating in the direction of A. This has been precious real estate for Karmine Corp in the last few rounds.
Sop the one to receive it as well. I mean, he's good on these engagements, better on the defense as well. But he needs this first kill cleanly, has it. 2 body shots and it'll be dead.
Game over. Poison Orb goes up in tree, offers a little bit more stall, but left. It won't suffice to stop KC from taking this site. Not unless they can pry it from the hands of Sop. Just drop down into pit. Plant already heard and trying to use the opponent's orb against him. Levin does have this covered. He should catch it and does so. Bests his opposite number, 3 already, and now it falls down to the final 2. Yetajay and Zeus. Stairwell control taken. Yetajay the point man, he'll get spotted here on the corner. No, finds the rate a little quick. Outlaw not doing enough damage on these healthy targets, but KC combining and closing out the first full gun round of this game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that very early point in the map when you get that C-Mountain fight, I think that's what decides this whole round.
Absolutely. As the Katrokaz ring out here in the Olympic Arena in the background. The Foot fans in the building have been silenced early on. 2-round lead for KC coming into the anti-eco. And that's got to be something to think about here as well. The fact that you're looking at a team that does have stage experience from Masters, a top 6 finish for Foot.
And I think that's the big point. KC though, they've done so well on Lotus so many times as Levin's the one set up, and next entry kill is Sop the one to be found.
That was the caution, right? And to then build on what we were saying, while KC have now had this sharp rise in terms of form, Foot have been gradually gaining momentum throughout the year, so that's what you want to fall back on as this series progresses.
And it's the exact same story for the stage, as Narrate the one to try and stop this momentum. Has seen the shoulder, and well, has got the kill, an extra one to add on in. Narrate, lovely shots. And KC now, they have a full runway towards A.
Really handling the start of this upper final beautifully, RKC. Open A site, Foot not far behind though.
No, they are not. But again, it's Laser buys a bandit, a sheriff as they drop into what is the kill pit. KC just collecting orbs and in the zone, flawless off the back of that Hazza, and growing their lead slowly but surely.
Really starting to snowball this attack side now, Foot opting into the defense in this map veto process as well, of course, so very prepared for what was going to be thrown at them here. As you say, KC going through the gears, and with a big talking point around them being that culture shift, the fact they're able to handle this environment is absolutely everything, but a spanner soon to be thrown in the works. It is the debut of Sop's operator on this defender side.
That's what you're hoping will be the relief for Foot, as it's early on the line and early with a kill. Sop the one to take Levin offline.
Just interrupting that early timing with the slide in as well. You'll see him do this on Mound quite a few times. Here's the re-clear from Foot, but Sop not interested for now.
No, out. As the toxins start to fade away, Sugetsu
Doesn't really want to give them that even engagement, Narrate, with this tour de force, of course. So passivity on A, but as you say, I mean, Sugetsu is in a dangerous position if Foot want to collapse back through the door.
Yeah, it's that stalemate on B between the two Vipers that we have to try and watch out for. Whoever comes out on top.
I mean, yeah, ultimately this duel will influence the conclusion of the round because KC might just be looking for the pivot, and they are.
It looks like it. Sugetsu playing through the defensive wall, and Yetiji denies it. So KC now running out of options, and it's trying to force a way out of blue room, and Yetiji says no. A good paranoia. Narrate can get the tour de force off, and Foot looking to put a stop to this attack. Dosia, oh, he's been caught by the stun, and Foot playing keep away.
Not wanting to leave anything down to chance here. Playing by the numbers. They won't let Dosia have what he wants. He can look for a plant, but Foot are ready to duel this.
Probably a little bit too late as Dosia finds an escape.
I mean, if he sprints now, he can still get to the A site. It's cutting very fine, though, especially with Crystali out in courtyard.
Well, that's the undoing time now. Yeah. Arai, you now know there is going to be a Foot round, and Dosia able to do a little bit of economy damage, get that spike down, get an extra orb. That'll be an ultimate online and a little bit of extra money. Not that KC need it, but already you can see how quickly things can go wrong for KC's attack.
Absolutely. I think when it comes down to the wire, we are waiting for those big moments. Stage experience is one thing, but when you look at the statistics, Foot have so many players in the top 5 when it comes down to clutch wins. And you're just waiting to see that happen.
I think that's a massive point to be bringing up, right? I mean, we look towards it, Crystali and Yetiji are actually tied first for the amount of clutches, but it's that clutch percentage that is so much in favour of KC. In fact, stats are in general, over the full stage, Foot have really failed to feature in the top 5 for many stats.
It's been a long old road for them.
Yeah.
And looking at it now, Carmine Core moving with glacial pace in this follow-up gun round, taking some early tree control. It's only 2 players sightwards here for Foot, and only Crystali in terms of an anchor. He's got to try and hold this one together. 4 players now in tree, very soon to be put under the microscope, but gets out in time.
Look how slow Foot are to react to this. There's still 3 players towards the other side of the map.
They had Zeus out in sand, and well, now KC want to take the fight straight to Foot's doorstep. There's Dosia. Kicks it down, no trouble. Crystali gone, and a lot of that important utility missing back into this retake. Not to mention the fact that Sop is still playing on an operator here. Oh, one away. It's Zeus to try and close up the distance, but he's the casualty again. Sop trading out in effect, and all bodies start to fall. KC, a bit of a disconnect here. His Foot pulling the plug, but as you say, Dosia hovering in the back lines, dagger held above them. But can Foot do enough to stop this? It's down to the 1v1, and when it comes to closers, Sop might just be the best chance that Foot have, but there's no time left for him. And it's on that reason that KC will find 5.
I mean, Dosia, that ace up the sleeve, managing to hide within his own smoke, and Foot, for the most part, retake pretty good. You can see the bodies getting on site, but I think it's that time element. The fact that they take so long to rotate back in. The first 2 picks in that post plan going KC's way, making things so difficult.
Interestingly enough, no timeouts so far. 8 rounds into this one, and Foot still feeling fully confident that they can back up their ambition on this defender's side. Sop got out of the previous with the operator, of course, and now we get a big exchange on Narrate. It's Crystali first down again. Picked off, no problems there.
Narrate still holding on this line, knowing that there could be further bodies behind this. Sop obviously the one with the operator. He escaped last round, and KC will know that. And it looks like with that, they start to head towards B. Close quarters, where you know the scoped weaponry will not be at an advantage. I think the worst part about that is KC have 2 scoped weapons themselves.
Yeah, and what with this pit deployed, absolutely no chance they want to go near the C site. Actually ends up being Dosia set up as the late second layer rather than Narrate conceding the A lobby control. Figuring out what the post plant looks like, it's towards Blue Room that they look as the door opens up. Sop connects the shot. Paranoia in close. Aves spraying away. and cutting off the supply line. That should do it for this one. But falling short again.
Not able to make the mark. And we've seen that many times. KC managing to get free plants consistently. And I think that's the big point, that we see the success rate from posts. As we head towards 6 for KC, a real turning point in terms of this half because of the opportunity to gain a massive advantage into the second half.
Obviously, you're not getting away with the gun there, but the biggest one for me in this is just how it starts. Crostali full shift walking up on A with the belt of util. When it comes to big stages, he massively impressed me in London. So yeah, to see stuff like this is concerning. Of course, someone who was on the back burner with Fenerbahce for 2 years before he got his chance on this roster.
No, 100%.
And usually good in those situations.
I agree with you, but I think the criminal part about this is that there will be prep for Foot. You know, because the fact that they would have sat down, looked at the VODs and known that Narrate on the chamber will be holding lines, but has it. In terms of where we've seen the journey for one of these two teams, we look towards KC and the fact that, look at that stage 1 and the turn of form into stage 2.
Absolutely, and like I said, look, it's the culture shift which we've seen in this KC team that we've got to be talking about. Zeiss will have been preparing for this one for ages. He's been ready for it for years. Was in the head coach slot during kickoff in 2024 for a couple of games and stepping to the side for those. That was the last time they hoisted a trophy in this region. A trophy which has collected dust since then, and while Foot already have the guarantee of champs, that's something that KC is still chasing.
And I think that's the big point that we have to be honing in on, is that for Foot, this is for bragging rights. This is for achieving something that they've not been able to do before. But for KC, it's about being able to finish your year in China, not in Barcelona, especially after having such a successful stage 2. They need to make that grand final. They need to either win today or win tomorrow, should they lose. And we go towards another eco cycle for Foot. 2 rifles in the mix.
Zeus does catch the stun there. Trying to open up the round on A. Bandit B in the hands of Sociable quickly loosens his grip as Levin is off the leash and Narrate not too far behind, as is often the case, but Foot able to offer some concessions to this.
Yetiji already out towards Waterfall. Oh, can't quite take Narrate off guard. So where's Crostali off to?
And first off, maybe seeing if he can retrieve one of those rifles. Like you said, Yetiji falling. A Phantom left in his wake. As the Seeker's up here, you're just looking at the Narrate line on the operator. Oh, should have been easy pickings, but all of a sudden, Crostali keeps us interested. 12 clutches and counting this stage, and he's heard the drop of Levin. Can't add any more to the tally in this one. So right out of the timeout, KC with the round win.
3 rounds left in this half, and you feel Foot need at least 1 for a chance. And I think this is the worst part about it. I mean, the attack side is actually the worst for Foot on this map. It's the defensive win rate that is a lot more impressive, usually around 51%.
That's the thing, right?
And they're completely failing here.
It's the way in which they're changing up who's taking first point, whether it's Narrate or Levin, one sliding in or baiting for the other. Scope or slide, doesn't matter.
And Sugetsu, the one who'll be calling, hey guys, they've taken that A space, let's start moving C quickly.
Orb is up here for Yetiji at the very least. Has a snake bite, but can only buy limited time. Hasn't opted to drop into his utility belt just yet, not until the paranoia hits him and he's forced all the way back to CT. There is support arriving, the Omen not committed to. Levin down to 2 points of health, that's where he gives up the ghost.
Yeah, and now this post plant completely set up, and you're looking towards Sugetsu to be a relief point later in the round.
But Narrate once again puffing out his chest. Fully confident in the peak, taken away by those Seekers. Foot starting to scale back into this one. KC up against the wall, but that's how their whole stage has been so far, and it doesn't look like any problems. Sociable needs a clutch. He's already 2 kills deep. But with Sugetsu wrapping around, he's a safe pair of hands.
Absolutely. Narrate is otherworldly right now. It has to be said. This man reaching new heights. I mean, this kill here, nice. Oh my God. The switch onto the Headhunter. Nice kills from Sociable, but it's all in vain. 2 rounds left of this half.
In such a demanding yet micro-heavy meta, Karmine Corp look to have caught on to the winning formula. The series had to start with success for them here in Barcelona. They couldn't force to buckle under that pressure. 2 rounds left for Foot to try and make amends. It's not the best of buys, so you almost inadvertently look towards the next.
Oh my
stack
God!
of players in stairwell dropped. The dominoes continue to fall.
Continues to feel like KC just have, I guess, like, story armor, you know what I mean? Plot armor, yeah. I just can't believe the amount of kills that we're seeing and the way that we're seeing it. After how explosive Foot have been to this point.
I mean, Kameto in the house just behind us. There's certainly something special in the air today. 11 opening yet again. Doja, while he can't close it out just yet, Sociable will be shut up quickly enough. 3 from Levin. And his record against Turkish teams looks to add another.
Yeah, I mean, 1 round for Foot to try and get that lifeline. The reason why we're tracking it is usually we see that 9-3 half with a pistol round. I mean, game's still on. But if Foot can't achieve that, I feel as if you're already starting to look towards Haven.
Absolutely. And that is where the record does get better, but like you say, not in this kind of fashion. Foot have bounced back from serious deficits in this playoffs already. You only need to look back to the Liquid game to see it, but this is the last chance of the first half. KC already out into grass, and they fully faked it. A feint towards A, and the B site unlocked.
And look at how hesitant Foot are to flood back in. A team so explosive, not doing it and waiting on. Even as the spike plant goes down, they're hesitant.
I mean, it's all these ults up in plat. If Levin can interrupt this, he is the hero of this round for KC.
Oh, he's going for it. Going to try and achieve something already. Burning utility from Foot. They're so stalled out.
Yetterjay's by himself in Waterfall. Big 1v1.
Going for it. Doesn't go. Oh, it's all through heaven. And the raid's still with them. The raid! Putting KC to double digits. A gap of 8. This first half so dominant.
Such a tight corridor. And they all fall to the rate. KC absolutely farming Foot right now in the upper final. Fully running on confidence. And looking towards that second half, far in front. Few opportunities left for the Turkish team to turn this opening map around. We did get to catch some of their thoughts before the game, though. It's an interview with Yetterjay.
Uno de mis sueños siempre ha sido entrevistar a Quevedo y tengo a Yetterjay aquí, así que por fin voy a poder cumplirlo. I'm here joined by Yetterjay. Yetterjay, welcome to Spain. First of all, how are you feeling? Enjoying the weather?
Yeah, it's so cold actually, so I'm just trying to get warmer.
Ok, tell me, le pregunto un poquito que qué tal el tiempo. Dice que hace mucho frío, pero yo creo que en un par de días eso va a cambiar. I've heard that you've been, well, you've told me that you've been doing some Duolingo. Can you show me some of the Spanish that you know?
Yeah, hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien, de nada. Quiero un pan, café con leche, and yeah, something like that.
Okay, I'm surprised. No, everything is very white. It's very sane. Este es el español que habla por ahora. What about the resting? Have you had time to rest and come prepare for this weekend? Le vamos a preguntar si ha podido descansar todo este tiempo.
Yeah, we actually rest after the play-ins and after the playoff matches. Before coming here, we just gave like 2 days off, and then now we are here trying to be prepared for the match, and I guess we are ready.
Dice que sí, que se han podido estar preparando, que han venido después del play-in. Y chicos, la verdad que está todo listo. Aquí todo el mundo está disfrutando Barcelona. So, back to you guys.
Yetajay already climatized to the Spanish atmosphere, it seems. Have you picked up on anything since you've been here, Cairo?
Cerveza.
Absolutamente nada. Absolutely nothing. They're going to need to find their feet quickly because this is a horror show. 8 rounds between the teams as it stands. KC really putting on the pressure now.
I mean, just look towards that scoreboard. Nare already up to 17 and already featuring, but big kills from Yetajay brings Foot back on side.
This pistol round is absolutely everything for their chances on Lotus. It's looking like a write-off, but the attack side is where the improvements needed to be made for this team, and already you're seeing their confidence in the opening engagements. An expansive post-plant and twice the player count to win it.
So how do you get back in?
Yeah, paranoia's on both sides here. It's that extra flash for Crostali, though, that could be everything.
I mean, the Sheriff on Sugetsu. Headshots his game, but it doesn't look like they're going to be allowed back in. So slow in their scale. So when we get to this point, Foot will be so confident that paranoia probably enough to finish this one out. I mean, it's a nice right click from Dosia, but already this round is done. It's about orbs for Sugetsu as Foot get themselves back into the game, at least for a round longer.
Dosia going down, and Foot finally have liftoff, you feel. Pissed around under their belt. It's a great way to start, but once more, we need to see a clean anti-eco into a bonus. The building blocks of what they can achieve here. The flip side is, KC have to find a way to contain this attack side, because we know how good the combination of Sop and Zeus can be. If this gets out of control, if they find a way to blunder this first map, the series is suddenly thrown into jeopardy.
Yeah, I mean, you speak about that combination of Sop and Zeus, and between the two of them, they have 9 kills. Sop with 8 of those. So I think it's right to look towards individuals leveling up. It's just whether they're allowed to.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, again, you take that hit on Zeus, the sacrificial lamb, and a lot of situations, if he can just create the space to bring everyone else online, that's when things start to track better for them. Narrate is always going to be a thorn in the side. You have to commit bodies or utility to take him off of these angles. You can already see Headhunter in hand. It's a scary enough prospect as it is, now crossing the minute mark.
I agree, but if you get towards 40 seconds and then you re-clear a space, you know there's going to be no more chamber TPs for the rest of the round.
The bigger issue, what happens when you get past 40 seconds? Because that's at the point of no return. That's when Carmine Court start to look for a gamble, and you can see a congregation on the A site. Yes, Crostali was lurking around B main, but it seems as if he's fully committed to this too. So it's a 5-player push right into A.
30 seconds left.
And you're thinking, these pistols, we've already seen Dosia get a right-click kill. The KC Classic doing what it needs to, but Foot, the rifle's doing what they need to. It's a bloodbath on A. And Foot will get their post plan, waiting for anybody else to peek them. But there's Narrate, and it looks like that's the round.
We'll be thinking about building up some ultimates here. Sop on the Marshall should be hunting down Levin in this situation. It's a nice gamble stack from KC, but a little bit of luck in there. Some shots through the edge of the smoke. Exactly what Foot need to find themselves a place in this upper final.
Bring themselves back into it. In-zone flawless for Foot. Nice anti-eco, and we're thinking towards that bonus round now.
I mean, look, it does not get much better than an in-zone flawless in that follow-up round. Absolutely no one taken offline here, so rifles in the hands. Chance for Foot to really go against the grain. KC shouldn't be sweating just yet. They have to keep a cool head. This is a massive opportunity now into the bonus.
Yeah, I think that's it. Everybody with a rifle on either side. So let's have a look into the comms with Foot to see how they deal with this.
B2 smoke atıyor Mert. Bol düştü. C2 açtı. Beyler aldım B'yi. B2 smoke attım. Girelim B'ye. Bekle abi. Paranoya atacağım Hobbit TP. Gitsene yakına. At. Attım. Vuruyor.
Hobbit kapalı beyler.
Fade Heaven'daydı.
Heaven'a cross kalsana soldan. Planın kontağını bitireceğim.
J-Link'e cross'um.
Arkaya dikkat et.
J-Link gitti. Dağdan cross'um şu an.
Hobbit kapalı kanka.
Kapı bende.
Come is small. I got slow.
I'm ready, guys.
I'm not fighting. Wait, I got slow.
Heaven, push it to heaven. One C. Open and keep it to drop it.
Oh, massive round for Foot to come back into this. A bonus round, Haza, completely offsets the damage that KC done in that first half.
Yeah, I mean, Foot with momentum's at their back now, bonus round in the bag. And just a 5-round gap, as you say. This was a brilliant call to just fight up into plat, break off one of the arms of the retake. Between Levin and Narrate there, just not able to bridge the gap. Late Lurk sweeping in just to add insult to injury. KC down to pistols. And just as we knew Foot to be the old gatekeeper of the past, they are stepping back up into that mantle now. As KC were closing in on this first opener in the upper final.
It's from gatekeeper to titan, it feels like. Is Saw under pressure and Yetiji protects, or maybe he doesn't. Narrate with a big double kill. Upgrades to be had, and nobody there to stop this.
Well, Aves has backed away. One more Prowler left. He probably wants to save it for the retake than the reclear. So it is just going to be pistols to try and dissuade this C-site push as Foot are ready to go.
Yeah, and KC want nothing to do with this. They're looking to collect their numbers and Foot stop this in transition.
Aves has now retrieved the rifle from A. He's going to be coming in late as a flank. In terms of the retake utility, still has that Prowler, of course. It's the Molly of Sugetsu and Dozia's Paranoia that can make all of the difference. Where are Foot looking to fight?
First flash.
Good smoke.
Yeah, this is something that you can protect, something that you can play with then. As Foot look to hold on. KC should know that this is filled, and when they do, it's Foot to get the kills. Aves through main gets his. Could he get more? No. And Sugetsu out, can't get the last headshot. And now Foot within 4.
Yetiji up on his feet, trying to entertain this crowd, will them to give Foot that extra % to push them forwards, but this was a brilliant read in the situation. Smoke goes up, Paranoia ill-effective in that sort of situation, and really riling up the audience now. Here comes the gun round. Narrate has the ult available, but it's going to fall on deaf ears as this typical sand control from KC has been entirely avoided.
Already getting that space, already dealing damage as Narrate looks for something through in B main. And actually gets it, Haza. So, advantage towards KC.
Numbers up in heaven here. Aves may be low, but he can still stave off a player or two. Zeus up the rope.
Oh, he doesn't even check it. And Aves gets the kill, trades. But it's KC who come out on top. KC who keep the numbers on their side. Now it's up to Sop's operator and Cristali's rifle. And Sop won't even get a bullet off. So Cristali has to give us the goods. Has to give us what he's shown us before in the clutch department. But under pressure, under fire, and KC up to 11.
Finally, with the tools in their favor, the blue wall will not be beaten in this gun round. Nice opening of the door to play and Narrate there as well. And actually, the French club taking a timeout in effect here just to talk things over. Now finally finding success on their defender's side.
A success when they needed the most, a little bit of reprieve. And I think that C-Mound being in Narrate's court, the fact he's able to find something through B main, just sets them up for so much success.
I mean, he has been the success story of their year here when you look at Karmine Core, really. From one of the lowest rated players on Sentinels in America's kickoff to the one which we remembered in EMEA, back on our soil. got to be thinking about the big stages he's played on, of course. Was there in Spain, in Madrid, with KC at their only international appearance in the past, and looking to push them to yet another. Wants to put behind him the failures of Toronto et al. And the first stage to now survive the second.
Yeah. I mean, at this point in time, it's all about champs, right? And I think that's what it's going to be down to. The fact that we've seen that growth from Narrate, the fact that we've seen the fact that he keeps getting these kills in this map specifically. We'll need to see, should he be the relief point?
Yeah, I mean, it's the chamber that we're talking about there, and you saw it on the stats. That's what Foot have to try and find an answer to, because when it comes to first engagements, he's the best in the region in terms of return value. Fits like a glove, and by denying the life of Yetege there early in B main, the follow-up was expected. So looking at it now, the op in his hands once again. It's a big B main duel. Yeah. And Narrate has found what he was looking for. Sugetsu chipping in as well, with Levin also arriving. Karmincore on the road to 12.
On the road to taking their map pick. One that we all expected for it to be the case, and one that Foot, we hope would have a better showing. Onto 12, onto map point, and setting themselves up perfectly for this upper bracket final.
Once again, it's through that defender-sided aggression which runs in the lifeblood, the DNA of this Karmincore team. The alchemy at long last balanced. Giving themselves 6 opportunities to see through Lotus, their undefeated map in the pool, with Foot's very own on the horizon. The attack will be looking to generate some confidence to that end. The op's in the right place yet again.
There it is, Narrate through A, but he will not get an engagement before that door closes.
Looks like he wants to open it up though. Yep. Double dip for a little bit more.
Once more, but Sociable caught in B main, and Levin the one to find his old teammate of Sociable.
This is not the first time that a player's been caught solo for Foot there. And they're heading straight into the Lion's Den on A.
Yeah, they want to fight, they want to brawl. Fists up, looking for blood. It's Narrate at the back of sight, and he's caught. Zeus with a good entry. Aves delayed, but it's out of blue room door.
Sop has to find this kill.
Oh, Levin just sending it into the pit, looking for what he needs at the back of sight, and Sop's still trying to find something, but Levin instead. And now Levin taking control of the round and putting KC onto what is one map up. KC will find Lotus.
Levin leading them there. One of only 2 BBL players from last year who have since not made it to a global, but now they're 1 map away against the old enemy. Karmincore starting strongest here in Barcelona, and the simply unthinkable from how this year started, not feeling too far away now.
I mean, out the way that Foot played that one, Hazza, the mistakes that they made, we really need to see a bounce back on Haven.
We absolutely do. The improvements there waiting to be made. It's a question of whether it comes through or not, but for now, we are going to be heading down to the stage to hear some thoughts. We've got an interview waiting along for you all on the sideline.
Tan solo un mapa separa ahora mismo a KC de llegar a Champions. Y tenemos aquí a Narrate, que se acaba de sacar un mapa loquísimo. Así que vamos a ver qué es lo que piensa y cómo se siente en estos momentos. Narrate, what a performance on map number 1. 1 map away from Champs. This is all the year. That if it's close in 2, how are you going to keep up that performance going on to Haven?
I mean, it doesn't really matter if I keep the performance or not. Our team is very good. So we're just going to rely on each other and trust each other, and I believe we'll take either this map or the next map. It doesn't matter. We don't care about the stakes, and we're just going to keep going forward.
Dice que no le importa lo que está en juego, que se van a apoyar los unos en los otros, que da igual si es el mapa siguiente o en el tercero. Ellos saben que van a ganar hoy. Well, thank you very much. Good luck on the second one. Vámonos a un break, que tenemos Haven después de esto.
Take me down.
world while Wingman world while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman world while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
틱틱 문을 차고 있던 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아 I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever if I never win I'll never fight win or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine cannot sleep without the sour pain is my superpower 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐 Tough guy 되었고여서 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight about it babe They forgot your shade 날 주세워 맛보게 fade 빛이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 judge you can't change 내겐 없어 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion in the champagne Broken and bruised what's left to lose here on the edge of forever if I never win I'll never fight win or sacrifice fight until the final hour pain is my superpower keep my head up high run through rain or shine cannot sleep without the sour pain is my superpower
Alors, you're one map away from champs and a spot in the grand final. What would it mean for you to make it? And what you're going to tell the team to get them ready?
I mean, for sure for us it will mean a lot because we went through hell, but we're trying to keep like our head cold and focus on what we actually need to do.
Yep.
So yeah, I would just try to like remind them like why we are there, like how we got to there. It's like by thinking only about ourselves and like trying to get our head cold, not like rushing stuff and things like this. So yeah, we're gonna try to keep the same way. And of course, if I make champs, like my first thought will be towards my mom because like she supported me all through the way. So yeah, that will be my first thought.
Thank you.
There was an evil giggle from Ewan then, because he knew what Zace just did to us on the desk, getting us emotional. It's literally one map in here in Barcelona. We've still got 2.5 more days to go and then some. But what a performance from KC, guys. It looks like they wanted to get that map over with quickly, and to be honest, by the end of it, so did Foot.
Yeah, I mean, I said that KC had to win this map because I think they're one of the best Lotus teams in the world. I think that Foot aren't so strong on it, and they showed it. It's a reason why I said I think Foot should have probably banned this map in the first place. This could, like, I didn't set it up this way, but this was essentially a gimme map for KC. They've looked like one of the best teams in the world.
It's so satisfying to see that.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. That chess match that you were setting up, I think, played out beautifully.
Yeah, I agree. And Footballits didn't show up, so...
I mean, they tried.
Yeah.
They tried showing up everywhere, but Casey always had an answer for them. Can you guys talk to us about what went so well on the attack side for KC?
Yeah, so we got a little telestrat here. Me and Petra were talking about this during the game. So it starts off early, round 4, where KC were kind of showing quite a bit of aggression here towards the mound space, Petra. So this was what you were wanting to highlight here. So we see KC on the attack side taking this mound space.
Yeah, so I think KC wanted to show to footballists that they're going to slightly play a little bit different, and it makes them unpredictable for the rest of the game. So they show aggression first, and then they play the map a little bit more.
Yeah, so round 4 they played very aggressive towards that mound space. They're taking it very aggressively, and then these rounds later we see them being less aggressive towards mound, taking more of the A space. But then that leaves Foot here with the 2 players on mound. And they're now conditioned, right?
Yeah, indeed, it worked. The plan worked. But it is a bit disappointing from Foot that they're... Like, they know they are heavy taken on Rubble, on A side, right? KC, there's a lot of players there. You either push through, get the 1v1, or you rotate back so you have a stronger side because there are people playing on the side there.
But instead, we see Foot doing absolutely nothing with these 2 players here. Just, you know, we see the players up here from KC already on the site, and Foot are doing absolutely nothing here. There's none of these quick rotations that we usually see Foot doing. You know, that next layer to that game should be that push out that we were saying before. We see here, KC 5v4 in a post plant. They're going to win out this round. It gets a bit close, but I don't care about that. Me and Petra were about like the smart game here. Like, KC are just winning this fairly easily. Foot, some big mistakes there, like a bit of hesitation.
Maybe they're a bit nervous? Or...
You think Foot nervous? Potentially. I think it's like how it's more about, to me, like, do they get overwhelmed? Not nervous, but like, do they kind of shut down in a way? And I think that's different.
Because the expectation is different, sorry.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. But again, I come back to the point I was talking about with Sop and his confidence. There have been times this year where we have seen Sop shut down. It wasn't a disaster for him on Lotus, but I wonder how prepared Foot were to take on Lotus today. They know that KC are going to want to pick it against them if they let it through. They still go for the ban against Abyss, I guess, because they haven't had time to practice it. So they had to be ready today. And it doesn't really feel like they'd brought ideas for to the table, even though they should know how KC wants to play Lotus.
I personally thought that there were some ideas. I just don't think they were good enough. I think KC, like I'm saying, like, if we send KC to Champs and they play a Lotus, they're probably going to beat most of the teams in the world. They're going to be beating some of these top-level teams looking to go on deep runs. I don't think Foot's playstyle allows them to play the map in the way that they necessarily want to. I don't think the double duelist is particularly strong on this map a lot of the time. And I think that KC did a very good job of absorbing a lot of the pressure that Foot brought out early into this game.
Well, Foot are confirmed for Champs, so they have plenty of time to work on their Lotus. What was really interesting, I think, was when we saw Kakuka talking to Narrate at the end of Lotus, he said that his performance isn't what matters today. Narrate literally said, I can rely on my teammates. It's not about me. But I just think that Lotus would be an entirely different picture if we didn't see him doing Narrate things on the chamber, Petra.
I mean, it depends a little bit how you can take it, right? Like, if he's talking about if I have a bad game, I trust my teammates enough to pick up the I don't know how you say it, but you know, to step in for me. Pick up the slack. Yeah, pick up the slack.
But there was no slacking here.
There was no slacking here. He was popping off. It was a show for him.
Yeah, I think this Lotus, part of the reason why I think KC are one of the best is because of Narrate. You saw even the pistol round, he set the tone immediately, just getting the headhunter first kill. And then throughout the game, even on that defense when they flipped over and there was a little bit of a comeback from Foot, as soon as Narrate got his operator out, as soon as he was using his chamber ult, it was just frying every single time. I think as a player, I think he should be embodying that ego a little bit more. I think there are times where you could just say, yeah, I kind of diffed them. Like, you could still know that your teammates are there to support you, but I think balancing that would be nice to see.
Minnie, he's trying to suppress the American in him.
Yeah.
He's like, you know what? I don't want to remind people that I went to that region and it wasn't my best look. I'm doing well in Europe. I want to stay European, do the European way of things. I do wonder, though, how Foot and the coaches are feeling at the moment, because they've got to dust themselves off quickly. Foot is a team we know can do that, especially as they're going to be going to Haven. But let's just take one final look back at Lotus for Foot as we hear from them in the coaching booth.
Were you surprised that KC didn't ban Haven against you? No.
No, we weren't, because they're also quite good at the map, but since it's one of the best maps for us, we wanted to pick it, because like after Breeze removed from current map pool, we knew Split was their permaban. Yeah, it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, like, we knew they had a good haven. They've always had a good haven. So I think the veto probably went the way both teams expected it to.
Interesting. There were some thoughts as to whether actually KC wouldn't want to play Haven against Foot, despite their record on the map, Mini.
Yeah, I mean, I think that it would have been a big brain play, I think, to ban this map. Personally, I think that KC's rest of the maps pair up quite well against Foot. But like they were saying, KC this year, historically, even during their kind of rough periods, Haven was a kind of staple map for them. We saw them playing quite well on this map during then, and they're still playing well on the map now. But against Foot, Foot is this team, like Billy's been saying it, I've been saying it, they might be the best team on this map in the world.
I do think the first game is going to have a lot of influence on the second game, though, because Zeus was... I don't think he's warmed up at all, so...
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, because it's like, even though Foot have this map to go to now where they can kind of push aside that Lotus a little bit, knowing that they were probably supposed to lose that map and go onto a map now where their home turf is that kind of confidence hit going to matter for them?
Well, both of these teams know that they have one more life if they don't make it through to Grands today. And KC are one map away from champions. They want to get it done today, although if they do, they will be eliminating Team Heretics from TAM's contention, which feels like a contentious issue as we're in Spain right now, and Heretics famously a Spanish organization. So let's maybe move away from that slight awkwardness and talk about what we're expecting to see here in Haven. I don't think we're going to see any changes, but I think it's going to be really exciting to see Zeus in his comfort zone. We know he's one of the best waylays in the world, and on Haven, we're going to see what he can do, I imagine, Petra.
I mean, if he's not playing, then the team will back him up, right? It's that easy, like he said.
Yeah, yes. I mean, well, we'll see that for Foot, I imagine. For Foot, given that they are so momentum-based, it slightly worries me. But again, I mentioned earlier, we do know that they are able to pick themselves up map to map, especially when they're going onto a map like this.
Yeah, I think it's not about nerves here. It's about whether they just have that. They know they qualified to champs. But I think it's about knowing that as an organization, you haven't won trophies before. They need to kind of pick themselves back up, go into this Haven, know what you... They are just so good at this map. You got Zeus on that way. They stop switching to that Jet. He just plays what he wants. He can play a Neon, he can play a Jet. Doesn't matter. He's going to be in your face frying. So I just think it's about just reminding themselves what is on the line here. There's a trophy on the line. I hope they're just going for that. Defense side, what I love for them is that aggression on this map. I think Haven, 3-site map, you need to get very aggressive in your face. I think you're rewarded for it on this map. And I think Zeus is one of the players with his Saturate able to do a lot of that kind of value.
We want Levin to remind himself of the fact that he needs to take revenge on Foot as well. Foot, one of the Turkish teams that actually has, in fact, the only Turkish team that has managed to take him down before. Now he's going to be hopefully feeling himself after a fantastic performance on Lotus. Can he repeat that on Haven against the best team on this map in VCT EMEA and perhaps even in the world? Let's go over to Hazza and Cairo to pick things up.
Well, Hazza, both of these teams are undefeated this year on Haven. Well, on this map, sorry, in this stage.
Yeah.
I should say, not this year, but one of these teams are going to lose it. Right here, right now. For KC, they will lock champs if they can do so.
And that's the biggest interaction between these two teams. As you say, 9 maps unbeaten here for Foot. That carried on through Masters. Their most recent loss on this map, and only loss with this lineup, was against KC. Now, yes, it was a while ago, and with a different composition. But if history can repeat itself, then more history will be made.
Foot, since dropping out of groups in towards play-ins, have dropped only 1 map. It's now 2 because of what KC done on Lotus, and that 3rd could condemn them to the lower bracket.
Feels like the French club haven't stopped since that pit stop in Paris, but with the changes made, just 1 map away. And into this pistol round, the attack looking to go through the gears early. Both duelists sent out onto the B site. A little bit of an exploration through Levin, but he backtracks and concedes.
Waits for the next point of call, but, well, Foot are great. So are KC. Look at this already, looking for the C garage space and to execute on towards this site. And Foot has it. They don't have a lot of bodies here, only Sop.
That C site hit queued up. Sop, the player of most focus. We talked about him on the previous map, and as you say, with how equally contested this one is, someone has to be the difference, and you're looking at Sop to do it, but Levin unloaded. First kill into the site. C open for the taking here.
Well, into post at an advantage. There should be no way back in for Foot. There is some utility. Crystalli's info dart. Zeus has the refract as well.
Oh, it's this double up in logs though. First firing line that Foot have to try and get past. Sugetsu also receives the invitation. There is no second layer. They're straight into the guillotine here. And Carmine Corp goes straight for the head. Pistol round in the bag. And the momentum from Lotus is continued.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's going to stop that attack side. And I think as well it's worth noting that maybe there is a chance that Foot go out quietly here on this half.
So in that second half maybe then where the silver linings do lie. Like we were saying, the Liquid result built on strong macro, big moments, but you can see how frustrated the staff are feeling with how this one has started. I mean, we speak of international experience. On the KC side, 3 out of the 5 players have never seen an arena of this size, let alone played on that stage. So all of the right signs. One foot in front of the other, and
yeah,
into this eco. There is a stack.
Yeah, there is a lot of Foot players in front of one another.
Is this the mannequin challenge? Oh no, that's not good.
Yeah. Oh dear, you had to see it. You had to see it. Well,
it wouldn't be an EMEA roadshow.
Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Without a little bit of home from Berlin to Barcelona. I don't know if we've got the red lights in here
no,
as
we
well.
don't. We don't. There's some pink lights.
And I much prefer to see those ones instead. I think they're purple, actually.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the
You don't
the
like to say that word, do you?
What, purple? Purple? Purple burglar alarm?
Absolutely not.
No.
I think the Spanish casters are actually hyping up the crowd for this one, and yeah, there you go. It has turned an ominous shade of scarlet as we figure out what's happened.
Yeah, I think it's just some mouse issues. It shouldn't take us too long to get things back underway, has it? But overall, the key points here, there's a lot to discuss between these two teams and the history, right? And I think that's the point that I wanted to get to, the stuff that we were talking about in that first round. Both teams have never dropped this map, this stage, but Foot have only managed to drop 1 map, well, no, 2, and so far after groups. And I think that shows that real turn of form, but so far, since we've started this series, we're not seeing that side of Foot, we're not seeing that killing instinct.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the thing to talk about with this Foot team, of course. As you say, they had to make the run through play-ins when KC finally got a break for themselves. As I was saying, they went to Paris for EWC, and that was a big turning point in their year, simply based on the fact they were able to grind out more of those officials with this new setup, find that identity.
Yeah.
And for Foot, it feels like the year's almost not stopped. You remember talking to the coaches as well about London and only having, what, a couple of weeks off there to try and get things back on track?
I think that's a big point to be talking about. The fact that they said to the coaches that it was only 1 or 2 weeks that they had since they started trials, got this team together. And I mean, that's the thing that people don't see. There's that element to what's happening when games aren't happening, when there's the pracs. I mean, I imagine you've got to be looking at this roster, how young some of the players are, how they might actually miss home a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, look, we've not quite got to that point in the off-season upcoming yet where we're looking at some transfers being made. It's not until the end of this playoffs, really, when you expect those big moves to happen. So, yeah, there aren't trials, like you say, maybe not the best quality pracs for these teams to sort of get themselves prepared. Champs is in Shanghai rather than Paris this time. So, in terms of EMEA as a region, we don't get some of those imported teams early as well.
Yeah.
It's a lot to navigate for sure, but fortunately enough, that does look like the end of the tech pause. We should be heading back in game here in just a moment's time. For those joining us, KC, 1 round up. They've won the pistol, and Foot haven't changed the A stack.
No, Foot haven't. They're going again. I mean, None of the KC players
They
were
didn't
able
see
to
it.
see
They didn't see it.
So it's the same opening from them again.
Time to find out if it's any different. Dart broken, as it was in the dry run. And with Narrate prowling on this Marshall, Yetajay walking down C long. It's almost the gentleman's agreement, just do what you were doing in the previous.
Yeah, for KC, they need to make sure that they are diligent on their clears and that they find the bodies that they need to. That there is going to be no surprises, as there is a whack-a-mole Crustali. And unfortunately, Levin to whack Zeus, and well, continuing on that way, Levin not managing to miss. Sop though.
Yeah, I mean, they're big kills here. It's Yetajay late, Sugetsu can't find the shot! Oh! And Sop can't be stopped! And a Moda Thrifty 4 foot as they find liftoff early in map 2.
Yeah, away for a moment to look at that flank, and then back towards site, where Foot have created a bloodbath. It's the Heretics Classic, actually. As Sop is doing that for the Spanish organization.
The stakes of more than one team riding on today, like you say. A win for Foot is a win for Heretics as far as they're concerned. KC in the points, or out of the points, I should say. Just yet another name that can interrupt things.
Could you imagine KC versus Team Liquid tomorrow?
Potentially even, we could have a KC Fireflux Grand Final.
Yeah.
Worst possible outcome for those on Spanish soil, hoping for a good result of their home team. And against the Pistols now, but not having too much trouble. Sop took some early damage, and it is Zeus actually now wiped off the board, so still looming in the air here, the threat of a reversal. But Sop generating 2 out of the Phantom. Should have put an end to things. He's still going here. The shock dart will push him out into the open, but Avaz wants nothing to do with this.
Remember the last time on Haven, what he was able to do? I don't think with what he has, he should be able to win. Crustali should be the one finishing this map out. Avaz still able to take one with them, so, I mean, Foot up to 2, and Yetajay starting to feel this one a little bit.
Yeah, really the ringleader of this Foot team. He's got the lion's heart and the voice of one as well. I mean, he has seen both eras of this organization, of course. Lived through their highest ever finish in Shanghai in Masters 2 years ago. Now looking to go back and outdo it as a contender. Not just the team to make up the numbers. To the gun round, KC set opening. Where is Sop off to? Big early find. Crustali still keeping them above the waterline. Sociable there as well, and that is finally Foot restoring order.
Yeah, somewhat. Keeping themselves in front, Sugetsu the one to be the reprieve. As he's finding space towards C. Cypher Cam, yeah, just from Foot going to get that information that Sugetsu's already taken space. So there's an idea about this for the defense, but it's all about this post plan. Can KC find a player back in their favor before we get the retake underway?
I mean, it has to be Narrate to run it back, and so wastes absolutely no time to get that one going. Into spawn, he's set! Narrate! 2 quick kills from the Phantom found. And only Yetajay left remaining. Sugetsu's already here to tighten the net. Finishing what he started. KC find the leveler. And while this map started in an awkward fashion, they've managed to wrangle it back for now.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of an awkwardness towards this A-lobby fight, and Foot doing well to get things back in their favor. But how do you let Narrate do that? I mean, this flick, unbelievable, but surely you just have 2 players hold that when the running back's been sent.
I mean, what more can you do in that situation? A couple missed shots. It really, Narrate outdoing himself there, over-delivering. As we're right back in the saddle, Sociable the only one with a rifle. He's the first one forwards, finds one, but that won't be enough.
Find themselves bunkered down on site. The Sugetsu makes himself an issue through middle. And that's kept the attention of at least 2 bodies. But KC's skill, still very slow. They know the issues that they had when they tried to get onto this A site again.
Here. Cage triggered.
Sugetsu's still creating that pressure towards C, one which Foot aren't really blinking at.
Oh, this reveal is just so inviting, tantalizing for Sop to attach onto. Levin removed from the round. Ooh. A coming up with nothing. Yetije stopping the push at the very first point of asking on B. There, it doesn't feel like anywhere safe for KC on the map.
Yeah, and Foot have stole back a couple of rifles as well.
Some huge pickups, and now Narrate has to try and find this timing on B.
Oh no.
Yetije again looking the wrong way, and Narrate just playing off the shoulder here. Seeing if he can find a way to play Aves in. The crowd starting to raise the temperature of the room a little bit here, but still.
Oh, they're already out.
Blink, it's a quick retake, and Narrate might have just lost the timing. Yetije is going to punish him. And Foot right back in the lead. It's another eco to get them there.
Yeah, and a Moda thrifty. That's what's keeping Foot above the water level right now. But has a KC mistake after mistake, and it's these one-on-ones. Sociable doing well there, but leaving Levin all alone, walking yourself like Sugetsu, that's going to allow Foot to collect rifles, to put themselves on side. And you can see what it means.
Yeah. A chance at glory, a first ever trophy lift outside of Berlin. And Sop is at the races looking at the scoreboard. One dagger did plenty in the previous. And looking at the ults that are online here, I mean, KC have such a threat of execution. Hunter's Fury and an overdrive. Fast B pop.
Yeah, straight in. Oh, there's a response through the wheelie though. Sociable still playing within his own smoke, but there's been nothing off the back of it.
And I mean, with this configuration of double duelist, KC can't get in over the top. They don't have the same verticality that Foot possess with the Jet Waylay.
Yeah.
If Foot can just stand their ground, get in their face, it's got to be Yetije this time.
Yeah, it's the explosiveness that KC do have, and unfortunately Odin enough to deny. They still try to poke and prod their way through middle. Foot have so many bodies on the line when they need it.
In their own smoke.
Yeah, and Levin has put the one to betray him. Foot doing so well here. And now KC, with just 2 rifles left, have to try and break in somewhere. And unfortunately this map getting smaller, and it means that Crystalli comes into play. Narrate now trying his best heroic efforts, but the spike not recollectable. And this round, neither so.
An ult point here or there would be big for Narrate.
He's got 25 bullets left.
I think that should be enough for these 4 players.
Oh, it's not even enough for the first.
And so like you say, Foot doubling up this advantage now, 4 rounds to 2.
Yeah.
The fans fully on side. And when it comes to these rounds, you can see just the fight being taken to the choke. That first layer, KC can't get past.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, right, there's no vertical. Oh my God!
Verticality?
Yes, there's no verticality, has it? And KC need to find solutions to that. Should it be exploding into garage? I mean, there's a lot of non-committal takes coming through, and I think that's the issue. They need to be willing to lose a body here or there, and that's why we are going to see KC use their first time out.
Here the runs from both teams in the road up to Barcelona for already securing champs based on previous points. As we say, both of these teams were right at the bottom in kickoff. The only win between them was KC over Foot. In fact, it was really a tough start, but they have turned things around. And I think looking at it here as well, in terms of this one, Foot banking on the strength of their defense especially. I think that always makes a big difference on Haven. Stemming from the coaches too, it's important to mention. Really impressed by their game plans and how they like to put Sop in these positions where he can generate early value. And stylistically, that looks to play quite nicely into these set openings from KC as well. Outlaw in play, and there's a target-rich environment in front.
100%. 5 pistols, and KC are really split up here, but The smoke, the one to try and dissuade Sop, and of course it's not gonna. He wants more. He's gonna try. What is that? Unbelievable flick. Advantage for Foot.
And it's just a highlight piece right now because the reality of the situation is another eco for KC.
Yeah.
Just these upgraded pistols. It's Zeus's position, already deep lying in mid though, which is the most difficult to cut out. He can hear the cam cycling in sewers. The only player really to tread with caution is Yetajay. KC will be splitting the focus on their approach here.
I mean, find a way in towards site, find a way to get the Odin in your hands.
I mean, is this the gun you want in this situation?
I mean, I think so, especially when you have to be standing still, especially when you have to be swinging out. It's Dosia to actually get the kill. But still, you see Aves a little bit delayed getting out.
Yeah, he has the ult, but there's no real clause to use it at this point. Someone's got to stick their neck out. Dosia low, like you say. He's taken the Odin. Soon to be spotted by this drone.
Well, he is, and they know that he's playing up close, but a TP away could make it hard to clear. But as they drop, one bullet is enough, and it's a bullet to the head. His Foot are all the way up to 5.
The start of this series panning out much in the way that the desk expected it. KC having to take Lotus and doing so in dominant fashion. Now on Haven, I mean, it has only been Foot so far this year, and as we said, Sop playing his role in that.
I mean, it's the fact that he nearly gets away as well.
And those troubles are only going to increase here for KC trying to deal with the scoped weapon.
Trying to deal with the confidence Sop as well.
He's upgraded to an operator heading into round number 8. But there are ults up on both sides. In fact, the same Hunter's Fury from the Shadows and Neural Theft.
Oh, all the way crossed, cleared through an ultimate, but not through any weaponry. Sop's away. They're trying to trade out through the Hunter's Fury and well. So it's not a massive loss.
Yeah, I mean, it's a silver lining at best. Still a bit messy on that opener, and Zeus still prying away through mid. Yeah. It's actually forcing KC's hand into an A execute almost.
Oh, but look at this. Yetajay finding an angle that could be difficult to clear out. Sociable even being pulled across. KC have done enough to fake out Foot and has set up Dosia.
Oh, he can intercept this rotate easily. As soon as that B trap goes down, he's in the perfect position.
He keeps moving, keeps walking. Foot have no idea. So the first kill does go KC's way, as they're now so far in front in terms of numbers, but it goes all even.
I mean, there's still a late joker here as well. Aves finding one in garage, but look at Narrate in behind.
Yeah, and now the information going Foot's way. The smoke out. They could start a defuse. Sociable tries to play forward, tries to look for an engagement, and goes out towards Cubby, but at the same time Yetajay gone. So it's up to Sociable, up to the captain. He looks for Narrate, but Narrate steps away, not willing to give anything, goes for the defuse, but they're flashing off, and KC will strike one back.
Back to winning ways. It has been a patchy first half for the French org. Sociable showing some heroics there, as that is the foundation of this Foot team. But KC coordinated, able to close. I gotta say, and the way this round started, not too happy with that one. Dosia using the ult to clear out Sop, but Levin still getting caught on the peak.
Let's go.
They won't have that tool to make this one repeatable, as he's repositioned into mid.
On the lane, look at that angle. Look, it's just basically a pixel angle, right?
It would be Levin in the firing line again. Both duelists working the mid spaces. Foot taking their own map material. A lobby has been indispensable, and Krustali spams to get to out of play. Here is the duel onto Levin.
On towards the operator, but Sop finally being forced back diligently. And it's a Hunter's Fury that's been propped. It's caught one. That's Narrate. Cannot get the kill.
He can heal this off with the wall or molly.
Oh, has it. They're starting to head towards Zeus with the spike.
So what can Zeus do from this corner? No recourse, no support. And as the Olympic Arena falls silent, it's about to go off with a bang. Flash in, Zeus gets caught, and with that, Levin paving the way towards this A-site control.
Krustali?
He has managed to flood over here, but how much can he do? The Odin, ironclad, trying to bolster this defense a little better. Sociable's trickled in as well. Sop also trying to support and working out, in fact. The spike has been stopped dead in its tracks. What is that TP? Sociable putting his life on the line and Foot falling apart at the seams.
Oh, Yetege, no. He has a timing.
He's creeping up on Aves, but every corner considered by the captain. A one-round game to play as KC are right back in this now.
One-round game. You feel that Foot have done enough on their defense, but it would be a massive mistake to allow KC into this one. A lifeline.
30 seconds
It goes 1 for 1 all through the round.
Yeah.
Kill either way.
And for just a moment, it felt like Foot were in the perfect position. 3v2. Paranoia hits, but Sociable just TP's too close to the near site. Set utility online here again. Foot still not willing to give this one up. Unwavering in their aggression. Zeus catching Doja. It gets a little better. Sop through the sewers, offering his support. The spike failed. How much more do they want of this?
It's the numbers game that they're find most important. And Sugetsu through B, I mean, he doesn't even consider Yetege. So while the spike now starts to head towards C, I feel as if this one's so difficult to try and get back, especially with that kill.
Narrator's got nothing left to do here. As good as he looked before on the chamber, it's a different ball game into Yetege's sight. C on lockdown as he finds his man. Foot with a 6th round already on their defender's side and looking better and better as this one goes along. I mean, it's the A aggression again. They just win the duels this time.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the point that you've got to be considering, the E lobby fight, finding kills after kill.
And the macro reads as well. We were talking about how their defender-sided setups have been pretty good, especially against KC here. And again, you're seeing that stylistic clash. KC have called for a C-pop. This one will fall on deaf ears. It's theirs for the taking, but I mean, look at that rotation.
Yeah, I mean, looking to stalk the site very easily. And KC, they're just trying to, it feels like, default their way through this. Of course, leaving Levin here as like a joker card later in the round.
I mean, Zeus did pop the refract preemptively there on site defense after bringing 3 bodies to this mid control.
Yeah, it's all about the trade and utility. An info dart that will come up later for a refract that won't.
And when you talk about that war of attrition, you just have to think of the tools that KC bring to the late round here. Narrate saving the run it back, Aves, Hunter's Fury. They can cordon off sections of this A site, which they're scaling into.
Levin knows that this was going to be re-cleared eventually and comes out with a kill, but burns his slide at the same time.
I mean, he could just have kept the attention there, but Sop has found the pick which he needed.
Yeah, I mean, Yetege now, the one under fire, able to stop the run it back, but knows there will be more behind this, but KC still scaling slowly and allowing now Foot to get into position. Zeus here, but he's sponging bullets to allow Yetege his peak. 2, 3, and up to 7. Advantage for Foot, and Haza, this turn of fortune on towards Haven. This is the Foot that we know and love.
This is the same Foot which have made it 9 from 9. On Haven, the streak yet to break, even down a scoreline of 10-3 against Liquid. That on their attack side, it was the defense which turned things around. So the fact that they've already got 7, an advantage into the next half is huge. The 8th makes all the difference though, and you can see a big fight about to go down in long.
Yeah, Sop and Zeus looking to try and dive into this. KC already stopped and even going to send Ultimates into this. Oh, it still went KC's way. It's an advantage just for a moment.
At the same time though, such a costly one for Foot. They've thrown away both duelists, a potential ult on Zeus. And for what? A player disadvantage? Yetege's got to do everything here.
But it's map space that they lose in the meantime as KC stop Luke. And in fact, get the kills. 2 rifles that could be picked back up.
I mean, KC just so aware of this, it feels like. Completely prepared. It has to be sociable now.
He has to get something, but caught by the drone and now knows that he's tagged up, known about. Gets a paranoia, but into his own smoke. And Cristali's so far away.
He can't arrive in time.
Yeah, there's going to be no chance. So Sociable needs kills cleanly to try and burn that time for Cristali to get into position, and does. But now KC head elsewhere.
Yes, Sugetsu's flanking in from B as well. That's the last one gone. It's only Sociable remaining. 1v4. Otherwise, KC will find 5 rounds, and that feels like almost a best-case scenario with how some of these has looked.
The gap bridged.
Spike planted.
But as we expect, this round to go KC's way, as all 4 set up. And Sociable now, knowing that it's B, set up for that A-link where there's players playing. I mean, you look at Aves, he's so far away, and he's wondering if there's going to be any approach from that A side of the map. Now, Sociable known about. And KC, yeah, have everything that they need. A reload, Deming. Sociable to this point. Is he still continuing on? How is he doing it? Jumping left, right and centre. But as he swings out, it will be a crossfire to get KC 5.
Yeah, KC have managed to salvage themselves at the end of this first half of Haven. The only team in recent times to beat Foot here. A streak otherwise undefeated. A chance to head over to the interview though, where we heard from Narrate before the game.
Estoy aquí con Narrate y vamos a hablar un poco de cómo ha sido su año, porque empezó en otro equipo, luego se volvió para EMEA y las cosas no funcionaban. Quiero saber su perspectiva en estas cosas. Hello, Narrate. I'm going to ask you, it's a hard question, I'm going to say. Maybe not for you, but obviously your year has looked very different than most people's. And I wanted to ask, was there at any point between you, Bin, and Sen coming back into the region, especially during that stage 1, where you thought about giving up and just like maybe thought that you were not good enough?
I mean, I feel like everyone on our team thought that. I mean, you know, you go into a 0-5 season, nothing is working. You're trying your hardest and, you know, nothing is working. And I think it's just kind of testament to like our work just kind of paying off at the end of the day. Like the 0-5 wasn't for nothing, and I'm happy that's the way it is.
Dice que obviamente prácticamente todos los que estaban en el equipo tuvieron esa sensación de que no servían, de que la cosa no funcionaba. Al final iban 0-5, pero parece ser que todo el trabajo dio sus frutos. So what kept you going?
I mean, I think the bit of a change in the coaching staff. I mean, obviously, Eng is a very good coach in my opinion. I think Zeish is just, he kind of catered to everybody individually and like tried to get everyone as comfortable as possible and enjoy playing the game again. I feel like a lot of us lost our joy in playing the game, and not because of anybody specifically, because we're just losing, you know? So I think like once we started like winning a few matches in the EWC qualifier, I think that kind of gained us a lot of momentum.
Okay. Thank you for that. Decía que le preguntaba que por qué podía continuar, que qué es lo que le hizo seguir. El cambio en el coaching staff, el hecho de que Zeish se los trata de una manera muchísimo más individual y les da el cariño que necesitan, y el trabajo que tuvieron durante la EWC lo ha hecho posible. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
Some funny signs for our Spanish co-streamers, Hazard, but the most important one is the French co-streamers at this point in time. Kamito and Co looking to hopefully cheer KC on to what is a Champions qualification.
That's it. 5 rounds out of the first half. Like I was saying, doesn't feel like the worst return. And on to Foot's attack side, saw some of the issues with the Lotus. Can they bring us something better here? Otherwise, it's into the lower final tomorrow. A best of 5 in front of them there. But a quick C-site take to start off another pistol.
Yeah, of course, it's the Cypher of Sugetsu, the one that holds on towards Logs, and well, a kill trap to support. Can't quite convert. More bodies there. It's Foot now flood towards backside. 3-on-3.
Sending in the player numbers early. Levin makes up what is a vast perimeter. They've got a flank on almost every end.
Oh, and Levin's got 2 off the back of it, but it's still Sop. Alive and well. Full health. 3 bullets though. If he reloads, the timing could be off, so he looks for the next fight. Not allowed.
And KC have grouped up in Garage.
Yeah, that they have, and now Sop has an idea. Those 3 bullets up, and KC make it a 1-round game.
Levin doing brilliantly well, and completely undetected on the flank. A little bit of miscommunication there maybe for Foot. Getting used to what it's like playing on a stage of this size yet again, as he almost had free reign back in there. Nicely played from Dossier to make value, and I mean the collat is just, I think, a turn of fortune once again.
Yeah. 100%. I mean, the fact that Crystalli's already low through Sugetsu's sight hold is basically what sets up that flank.
I mean, it is interesting for Sugetsu back on this Cypher, of course. This is one of only 2 maps where he plays it. Able to focus on his gun a lot more, I think.
Yeah.
Behind on these anchoring roles where he played his best Valorant back in Copenhagen. A Masters win many years ago.
Yeah. And I think that's the interesting point about KC is they've not really switched up compositions when we look at it. A lot of it pretty straightforward. What is working?
That's the thing, right? It reminds me in some ways of GX finding that formula last year.
Yeah.
They took away one of those 2 automatic spots in the final. Every player had their role, they knew what agents they were on, and just suited to their strengths, like you say. Very quickly to touch on this, Sop with the Marshal, trying to work A, nothing found.
Yeah.
But mid-rounding here.
And I think, that's the key point, right? KC, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I mean, let's be honest, nothing really broke. Is Levin the one to take away that Marshal? Yeah, the point I was trying to make is that KC have had so much success, they've not needed to change much. And this defense starting things off the right way with that entry kill from Levin.
The Outlaw has been reloaded, so he can go 2 more times if he wants. It's another collateral for him, making it an in-zone flawless for Carmine Corp. They are back on terms, 7-all, and you just feel like the energy in the room has shifted. With the way this half has started, with the way the previous ended. The player gate-capped from a global last year with BBL looks to be doing it against their old rival.
And that's the big point as well that we've not really touched on. Levin with Sociable on that BBL roster last year, the 2 Turkish representatives who were meant to take them to an international, missed out on Champs, missed out on Paris, and Levin missing out on the engagements here.
It was just a quick set piece from the defense to try and set the tempo of this round. Searching in the dark, trying to find a kill, nothing comes up, and it almost looks like it's rocked Foot's game plan. Maybe a little bit of early C control wagered as they're now regrouping for the standard clear, drone active and getting busy into a long.
Unsteady.
Empty-handed.
Thought for a minute that the answer was going to be hitting B, where only Aves was the one to control. We saw that highlight clip of him last time when they played against Enterprise.
I mean, this is the perfect setup for a bonus round. KC have 3 players here in a blue jersey, ready to receive with the full Cypher setup. Foot are walking straight into the killing floor and sensing this early control. Feels like they want to cancel.
It's Sop, the one who is trying to find a reprieve, but with the shot of the Outlaw, it's now back towards A. They're forced.
There's nowhere safe on the map. Levin just ushering them away into the open arms of Sugetsu, whose sight is now barren of utility. It's been taken offline, but Narrate's here with the Spectre. Calming Core! The blue wall resisting as Sop sent packing in the sewers. All that stands between the defense and taking the lead back for themselves. Dozier waiting in the wings. Sop on borrowed time, and he's into the ground.
He's the player that needs to be the one to be finding things for Foot. Sop. He's the one that felt the mercurial talent on their side. And the fact that he's not finding the kills that we expect him to, I think is going to be what allows KC to have moments like this. I mean, not clearing graffiti should be a crime.
I mean, the player that's supposed to clear graffiti there was Zeus. We're talking about a 1-2 punch where Sop is actually delivering the kills right now. And as much as we've had this prolonged conversation about Zeus's own inconsistencies, you remember last year, the old Foot were so reliant on him being that talent to just open it all up for them. There were no fail-safes to it.
Yeah.
It's been said by other players in the scene many a time. He needs to be the one to unlock everybody else, but then also there is sort of a baseline that you've got to hit where now it just looks like we're not getting that level of performance.
Yeah. It seems like we've got just a quick in-ear issue. It should be one that's sorted very quickly, so don't go away just yet. And I think that's the point, right, that you're making, is that the baseline isn't being met. And I think for Foot, especially when we think towards stage 1, it wasn't just SOP, it wasn't the SOP show, it was SOP and Zeus. And they took control in extremities. If you went into SOP's operator, you then, okay, let's go to the other side of the map. And then there was Zeus holding the line, who always seems like the duelist that when a rifle's in his hand and he is on the line, that you feel as if you're the most confident, not a player sliding in, you know?
No, absolutely, right? But something's got to give. And looking at KC right now, I think their story very much mirrors that of Foot in the previous stage, except they're doing it in the business end of this year. I mean, when we were looking back to kickoff, the big narrative surrounding KC was that they were a dark horse, and we were just waiting to see that from them. We waited a long time.
Yeah, man.
But every player can shoot, and it's like, yeah, maybe. It's what Narey was talking about in the interview there as well. Just enjoying the Valorant again.
Yeah.
And I think that's made a huge, huge impact so far.
I think especially with the year that Narrate's had, like being on Sentinels.
Sure.
And I mean, remember there was the whole thing with him sitting down on the pavement and whatever. Imagine from that moment to here, to now, to actually being able to be like, hey, I could be heading to champs by the end of this map. I think the story that he's had as an individual, it just shows that Valorant is always changing, and I think it gives us these nice moments.
Yeah, of course. I mean, look, you compare the two organizations, Sentinels and KC, two of the biggest fan bases that we have in Valorant, but those expectations very different. And I think we've felt that shift with KC, especially over the last couple of years. From 2024, as just behind us, there are, exchanges being made between the co-streamers.
Yeah, I think Aves has nipped to the toilet as well, so if you're wondering why there's an empty chair, that's why. It's not going to be too long. But yeah, 100%. And I think now, I've got a question for you, right? Is this Foot's turn of form? I think Ulysses is buzzing.
Yeah, I was just about to say. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, no, sorry. It was from the side. It was a tank top. I thought he'd taken the shirt off.
Jesus. Where do we get our Ulysses?
I don't know, mate. I was waiting for you to do the whole catcher.
No, I am not doing that. That is Ulysses' thing. I am copyright infringement. I do not want sued.
Okay.
The point I was going to get to, right? Has Foot's drop in form come at the best or worst time for you?
The drop in form.
Drop in form, quote unquote, in terms of like
how
in
this is, game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think honestly it could be very easy to just diagnose this as Foot maybe being a little under the weather by the amount of games that they've played.
Yeah.
That big backlog of matches. KC had preferential seeding into the playoff stage, let alone the fact they didn't need to play play-ins.
Yeah. I mean,
Champions is going to be on the back of their mind. That was the ultimate goal, of course, for Foot.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they're sandbagging here.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're sandbagging. I mean, I think actually it was TMV who voted against his own team as well, just in case. And I think he even thought, like, hey, like, I don't think Foot will be worried about getting a trophy. They'll be thinking more about doing the run at champs.
Yeah, for sure. It's got to the point in the tech pause where TMV's the talking point. I know you
Jeez,
two
man.
Have a great upstanding relationship after your comments in the last Turkish derby.
Do you know what? See, to be fair to him, right? See, to be fair to him, he did deserve to call me out. I was 100% going to meme it when I was ended up being right. But do you know what it all comes back to?
What?
I betrayed him in a party game.
Okay.
That's what it comes back to.
Yeah, that is
And
fair.
I feel bad.
No.
This is do you know what, TMV? This is my official apology.
Lowest of the low, mate. And look, they could do with him right now a chance for some inspiration, right? That's what these great halls are for.
Yeah.
They should seek to inspire the players, not paralyze them yet. Foot have hit a bit of an impasse here as we are still going through the tech pause.
Yeah, so question is it...
I was going to say the difference
I
between...
think they're trying to wake up Zeus.
The difference between you and Uli is that he's got the crowd mic, so he's just whipping them up into a frenzy.
Yeah.
I'm waiting to see a Cairo t-shirt.
You're not going to see that. You're not going to see that. But, question I have for you.
Okay.
Coming into finals, is should Foot drop to the lower bracket like we expect, who was your favourite then to meet KC in the grand final?
Well, I was going to say, I think it probably still would be Foot. At least Foot come into this weekend as favourites.
Yeah,
I think that was fair to say from the talent predictions to the community perception. KC have very much enjoyed being the underdogs as they can play to that as well, of course. Things get interesting when you throw Fireflux and Liquid into the mix, of course, but
I'm wondering how Kuchao is going to stand up to this crowd as well.
Absolutely.
Well, they are very, very loud. And I think as well for a young 17-year-old playing your first stage, I mean, I don't even think he would have had one of the Turkish LANs in the LAN hall that even the GCC is playing this weekend.
Yeah, the ESA Esports Arena back in Istanbul. Looking forward to that one. Any predictions? Actually, who did you go for, mates or G2?
So my thinking, and I'm going to explain it, I went G2 Gozen because they've been on a lower bracket tier and best of 5 grand finals on LAN. I think G2's got it. Who did you go for?
I went for Gentlemates.
Yeah, do you know what? Like, I can see why you would go Gentlemates as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, but like not as in why you would go Gentlemates, why you would pick Gentlemates in general, because I think they've had a great year.
Do you want me to tell you why then?
Go on.
Yeah, I think they've had a great year.
Yeah.
Oh, it's getting a little bit silly here as, again, the Spanish casters trying to breathe some life into the crowd, a liberty we do not possess, but
100%.
No, but yeah, he's asking him questions and stuff.
Yeah.
Have you got any questions for Twitch chat at home, perhaps?
Nah, I mean, not really. Don't really like talking to chat. Usually I just get comments about me being like from a different country.
Yeah?
I got Brazilian once.
Brazilian?
Brazilian.
You got a Brazilian?
Yeah.
And what about your accent?
Oh my god, that was poor. Please. Sliggy, if you're not taking mod off him for that, I am going to be fuming.
Yeah. Oh well.
Yeah.
But unmodded. Such is life.
And banned.
Yeah. Well, that's the difference, right, between Sliggy and Sideshow. You can pay to get me banned in that chat, but Sliggy will not fall for it.
I did ask for his number, but he did not. He did not want to give one for unmodding you. So, Sliggy.
I see.
Uncorruptible.
Uncorruptible. The absolute good.
Yeah.
He'll be looking forward to the Liquid game later on.
Of course.
And that's going to be an exciting one as well, of course. Many prongs, many veins to this champs run for all the different teams involved.
I think as well with if Team Liquid win that one, I'm going to be happy in a sense, right, and wait for it.
Okay.
Because me and you have eliminated 2 challengers teams, and that means that if Tom and Mitch at least eliminate one for us, we'll be happy. But so far, me and you have eliminated 3.
Okay.
And
we've casted the games they've been eliminated in. I think it's important to say we didn't actually eliminate them.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, 100%. But you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So
we're cursed.
We are
it's
cursed,
awful.
apparently.
And yeah, we're the one bringing the tech pause this time.
Apparently,
it's crazy,
so
isn't it?
We've embodied the curse.
We've inherited it.
Inherited.
Almost. Yeah.
So yeah, 100%. I think overall, though, looking at this this Barcelona
finals weekend.
It's been an exciting one so far as the maps have started out.
Yeah, of course. The games have been good, I think, at this point. The city. Your thoughts on the city?
Oh, mate, I love the city.
Yeah?
I've been here. This is my 3rd or 4th time coming here.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But mostly it's been stopovers. Like once I went to Valencia, then another time I went to like a little small town for a wedding. So yeah, like I think I'll absolutely love it and adore the city. And I think as well, right, they've got some beautiful churches, man.
Got some great food as well.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when we were in Madrid for Spike Nations a few years ago.
Yeah. Just funny. Your thoughts of the food? Mine's is the churches.
Yeah. Well, you know, can't have everything.
Yeah.
Jamon iberico, that's the one.
Yeah.
Iberian ham.
Yeah.
Queso, some cheese.
Yeah, of course.
Very nice. Some sangria.
Do you remember Team Queso? I don't know why
Team Queso.
that just came into my head.
Hey, look, TQ is still a valid call out on Ascent for that double stack from
yeah, man, that's a
side box. Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know what other people would even call it. I've heard a few names floating around.
Totem's
Totem.
Like yeah, that's a big one.
It's a good one. Anyone in chat? What's your favorite call out on Valorant?
What is? Yeah.
What's your favorite call out? Karen, what is your favorite call out?
I think it probably is TQ, to be honest.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Hobbit was a good one.
Hobbit's a great one, actually. Whoever came up with that one's great.
Yeah, we're frauds though, because we called it Blue Room earlier.
Yeah, you keep calling it Blue Room, and now it's infected me.
Yeah, but it's
do you know what though? See people who call it U-Haul instead of lamps and bind. Yeah, contentious one.
Yeah, that VAR that for sure. I think looking at this one too, something we've got to consider. The longer this tech pause goes on, KC losing momentum. This maybe feels like an unfortunate situation to find yourselves in. How do you reset coming out of this?
I think like the easy one to say is like, oh hey guys, like listen, straight back into it. We're ahead. We've had the run of form in terms of the rounds, but I think the key point is obviously it was a bonus round win for KC on the last round, so economy state will be pretty poor.
Yeah, like you say, like playing into those pistols is a nice opportunity to get a couple rounds up. I think we are going to have an interview with one of the co-streamers in just a little bit, so hang on for that one, of course. We will be providing some more in-house entertainment for you all here, as it's great to be out in Barcelona.
We're not entertaining them.
Well, Cairo, look, let's be modest. Of course, I can actually see Bayer getting ready down there in just a moment, so not long before we fly over. Like I say though, EMEA on the road, it's nice to just drink in some of the atmosphere, as it has been fantastic to finally get out of Berlin, say it as it is. And on a stage as big as this, it's so always a great occasion. A chance to go over to the interview now though. We have Bayer standing by for an interview with our co-streamers. It is Sarmasa and Goked.
Estoy aquí con un par de personas que están muy interesadas, por lo que sea, en que Foot gane. I'm here now joined with two people, well, at least one of them is very interested in Foot winning this. Maza, Goked, mis amigos, mis colegas, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estáis?
Muy bien, apoyando por lo que sea a Foot a muerte.
Yo también apoyando a Foot. Hoy toca apoyar a Foot.
Toca apoyar a Foot. They, of course, supporting. ¿Qué dicen? ¿Calvo?
Calvo.
¿Calvo? Sí. Sí, tenéis razón. Chat, tenéis razón, está bastante calvo. I will not do the disgrace of translating that. But what have you been thinking of the teams playing here? ¿Qué opinión tenéis de los equipos que estamos viendo? ¿Esperabais que tuviesen este nivel? ¿Esperabais ver a KC así?
I mean, in Spanish or English?
En inglés.
Okay, in English, of course. I mean, K-Corp is playing for the champion, to qualify to champion, and Foot is already there. So I think they have the pressure.
Did you expect KC to play like that, although they had the pressure?
Honestly, they're playing really good, like throughout the whole stage, and they have dropped only like 3-4 maps. So yeah, I think they're very confident. You know, maybe if they lose this map, they will be a bit more shaky in the decider, but they're playing really good. So props to them.
Se han intentado hacer los listos, pero lo único que ha pasado es que tienen a Kameto al lado y se han giñado. Es lo que ha pasado. No quieren decir nada malo de KC, pero no, es cierto. KC ha estado jugando muy bien durante todo el stage. Es normal que lleguen aquí con más hambre, con más ganas. Yo por lo menos lo que he escuchado de los jugadores y lo que hemos estado viendo es que están súper centrados. Bueno, ya lo estamos viendo en el stage, pero yo pensaba que iban a estar bastante más nerviosos. ¿Qué tal el evento? ¿Habéis hecho algo? ¿Qué tal estáis aquí? Contadme cosas.
A ver, en el evento muy bien. Hoy simplemente hemos llegado y nos hemos puesto a configurarlo todo y demás. Yo tengo la cabeza puesta en
el after party.
No. En el showmatch de mañana, porque nuestros rivales está Kameto a la derecha y nuestros rivales Hip y compañía a la izquierda. O sea, sitio complicado.
Te ha mirado raro. ¿Tú qué opinas, Goked? ¿Qué tal estás aquí? ¿Te tratan bien?
Sí, súper bien. La verdad que está muy guay. Y lo que tengo ganas es de ver el estadio más lleno, más ruido, que está muy bien hoy, pero creo que mañana y pasado también va a ser increíble.
Well, I've asked him about how the experience is going along here. Math is super scared about tomorrow's show match because he doesn't want to lose against France, and he thinks that actually the Frenchies are going to beat them. And for the side of Goked, he's having a terrible time too. No, actually, he loves seeing the people. He expects to see more throughout the weekend, and I think that's exactly what we're going to get. Hoy era el día tranquilito. Today was the chill day. Today was just to relax. Okay, Maza, tienes que inspirar a Foot, ¿vale? O sea, yo sé que tú eres de rajear mucho.
Sí.
Tienes que darles hambre, porque yo entiendo, estoy de tu lado, yo entiendo que ellos tienen, pues que ya lo tienen todo el pescado vendido, ellos ya están en Champs, pero pues obviamente yo creo que queremos a Heretics, ¿no? En Champs, ¿estaría bien?
Por favor. Sí, y a la gente una cosa, es mucho más importante de lo que parece. Cada ronda la ganan ellos, pero nosotros también. O sea que hay que apoyar a Foot a tope. 100%.
De verdad que once a blue moon, una vez al año, el Maz habla factos, ¿eh? A veces es en un tweet respondiéndole a alguien, but he's saying, mira, tiene tu jersey, esa que sale ahí, qué locura tú, guapa. luego mándale un DM, que seguro que el Maza te contesta. Cabeza. Maza is sending, cheering for Foot, telling the people here that, of course, every single round that Foot wins is incredibly important for Heretics, and it's a round that Heretics win. Well, muchísimas gracias, chicos, nos vamos a pasar muy bien. We're still having some delays, but I'm going to let you guys go. And that absolutely means that I'm just going to chill with you guys for the next 20 minutes.
Bye.
Just about ready to head back into game. And Taza, just to remind the folks at home, it is 3 rounds in a row for KC on this second half, just after winning that bonus.
Yeah, I mean, KC will be hoping that they can keep the momentum up here, try and get themselves in it, as we go straight into what will be a Foot timeout right off the back of this. And well, you won't be able to see it on the screen already. It looks like they force sport as well. So really fancying their chances to strike while the iron is cold, I suppose, at this break in momentum that we've seen. That's where we then look to the leadership on KC to make sure it doesn't get out of hand.
Of course.
Alves especially, I remember seeing him after that first map win, still not happy with it. A perfectionist,
of course,
and in pursuit of that now, coming out of this one.
I think either of these teams have to be searching for perfection, especially when you've got Foot who have already qualified for Champs and KC who want to qualify for Champs as we come out of the timeout, folks, and we are ready to head back into this one. It isn't the pistols that you expected, has it? They've been sold, they've been bought up into stingers.
Yeah, exactly, that's what I was saying. It's not a full force, right? There's still some money behind Foot here, but at least feeling like they can walk that line and make this one uncomfortable for what is going to be a sole Alves on A. Some serious venom about this take, as you can see Foot creeping towards A with velocity.
Levin is there, should Alves want to step forward, but as they do, Foot now scaling. It's where the connections that need to be made as Alves goes wide and in towards these close quarters and Sop. Now with a white rifle.
Thinking about maybe drifting into heaven, but Foot certainly taking advantage of the situation right now. Crossfire set up towards CT, but retaken from heaven first.
Yeah, still KC delayed in getting out. Obviously their IGL gone, and well, as the engagements ensue, it's Foot to strike first, trying to get out they can. Foot looking to equal things back out after that bonus loss, after the break that we had in play. And I think at this point KC will be looking to save up. As time not on their favour, but Dosia unlocks, brings it back to a 2-on-2. A smoke on towards the spike, and Dosia spamming into the smoke, but leaving the Ray all alone, with Cristali finding 2 heads, and a Motor Thrifty to equal things out.
This is where things get scary for KC. Just as we were talking about that break in momentum, Foot, in buying up, have found a way to breathe some life back into their chances here. Some serious electricity about this execute.
Thank God. Come on.
Seeing that connection between Sop and Zeus again to open up the plate.
Yeah, and relief on the coaches' faces.
But it doesn't end here. The follow-up gun round is just as pivotal.
Just as important as Narrate. The first one to try and take an engagement, but Levin the first one to get a kill.
Catches Sociable.
And that's
attached on the other side of the map. You can see Foot are trying to play a wide game here.
The problem is you lose sociable, you lose your ability to cross angles that would be difficult. For instance, A long, right? Trying to get out when there's heaven open. So now I think Foot have got to be thinking about middle, about that B part.
I think they could very quickly be loaded up into Levin yet again. That's the second sent to the spectator screen by his operator. Sop the next removed, and he was the one delivering for them. It's got to be Zeus now.
Sugetsu on top of sight. Oh, looks away. Zeus still not breaking that trap. That's why Sugetsu thinks that he has to look towards long. Levin's operator, the one missing out. Sugetsu now knows that Zeus should be towards the back of sight. But Yetishi, 2 big kills, allowing a post plant.
Foot really have to put themselves on the front foot here. You can see Zeus with that refract. He comes up empty-handed. It's all Yetishi.
Has to be an ace clutch. Has to be 3 more for him. But he's known about information. Good, but cannot connect. Cannot finish things off. KC taking the advantage back to themselves.
Yeah, it's so important that KC found
100%.
one of these 2 rounds, whether it was the previous to just get them on side or this to stop the rot, because Foot posing a serious threat there, one which has now been dealt with, at least in the meantime, by Levin's operator. Some super impactful opening kills. It was Narrate on Lotus, and here, it's a brilliant spot.
Yeah, that is a good position to put yourselves in when you can create a new issue, something that Foot have to think about, and Yetishi feeling that frustration. It's 5 bodies lined up for Foot to attack A long, where Levin's operator sets up.
He's got a cam to potentially play off here as well. Levin ready for another, but spotted early, and with Sop having blades out, Sociable already gutting the site with this Ultima. KC actually looking to bite back themselves. Narrate with the run it back. Look at the respect shown by this attacking line. Fully passive, one to fight it. It's Yetishi, and he will take that duel.
Yeah, one that he will win out, but already KC look to try and restock towards the other sides of the map. KC, unbelievable picks. How has Levin found that? As Cristalli now looks to charge on. Narrate round the other side will be the one to finish things off now. As Yetishi's luck will come to nothing.
Some fantastic shooting from KC. And Foot unable to do anything with an opener on B. Difficulty shown coming out of the tech pause there. It feels like these issues are just that much more deep lying with their attack side from what we saw in the Liquid game up until now.
30 seconds left.
Not able to find the remedy for them. And once again, when we speak of the stakes here, of course, KC playing for champs.
Yeah.
They're going to be 3 rounds away. Foot have their own ambitions. This would be their highest ever finish. It's always the top 3 where they end up fading away. And they'll be hoping it isn't the same story here, because it's certainly looking like it.
Yeah, it feels like now we're seeing Foot really have all their problems accumulate into one series. KC, though, at the same time, you're coming up against an opponent, right? For Foot, they're coming into this with, like, pressure off, shrug the shoulders back, you know, kind of try and relax. But for KC, it's all focus on this weekend, all focus on this match, right? They would...
Shot from Levin there is crazy.
Yeah, unbelievable.
But, I mean, like you say, it is all on this weekend, right, for KC?
Yeah.
Whether their year ends up in success or failure, it feels like 2 extremes. But that is what it will end up being for these players. The closure they require comes in the form of a champs spot. Zeus very early embedded on this mixed bag buy from Foot into Sewers, but refracts away, and that will have been heard by Narrate playing on B.
Foot starting to accumulate the forces through middle, collect, and Narrate already looking to play off of the drone, at least eliminate it and give no information. But Foot now scaling, trying to find their way onto the B side.
Be in there, Narrate Just orbiting around this, utility traded, shouldn't be able to find the shots here and can't. Zeus to open it up, crack open that site, but Aves retaliating, toiling this one back with 2, make it a 3rd as the dart leaves his bow. KC firing on 4-11. They've hit the bullseye with how they've got back on track. Coming out of the pause, out of the break, Sociable looking to stow away a rifle and do something with it. He has the spike and an open A site.
So he gets the spike plant and one smoke in which to work. And you have to retake with an operator. You do have the slide, so the trade should be easy. Should be.
The operating word in the sentence. Sociable, often looking to break convention. A top 3 finish with BBL for him last year. But if he wants to go one better, he may just have to take matters into his own hands. Tucked away in the A short corner. Wall is just out to try and bait that first peek from KC. They've descended into the site and with the smoke dropped on top, Sociable baited on the end of this hook, reeled all the way in to Carmine Core's control.
Kidding me right now.
They keep a hold of the situation and they find their 11th.
2 rounds away from champions. And that's the point that has to be made. They set themselves up for success with Lotus. How that started, how the players head up into that. Since we've got to the second half, we said it right towards the end of the first. I don't know if Foot have done enough, having let KC into this. 6 rounds out of 7. 2 rounds away from champions. KC find themselves on the warpath.
So Foot make an intermission. They pump the brakes for just a moment to try and get this one back on track. I mean, as you say here, you're looking at the way that KC have been managing to set up a lot of these rounds. It's 11's off, it's everyone else then in behind it. A big head-to-head that we want to look at is him up against Sop, and while we've seen them both on the Neon at points, it's a very different duel that we're getting here on Haven.
I think when we have seen the effect, right, when we've looked at it, Sop, well, he's featuring at the top. It's not necessarily him that's lacking in this game. Surely we expect it to be the Sop show, but it's Zeus, his second in command, who's just not shown us the goods that we expect of him. These are the issues that are popping up. And in terms of Turkish duelists versus Turkish duelist, it's Levin who's coming out on top.
Yeah. I mean, think of all the Turkish talent that we've had in this league, the double promotion through the Ascended teams.
Yeah.
One of the biggest issues with Foot was the fact that it was all locked away from them, that they couldn't pick up on any of that. Sop, the biggest blunder that any of their opponents would make, but into the team now, he has to make the difference. Dashes into the firing line, Dosia there to receive. KC go 2 for 2 in the opening brawl, but Zeus has managed to slip in behind. He's playing in front of this one, far ahead of the curve and cautiously correcting his position away from the drone. Will not be found, but Narrate has got all the way in behind himself. Crystali has to scramble towards the site, spike in hand, and they've doubled this up as well.
Crystali finding a gap in which to work, but so can Zeus. A neural theft giving both players away.
Zeus's position completely mitigated. They understand where he is now, and Crystali has to gather himself.
Yeah, so they escape towards another site, but Sugetsu tracking this and running with them. It's the spike heading towards B. Sugetsu hasn't reacted to it, so it's 2 on 2.
Both of his traps in Garage guarding that position. He knows that Foot should be boots on the ground on site right now, but walking into trouble is Narrate. Aves has managed to lay one back, and so it's the Zeus show.
2 bullets.
If not now, then it might just be never in this upper final. Carmine Core taking 12. They are on Champions Point with Shanghai in the sightlines. Their wildest dreams, just 1 round away.
1 round away as they hit map, series, and as you said, Champions Point. An explosive start from Foot, but one that KC managed to mitigate. I mean, even in this moment, just 2 bullets away. And you can feel it. The culmination of all this work heading into stage 2.
Everyone chill, good round.
And good calls from the rate to chill things out and focus on the objective.
If you're a KC player right now, even a fan, it's hard not to replay memories of those last 6 months. However, as you say, so much into this.
Think of all the players that they've had, all the players that have failed to deliver KC to Champs Hazard. All those projects, all those dark horses that have ran from the stables, but it's this 5 to do it, and Dosia to get things started.
KC's noble steed starting to go through the ranks now. Narrate himself knowing what it means to get to a global. One step away from another Champs return. He's the one holding Garage.
He's the one to meet any Foot players heading his way. Zeus, the spike! And KC look to head to Champs now with Yetishi found and Narrate to take KC there! KC will head to Champs! Allez KC!
They have delivered their destiny and at long last reached the destination. Aves brought to tears as the captain, along many moments, has carried them there. Poetic for Narrate to be the one at the very end that hauls them over the line. The struggle that all these players have been sent through. The emotions now reaching the surface as they are in that grand final tomorrow, and whether Barcelona ends in a trophy lift or not, they have reached the ultimate goal.
That they have. They've managed to confirm that they will be heading to Champs. Oh, unbelievable. The story that they've had, the failures, the nearly maybes. They made it to a Masters event, sure, but that was so long ago now. Now they send themselves to that grand final.
And it wouldn't be the same without the coaching staff, of course, as well. Zeish will remember that previous event, now standing aloft of it all as the head coach. Heretic's dream has died almost simultaneously here as the top two taking away the possibility of points for yet another team. And I mean, as you say, it has been a ridiculous journey. 6 wins out of a possible 7 from the group stage into playoffs. And now Narrate to wrap it all up. It has come full circle for KC. And at long last, they are amongst the best again.
Look at the emotion for Zeish. Oh man. The fact that he's able to confirm that he was the one. The French representative on the team that delivered them to this moment. Oh, what a journey this man's been on.
Yeah, and then look, the Dark Horse have finally come up, and not only that, they've done it against the previous gatekeeper. Foot were always that team that you just couldn't get past come top 3, but they've managed to do it. And as you say, those French representatives for the French club to take them to Shanghai, that's exactly who we want to hear from. Down on the stage, it is Zeish standing by for the post-match.
KC lo ha conseguido. They finally made it, and I have the pleasure to be here with Zeish. Zeish, I know that this is a very emotive moment, a very emotional moment for you. You have been part of KC for the longest time. I don't know a KC without you, and I think that many fans feel the same way. So, first of all, how are you feeling now that you finally made it to Champs?
I don't know, to be honest, I just cried, so I want to cry again. You know, it's been so hard for me. And yeah, I don't know, I have too much emotions right now, but I think I went through a lot. And I just want to thank my mom first, because like she was there for me always. Like bad, good moments. Like she always supported me, of course, like the fans, the club, thank you to everyone. I don't know, I just have like too much emotions in my head right now. I went through hell, literally. Like, it was so hard. My first split as head coach right now. I can say it, I think we are one of the best teams in the world, actually. We qualified to champions, first split as head coach. I don't know, I'm just proud of myself, you know, and proud of the team for the job we have done after going 0-5 in first split.
I think you should be proud. Le preguntaba porque obviamente durante la mayor parte de Casey, especialmente cuando hablamos de partnership, no conocemos a un Casey sin Sage y obviamente está así de emocionado porque no se puede creer. Bueno, da las gracias a los fans, da las gracias sobre todo y primero a su madre, a las madres, siempre hay que darles muchísimas gracias. Mi madre ha venido ya a verme, también gracias a ella, por el apoyo, por no rendirse. Las cosas iban sinceramente tan mal para Casey. Obviamente él está en un momento muy emocional, pero eso, quiere dar las gracias y que ahora sí que se consideran y que puede decir que Casey es uno de los mejores equipos del mundo. You speak about being one of the best teams in the world. I was talking to Narrate earlier, and he told me that one of the things that makes you special as a head coach is that you're very individual with the players. You give each and one of them what they need. So, since this is a very good moment for it, I think, I'd like you to say something nice about your players.
I mean, I don't know. For me, the only thing I would say is like, I really love them all because they respect me, you know, they respect what I say to them. They just listen even without questioning everything I say. They will always like just do it and trust until we try it. And then of course, if we try something and it's not working out, they will just come to me and say, oh yeah, like I don't think it's good like this, or like we should try it that way and stuff like this. And you know, I'm a very open-minded person. I think like most of the people that knows me in private, I'm not the type of person who gonna fight, you know. And like for head coach, sometimes you need to fight. So like I also sometimes have to overcome my own personality to show them like that sometimes they're just like doing wrong stuff or like they're behaving wrong way. But I just like love for all of them. Thank you for trusting me, because I don't think like there is a lot of players who would have like kept this synergy and like stayed together after being a 0-5 split. A lot of teams would have made changes. And like we went through hell, literally. To be there today, we went through hell, and I'm just proud of them. And I want them to be proud of themselves also, because they made so many things that no one, like you can bet on 99% of the planet, no one would have said that we would qualify for champs right now. So yeah, proud of yourself, boys.
Yes. Le he preguntado también que qué le quería decir a los jugadores. Antes en una entrevista con Narrate me decía que él es muy individual y que les da a cada uno lo que quiere. Y él les quiere dar las gracias, porque obviamente la mayoría de las personas después de tener un split en el que te vas 0-5, pues hubiesen dejado de creer. Me ha hablado de muchas cosas, me ha hablado de toda la confianza que tienen puesta en él, de cómo se escuchan, de cómo se comunican, de cada vez que ellos presentan algo que quieren hacer. Nunca han dudado de él y siempre le han hecho caso. Ver este tipo de resultados cuando eso pasa, especialmente cuando las cosas han ido tan sumamente mal para ellos, significa mucho para él y les da muchísimas las gracias. Lastly, lo último que le voy a decir, y ya os aviso, quiero que diga algo en francés, porque obviamente pues Casey es francés y creo que los fans de Francia también se lo merecen. Lastly, I'm going to ask you to give in French a message to the fans. We know that, of course, for Casey, it's a huge fan base that has supported you whilst you were going through hell. So I think that you can tell them something in French.
So first, I will thank my mom, okay? Sorry, and then I will thank the fans, okay?
Agreed.
Du coup, maman, je sais que tu regardes, je sais que tu es sur le stream de Kamel, donc merci beaucoup. Voilà, de toujours m'avoir soutenu, de toujours être là pour moi et me rappeler les choses les plus importantes. Et à tous ceux qui nous ont supportés, même quand on était en enfer et tout, merci beaucoup. Ça fait 4 ans que je suis chez Cassé, c'est la première fois qu'on se qualifie aux Champions, c'est mon premier split en tant que head coach. Ça me donne énormément de confiance et merci beaucoup encore une fois, mais vraiment merci beaucoup. Merci.
Thank you very much, Stage. You can go join the team. Enjoy. We will see you on Sunday. Bueno, los veremos el domingo, pero no os vayáis a ningún lado. Ya sé que Heretics ya no puede llegar a Champs, pero hay un par de equipos que todavía pueden hacerlo. Hasta luego.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite ying my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมี point the proof ไม่ควรได้ price เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาพายกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าว่าพวก When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah When a hook don't sleep oh yeah yeah When a hook don't sleep don't punch me All problems are proved in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. Put you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักกับคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, and the world short. You just catfish. Kevin said, พ่อแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. ผลลัพธ์คือ I'm the best, right? When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, oh yeah yeah. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me.
Hello guys, I'm Wes, or Minitank from the United Kingdom. My favourite VALORANT memory? 2023 Sao Paulo lock-in when Fnatic finally beat Loud and brought us home an EMEA trophy.
Vamos Tiliqui! Hello, I'm Valentina Redmond. I'm Valentina. Anyway, I hope everyone enjoys this competition, and I'm saying hello all the way from Norwich. So hi.
Ciao. Ciao.
Team Liquid.
So I'm French, for sure. So I'm supposed to support Gentlemates, but they are eliminated. So, but I'm not a single fan of Gentlemates. I'm also a fan of Heretics. And today, I wish a Foot and Liquid win.
Carmine Corps.
Is it like a contractually obliged thing for cosplayers that anyone who cosplays Chamber has to be French? I swear, in London as well, all the Chamber cosplayers were French.
Maybe there are unwritten rules or something about this.
I think there is. There's some kind of Valorant cosplayers guild. But you know what? The French are going to be really happy now, because before the break, Kosai's talked of going to hell in Stage 1, but now he and KC are going to Champs. They're going to be representing France, hopefully in style. So let's take a look at Billy's bracket, because we need to update people on who could still be joining them from Europe.
I hate that we're calling it Billy's bracket. I don't have ownership over this bracket, guys. I am not deciding what's happening in the bracket.
I promoted you. I gave myself a box in the break, and I promoted you to Billy's bracket. Come on.
I like the alliteration, and that's fine. So, as I said at the top of the show, we have 2 qualification matches, and there was a situation where if Foot did win that one, Team Liquid could have already been qualified before we got to this game. But of course, KC have now qualified. They've taken up that 3rd spot for EMEA in Champs, which means that for this one, it's very simple. Team Liquid, you win this game, you make it to Champs. Congratulations. But for Fireflux, if you win this game, you then need to go on and be able to beat Foot in that lower final and make it to the grand final to be able to make it to Champs. In my opinion, I would love to see a Challengers team at Champs. Absolute cinema.
Would be good. And if you're a Heretics fan, it's over.
Yeah, that is
over. GG.
Sad.
Go next year.
But how shocking is it that potentially we could see a Challengers team at Champions and not Team Heretics? No one would have predicted this, probably even going into the play-ins. But Fireflux, they have had an epic journey so far this year.
Yeah, 100%. I think that something that I have been reminding people of is the fact that this team was literally unsigned before the play-ins, let's not forget. Of course, they started 2026 in the Turkish League through that kickoff qualifier to be able to be part of the Turkish League on S2G, I believe it was. And then that kind of didn't go correct. It didn't go right for them. And so then they became reborn. You know, they decided to stick together and continue as a core 5. And they just dominated the Turkish League. And I think what's so nice about the Turkish League is that, I mentioned this before as well, Minnie, I think, was that we'd had 2 Ascension teams come up from the Turkish League when I think back to last year and joining VCT. And now they've been able to fill that gap. And it feels like there's a constant pipeline of Turkish talent.
Yeah, we're just like VCT Turkey at this point. It's not EMEA anymore. It's a bit like how in APAC they have Korea, we've got Turkey. Just the teams, it used to be that the players were good. Now it is the teams and the players are good. It feels like half our league is Turkish players and now Turkish teams. I think this meta's really helped them out, like the double duelist, the aggression. Like we just saw, well, Foot didn't manage to do it, but Foot being there as well as Fireflux, it doesn't surprise me.
It's so inspiring. It's so inspiring to see these contender teams being here, right?
Yeah.
Like if you work hard enough, you can get there. It's so cool.
Especially when you consider as Reborn, when they found themselves orgless, they were playing without a salary, Petra. It must be so hard to commit to full-time, top of your game Valorant when you have to think about paying the bills as well.
Yeah, you have to sacrifice things to get there. So yeah.
Some of them don't have bills to pay either.
Okay, fine. Some of them actually, some of them are 17 years old, so they have all the time in the world to basically come in and murder some of the most experienced players in the world. Cough, Durka, cough, Chronicle.
Yeah, they're on a spree right now. They've taken down some of the giants of EMEA, some of the legacy orgs, and it feels like they just managed to kind of just will their way here. Like they just play their game and they just will their kind of aggression into existence. And I think that they might be prone to do it again today.
Well, should we remind ourselves of the firepower of Fireflux? Because I just want to keep watching this video. I want us to put it on YouTube as a highlight so you guys can revisit how incredible the individuals on Fireflux are. Yeah, we had to put a frag movie together of every single player on this roster because they have all been having their own individual moments where they really shine and take to the stage. And I mean, Deadink on the Whaley, we highlighted the shorty kills that he was able to get. I think it was like 7 in 1 map last week. The sniper usage as well that he has. Reezy, the 4K that he had on Summit to close that out against BBL. I mean, these players have all been stepping up to the plate.
Yeah, it feels like every time they need a player to step up, even Batu. Like, we're talking about most improved players in the first series. Batu last year, I think that people were surprised to see him here. Some people were even kind of thinking it would be like, almost like embarrassing on some level, but he come here and he's like, just shining as an individual. And then Kachao, what can I say about this guy?
He can't do any wrong in your eyes.
Watching him makes me just love Valorant. Like, I get speechless watching him. He is my favorite player to watch right now. He is going to be one of the next great players in EMEA, and I think that he can do anything on this duelist. He's flexing between roles. He entries in a bit like Sop. He isn't inting. He just does things so well. It's just beautiful to watch.
Yeah, besides the fun they also have so much confidence. And it's showing in their gameplay. If something is not working, they just keep on doing it again or doing something else, and it will work out anyway.
I really love that we didn't actually have time to show you all of Kachao's aces so far because he has had so many. I wouldn't be surprised if he's in double digits by the end of this weekend or maybe even before this weekend. So we send Kakuka to go and have a word with him.
And Yaman to do some translation. Kachao, I feel like everybody has been talking about you for the past 2 weeks. Such a young player, but such a big talent. What are the pros and cons of being in the spotlight like this?
Son 2 haftadır herkes senin hakkında konuşuyor. Çok iyi performans sergiliyorsun ve çok gençsin. Şu anda ışıkların altında olmak nasıl bir his, neler hissediyorsun?
Çok alışık olmadığım bir duygu bu. Herkesin ilgisinin üstünde olması. O yüzden çok heyecanlıyım. Yani beklediğim bir şey de değildi bir aya kadar. Yani her şey aniden gelişti. Çok heyecanlıyım.
This is something that I was not used to, and now it feels a bit strange that this is happening, that people knowing me. I'm really excited for this, and I'm looking forward to it.
And I also want to ask you, because this is the first time that you're going up in a stage this big. Is that intimidating or also exciting?
Büyük bir arenada oynayacaksın ilk defa. Bu senin için nasıl bir his? Korkutucu mu yoksa daha istekli olduğun bir durum mu?
Heyecanlıyım yine aynı şekilde ama bu kadar kişinin önünde oynamak bir tık da çekindiriyor beni açıkçası. O yüzden sahneye çıkınca göreceğiz onu.
I'm feeling very excited and playing in front of such a crowd like this. It's making me a bit anxious, but I'm looking forward to it and we will see.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the translation. I'm sure that you'll be just fine.
I can't wait to see Kachao on the big stage for the first time. It's going to be his biggest test yet so far. No wonder he's 17. This is his first time playing on this kind of stage, in this kind of league, I should say. But Team Liquid, they are a legacy organization now facing the prospect of being firepower diffed by Fireflux. And if you take a look at how they run through the lower bracket, they've basically only won against the Challengers teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of rude of us to say only the Challengers teams, because I think that they had put up a good showing in Plains, but I think the fact that they've been able to get back to that usual global standard of Valorant that we kind of expect from Team Liquids, like we've been discussing the teams that, you know, Challengers teams have been able to eliminate when we look at Fireflux, and now Team Liquid could be another one that's on the kind of cutting board.
Yeah, I think I'm the biggest Team Liquid doubter, or at least like I'm very just kind of neutral about them. I think that they can play a good game of Valorant. They beat those Challengers teams fairly convincingly, and at the end of the day, you can only play what's in front of you, so they haven't had to, you know, rise to a big challenge of like a KC, for instance, recently.
Yeah.
I think that there are, like you said, some firepower issues potentially. I think that, you know, we saw the Fireflux Fire movie, every single one of them stepping up in key moments. I think for Team Liquid, it's been mostly about Camo, mostly about Nats kind of filling that void. Purple at times this season stepped up, but I think kind of regressed a little bit back to the mean. And I worry about the five together being able to put up with that firepower.
Well, I'm really interested to see how the team is going to fare on the stage. But there is one absolute constant in this team, and that's Nats, the fact that he barely misses a beat in the server, but he also barely misses an opportunity to give his team a pep talk.
From everyone, guys, I want to hear my bad today. From every one of you guys, I want to hear if someone messed up, come in. If you see Simon messed up, I want you to point him the issue, okay? He did. Nikita, if you see someone else messed up, you pointing the issue. Kim is the same, okay? I want you guys to be involved in the game, not as a players, as a teammates. We're a team today. We're helping each other to become better and improve in-game, okay? Be a team and say each other, wait, 1-2s, support each other and always improve. Let's go.
So the reason I thought this was quite interesting is the fact that Nats is saying to his teammates, criticize each other. And I would have thought that's something you want to do in a scrim. But do you actually want to do that on a big stage like this?
No, I don't think the content of those speeches, or that speech in particular, makes much sense to me. I don't think most players have the emotional intelligence to criticize during a game personally. So I think that's a bit of a strange one. I think where Nats gets the value in these speeches is kind of, you can feel that aura, you can feel that leadership coming through. Not necessarily the content at all times. Hopefully you can, you know, improve on those a little bit maybe, but yeah, I don't want them criticizing each other during the game.
Did he really use the word criticize? Because when I look at it, if you make a mistake and the IGL doesn't know it and you point it out, he knows if the strat is working or not. So I think it's important to point out mistakes here and there to see if you have to adapt or follow the plan.
So actually it's part of being a teammate to be able to tell on your fellow teammates, tell the in-game leader, they did this wrong, but they're not going to do it wrong again. Now the stage is set for a must-win match for Team Liquid to keep their dreams of Shanghai alive. They need to elevate their game, and they need to take down yet another Challengers team in Fireflux.
Fireflux have earned their spot. They could be the ones to conquer.
If I lost, I will be still happy because I'm here. I'm on Barcelona.
They're going to Barcelona.
It's going to be amazing. The energy is going to be incredible on the stage, so we want to keep up the momentum also that we're bringing from the last matches into the Spanish fan.
As you know, we are tier 2 team. It's gonna be a big thing for us to win trophy.
Every moment the stakes will be higher and every moment is going to cost more.
We are coming with more confidence instead of pressure.
They have this mentality of nothing to lose and just enjoying the moment makes them dangerous.
If Nets died, they can't do that much.
Every match is bigger and bigger.
I feel like everyone is scared from us.
Team Liquid may be on their last life, but never doubt a team known for pulling off a late-season miracle, especially with an in-game brain like Nats. He'll be inspiring his team to up their game today. Can every member now step it up and maintain their momentum in this do-or-die situation? It's going to be Panda versus Reg Panda on that stage, because here come Fireflux. They've burned through the competition so far, but are they a team that can blaze a trail through the lower bracket? With their tight team fighting and sibling-like synergy, this Turkish brotherhood is not to be underestimated. But Team Liquid, they have prepared for this challenge. We're going to get the fist bumps out of the way, and we're going to see who showed up to play today, because their life in Stage 2 is on the line now. It's hanging in the balance, Billy.
Yeah, and for Team Liquid, you look at them here to see if they can finally return to a global event. Let's not forget they attended every single one last year. And now this time, Champs on the line here. If they win, they go to that Champs. For Fireflux though, they have done an incredible journey so far. Now it's just a case of can they finish that job and make it to the lower finals and then take that extra step to the grand finals and have a challengers team in EMEA at Champions.
Yeah, we're looking at the map beater straight away. This is one I couldn't predict at all. I had no idea what was going to happen. Fireflux opting to go for that Haven. I don't think we've seen that from them for a while, so interested to see what they got up their sleeves there. But Team Liquid on that Haven, not looking so great recently. So a nice little counter pick here from Fireflux to open up the series.
Looks like Fireflux might have been doing their homework against Team Liquid, and who can blame them? They've been incredible at taking down some big names so far, but that has also depended on the skill of their players, being able to step up, being able to survive and thrive under the pressure. Hopefully they're going to really enjoy being in this stage environment for the first time. Petra, is there anything you think that Fireflux could have been doing to get themselves ready for this moment?
I mean, yeah, watch a little bit of VODs probably, but I think if they are playing their own game, they wouldn't have a problem with playing against Team Liquid today. If they are staying like cool and calm on the stage, I think it's going to be a good day for them.
And Team Liquid recently, we've been seeing them go for these comfort picks, trying to play the agents that suit them as individuals, as opposed to looking at what other teams globally are doing to try and fit the meta. On Lotus, we might be seeing camo on the Rays, for example. Do we think that that's going to be enough to be able to slow down Fireflux today?
I think the way I'd frame this matchup is like Team Liquid, their floor is quite high because they're on their comfort roles. It's the ceiling of this team that I have worries about, and it's about if Fireflux are good enough to test that ceiling. If Fireflux are playing like they do at home in Berlin, if they are playing like they can do in that aggression and style, and Kachao just Kachowing all over them, then I think that they're going to be in some troubles. But Team Liquid have the fundamentals. That is their strength of the team. And on the flip side, sometimes Fireflux kind of lack those fundamentals at times.
Yeah, I think that's... It could be perceived as one of their strengths, maybe, the fact that they're that unpredictable. But we speak about this Team Liquid comfort. Kix is on smokes. That is not comfort. We see how happy he was when they played Abyss last week and we had to see Camo go on the smokes and Kix on the Tejo, and I was so happy to see that. But of course, the identity that Team Liquid have been leaning into throughout this stage has been that double duelist, and we won't see a compositional change from them. Fireflux on the other side though, a double Sentinel. Hello!
Juicy. A little Vice Chamber. This is the kind of thing you expect from a Cerebral team, those kind of G2s and Fanatics of the past maybe.
Yeah.
I think it works very well. We've got Dead Ink on that operator character, the Chamber. He's been looking great every time he picks up that op. Kachao is able to just do his duelist thing, his entry, and then, you know, Hezekiah has been a good anchor for them so far. Interesting to see how they're going to run this on the attack side. It's not a composition that usually plays as fast, but you can throw it fast with those Vice Thorns and, you know, Neon. It's going to be a lot on Kachao with that individual Neon to see if he could take those sites and make that space.
The question I have for Fireflux right now and their coaches is, did you decide to do this just before you went on stage? Because just judging by their history and the way they do like to constantly change up their compositions, I wouldn't put it past them. Let's head over now, though, to Mitch and Tom, because we need to head over to our first map of this series.
Thank you very much, Frankie. We are so excited to kick this one off. For Fireflux, the competition is fierce, though, facing a Team Liquid who have had time to prepare.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, Team Liquid, there was a chance that if Foot won in that last game, they would be like, oh, we're home and dry. Well, yeah, sure, we're challenging for Barcelona, but we've already made it to champs. Now they come in with venom. Now they come in with a need to win to keep their life in their own hands. And for Fireflux, they've been doing that all along, ever since they made it through the play-in, made it into playoffs, made it all the way here. They have been, it's us or no one. We have to be the team. And with Liquid already eliminating the most challengers teams so far, looking to make it 75% of all challengers teams sent home by Team Liquid, Fireflux, they want to take down another big name. And honestly, I doubted them the last 2 times. I'm not doubting them now.
Playing for themselves and for all their comrades that had fallen. They joined this league alongside a couple of teams, and now they're the last one standing, the final Tier 2 representative, facing off against one of the best. Team Liquid with time to prepare. They are a beast that nobody wants to even attempt to tame. Lohan's gotten his praise, Yautsin his flowers. Always having the read on how his opponents like to play. Well, difficult on Haven versus Fireflux. We'll see what Team Liquid have up their sleeve. Camo with an incredible performance last time they played this map. He was, I think, 300 ACS. The Phoenix certainly suited him. He will be the tip of the spear as they make their way in. Good paranoia has caught Kachao, and he's close, but not able to claim the kill before Camo's got 2. Bodies on the floor, and Team Liquid winning all the fights as they flood back in. The leader left alone against so many, and it's already halved. The round is gone.
Yeah, a wonderful flood back in from Team Liquid. Again, you mentioned it. Camo's performance, that individual brilliance, but in this case, being that tip of the spear, I think a lot of the time you'll put the focus on someone like Purpo to sort of breach that ground and take that space. A lot of the time, it doesn't feel like Camo needs it. He will just flash into those angles. He will just run through smokes. And when you're up against a team that has this much individual brilliance, as we've spoken about with Fireflux, sometimes you feel like that's risky, but he has been in, by far, the best form I think we've ever seen him in.
Yeah, very few exceptions to that, as well, as we'll get into later potentially, but we didn't really like seeing his element, and I think this Phoenix will convince you of that, even if you haven't seen that one map on Abyss. For Fireflux, coming into round 2, it is classics for the most part, and a bandit in play for Hezecoil, another highlight of this squad.
Who isn't?
But that's the thing for Fireflux, it is a star-studded roster, but those stars extinguished very early on as Team Liquid find themselves in a 5v2. Again, there's not much to play with here for Fireflux, but they came in hoping for damage, and that's not looking likely.
Don't give Camo orbs. That's the goal of this round. Don't give Camo orbs. You don't want him getting towards that Phoenix ult already. Well, it looks like maybe Kicks will be the one to pick up 1 or 2, although Hezecoil has already got past the angle. And in fact, well, he's given Camo an orb, but maybe not in the way you'd expect. Anything more, and maybe we'd start to worry a little bit. And hey, nice work from Reezy. It's Kicks with a 4K. It's Liquid with their second round. And for Fireflux, this is likely where the game gets more interesting, but I think it's something that we sort of talked about going into the game as well. This is not a map that through their run, through the play-in, through everything we've seen from Fireflux, that they actually played. They came in, they changed their composition. And I'll be honest, one of my major talking points has been killed in this map because Dead Ink is on the Chamber. And although I think he's okay at Chamber, his Waylay, what he was playing before, is probably my favorite of his agents.
Sensational. We talked a little bit about how you can't play the way he does every round, or eventually teams are going to get ready for it. Take advantage of that goodwill, they assume. Surely he won't do it again. A few rounds later, Dead Ink always does. Changing it up to the Chamber, I don't know how to measure that performance again compared to the Waylay. It's been because we had this conversation. It's not only that he goes for those waylay fights more often than anybody else, but he succeeds on them in just a ridiculous amount.
Yeah.
Feels like his ability to give you opening duels, almost untradeable opening duels, is at a league maximum.
Well, I can only assume it will come down to more of a defensive side
You'd hope
change.
so.
Maybe the operator on the attack, but for now things are much slower. Taking their time, an aggressive position already from Camo. Now bear in mind they have rifles across the board. This is a good bonus round, and Camo's position, he's not quite quick enough. That deep control was all they really had towards the C side of the map, but Fireflux don't know that. And because they haven't explored in towards Garage, they're taking it slow, and that's actually giving Liquid quite a lot of time.
Yeah, they flooded 2 players back into the site.
30 seconds
It was a recon mission, but now they have a battle on their hands. Kicks, not known about, slips into the back site. Trex making steps, they're not ready. And Kicks pounces for one. Trex holds the line alongside him. And Fireflux, they stall out, stumble into the C site, not ready for what awaits them there. Hezecoil tucked in, trying to buy some time, trying to draw their eye as the plan comes in, but Purpo was not sold on that fake. The ruse won't fly, and 3-0 for Liquid.
They got the opening pick. They started that round off, clearing the player in the corner, and then from then onwards, Liquid managed to fight back into that C site, claim it as their own, and force the opponents to rotate. This is a lights-out start from Team Liquid. And we talk about the prep and all they can counter. This is not a map they would have expected to see in the series. You sort of mentioned it. This map has been banned by them, so this was their surprise. Liquid aren't looking surprised.
No, they don't look taken aback. Again, 4 out of 5 of the last series have seen Fireflux take this map out of rotation. They come in picking it, and you think that the surprise, it's gotta put Liquid on the back foot. Anything but. They've looked comfortable.
Okay.
This time, Deading finds one. No need to get back out of there. As they move to the C site, the plan to be found in the low buy round. Well, Fireflux have been deadly in these before.
Yeah, an aggressive position once again. Kachao up close. He was spotted in the last, and they already know that he's here. Looking to try and wrap back in. Camo's won that fight again. Ult online, but he's already too far through, and in fact, they don't need it anymore. This is so clean from Liquid on these retakes. Sure, it was some weaker weapons, but again, they lose the first player. This time, they lose one more. But other than that, Fireflux are barely even doing damage.
Yeah, honestly, if you've seen any of Fireflux's games before, like, it might be understandable that the team with the guns floods back into the site and they win the fights that they're favored in. Sure, but that's not been the story. That's not been the story of Fireflux's low buy rounds.
The Batu Ace, the last time they played, it's like there's so many examples.
Even then, you're pointing to a single player showing up, but we're talking about the whole team being on site, ready for the fight. We don't have to depend on one man, but it did come down to Hezecoil with next to nothing done.
Deading might be the best shorty player in the world. I say might to be generous to everyone else. He probably is.
It's only might because he's the best shorty waylay player.
Yes, yeah.
Is he the best shorty on everyone else? I don't know.
Caveat.
I don't know. There.
Hunter's Fury. It's already. It's going to force out that angle.
Oh, no.
Gives an easy kill to Camo. That's the smoke's gone. We talk about them going into the double senti, but that doesn't help them with the smokes. This could be nasty. Nats doesn't really need to fight into this.
And he can't.
They already have the advantages, but he may just look for the wallbang. Lots of counter utility, and now especially with Camo going, his weapons seem to be about to dissipate, but it doesn't matter. Nats has caught Kachao again, trying to get aggressive.
Spike planted.
Well, that wall is going to be cleared. A problem already brewing. Deading's done well, but they don't know they're being locked in. In fact, the defenders are almost just playing with that time. They're giving extra space, looking to get rid of Hezecoil, which they do. And while Batu fighting back strong, he realizes it clicks in his brain, but that doesn't mean anything. The streak of rounds looks to continue. And while Liquid, I'm still waiting for them to be surprised.
Yeah, like, you can look at this and say they got the Hunter's Fury out of them early. They got the run it back. Traded that out for Hezecoil's ult. Like, that's fine. The Steel Garden can be strong, but The problem more so is that was a round Fireflux needed, regardless of the price Liquid pay for it. It's worth it. They've put Fireflux onto a low buy, back to pistols. They've taken out the Vice ult as well. One of the few things that could really bridge that gap, if only for a short time in a round like this. And again, removing the ults on the other side, whatever, you're going to be 6-0 down most likely. For Fireflux, they need to find hope even in this round.
That's the crazy thing, because you look back to Liquid only playing this map versus Foot as of recent, and you go, they lost 13-11. Maybe that's the reason their opponents chose it. They did have an 8-0 defensive side start. They were dominant in the first rounds, and then it took Foot climbing back in on that defensive side. And as I said, I think you look at the Fireflux comp and you go, okay, I could see some defensive side value. But how much? Especially the first time you step onto this specific stage. Sure, they did incredibly well when they were over in Berlin, but it's a different feel. It's certainly a different amount of people. And Liquid, well, they've got experience in droves. And wow, the wind is showing! Trek's definitely one of them. He's been to internationals with multiple different rosters. And well, for Batu, it's a consolation frag. And I kind of feel like that's all they've really had in these first 6 rounds.
What's worrying me is we saw Liquid, if I'm not mistaken, for the first time pull out the Haven in Stage 2 when they were up against KC, and it was a little bit shaky. Then they come back and they've got the defense figured out. There were some holes on the other side, but they had a very strong start there. Now they've had more time to prepare, and I wonder, have they cracked both sides now?
Well, the thing is, they both times lost 13-11. So either way, both times it was close. So it's definitely a nervy position for Fireflux, because you're gambling on your prep. It's not that Liquid are bad at this map. It's not that they fell completely flat. Maybe they did a little bit on the attack side, but you're not Foot. Foot have only just really tasted defeat on this map. And then the other team are the ones that gave them that defeat at the same time. Obviously coming into this, at the beginning of the day, these were our stat leaders. These were the two with high hopes. Kachao #1 and nigh on everything. And #3, #2 for the majority of Camo. I'll say thus far, one of those names has not turned up to the party, and unfortunately, it's the youngster of Kachao.
Yeah, it is the stat leader on the other side. In fact, Kachao killless 6 rounds in. It has been a tough start, but a player that's already shown us that he has the resilience. We've seen him 2 kills and a half, very same map, and then he bounces back and goes on an unbelievable run. Well, we praised him for that for good reason, because it's rare to see players do that. It's a hard thing to do, and now we're on a stage like this. We've flown further than Berlin, and Kachao has to do the same thing again. That turnaround, not just for him, but for the squad. 0-6 stand Fireflux, and it's aggression out the gates from Team Liquid, running it down, and a mistake perhaps, as they're punished. Not every step of the way, but in the majority. And the A site stands with only 1 defender.
Oh, that 1 defender's been good, but there's Kachao. Finally, we see some life in the youngster. A first kill and a clearance of 1, even holding the aggressive angle, and he's going to win it versus Nats. Maybe we just had a Kachao pep talk from the coaching staff. Either way, he's definitely not shying away from the fight, and even looking for some style points. The paranoia won't save him in kicks. Well, he's 9-1. I think it might be 2 in just a moment's time. That tour de force waiting for him, and the pause, maybe just to settle the nerves. Fireflux on the board.
Well, Kachao's all smiles down on the stage, and you know what? It's good to see 0-6, and he's still able to have a little bit of fun with it in that 4 versus 1. Locked in on business, though, in those first 2 fights on the site. And a confidence builder is what we wanted to see for this young guy. You don't want to see him crumble under the pressure. And this could be the start of the bounce back for Fireflux.
Yeah, feels like it needs to be. It's not made too much of a dent in the economy for Liquid. Operator now into the hands of Purpo as well. They've still got 3 ultimates to play with, whereas their opponents do the same. But one of them is desperate to start that streak back. At least gives them some runway. Come on, Nats. He is very much alone here. But it is Nats, and well, a rat in the corner, always difficult to clear. No access to sight is in the name, and I think they've accepted that. They've gone, you know what? No, I'm not going to keep running in, and a good thing too. There were 5 defensive players there at that point.
Yeah, Liquid trying to figure out if this is still a hit towards the C site. Preston spotted in garage.
They're going to want mid.
But while their eye is being taken in that direction, the full walk down, as you said, 3 players from Liquid closing in on the flank, and Fireflux have no idea. They think maybe they've left the C side and they're right, but the read ain't quite what it seems. Nats with 3 already. And these Fireflux players, they find themselves surrounded. The paranoia's perfect. It's caught them both. And it's the end of the round unless Batu can find all 5. That's 3 under his belt. Insurmountable odds in the end as Nats finds his 4th. It is a 7-1 lead for Liquid.
That was, if you wanted to epitomize everything Nats can do in a singular round, an initial site hold, leadership to call everybody back, we'll go as 5, we'll make a move, having a flank in there as well. He basically just giving you a quick rundown of his entire career of what this man does. Utter filth to completely obliterate their opponents. Okay, sure, it's not a complete reset on the economy, but when you win your first round and the next round has a Guardian, a guy that currently only has a Classic, which, did Batu just forget to buy?
I think so. Hunter's Fury hasn't hit Purpo too much, so he's able to stick around and take another. Well, there's a gun for Batu. Silver linings, but the ground is lined with red as Purpo claims head after head. Hezecoil puts him down, leaves Batu in a more doable spot, but he's so
Blanked
desperately
again.
low, and the flank will close it. Another round earmarked for Team Liquid as the dominance continues.
Either they really wanted an operator to go over to Denning in one of these rounds. Either that or they thought that Batu's Hunter's Fury combo would be enough to get him a gun, which I guess he was technically right. Unfortunately, it was his teammates. But yeah, peculiar buy. But now, no, because now he's giving a rifle over to Denning, so I don't know what's gone in that round. That definitely seemed like optimism from the in-game leader of Fireflux. But I don't know how they still have optimism when they're currently this far down on their map choice.
He'd have so many notes to give. Maybe he did just get lost in it. Missed the buy window. It didn't make a difference either way. That's unfortunate. The trap, but Kachao won't be caught. He won't be taken down by it. The spam's not landing until he steps into Nat's domain, into the smoke, where this man was waiting, but now, with patience, faded. Oh! Reezy's taken 2! Fireflux are back in the game. Back in with a chance. But it's still a 2v2, and that shock dart has done so much damage. These knives are gonna cut right through them. 9-1. A single mistake on the board, and Team Liquid are eviscerating Fireflux on the defensive side.
I think someone whispered in Liquid's ear that they might not be making champs if they don't win this series, and it's just kicked them up a notch. They spoke about preparation, but this doesn't even feel like preparation. This just feels like them outclassing their opponents. We've seen this a couple of times, them versus Eintracht Frankfurt, maps 2 and 3, 13-1, 13-1. Like, they just hit a level where it's like, okay, we're in trouble now. And we've spoken about this. Team Liquid, lower bracket, Team Liquid, upper bracket are not the same team. And while it's a nice, quick opener for Kachao, but I'll be real, Trex has been a safe pair of hands, and, well, so had the operator.
They had a surprise setup. Purpo still waiting there with the op, but the game given away. Hezecoil trying to find a gap, and he has taken down Nats. He's created a big blind spot for this defensive side. Purpo has to be worried about his back in carriage, but he takes a risk, and that risk pays off. Catching Batunax from an angle that he shouldn't have been able to hold, and to run it back right up close. Camo's gonna round that corner before the gun goes away, but he fades first. A 3 versus 3 where time is being bought in the flank. Fireflux are well aware of this. Has to be their second round.
They've been flanked so many times, though. They go and fight aggressively, and blink and you miss it! This is a Liquid frag movie that never seems to end. That was way too easy. 10-1. The challengers, once again, are meeting Goliath. And unfortunately, this isn't a fairy tale.
No, in this one, we seem to be tracking the facts.
David had just kicked them over a wall.
These boys are devouring the Tier 2. We talked about the gap. Even Trex mentioned it, the hunger, the passion from Tier 2 teams. It's much higher than what you see in the Tier 1.
Yeah.
But that's on the average Tier 1 team, and Liquid are proving that they are far from an average team.
Double Odin op. Oh no.
This is going to be nasty.
Oh, this is already
a bit of damage.
Early tickle damage. Batu is currently playing the attack side round with a Bucky. If that doesn't tell you the state of where Fireflux are at, I don't know what does. Well, Liquid again, look at these early rotations. A third player already in position. Operator holding on to mid. Sure, they have to leave. Nats and the flash out. Deading is dead before he can even react. Luckily, though, Kix has gone on the other side. The question is, do they know that Trex is also here? They should have a decent idea. The drone's already gone through, holding the angle, but this time they win both fights. Rotation already there from Purpo, though, and he'll at least reduce the deficit to 1.
Oh, it's a nasty shot. It tanks the stun. No one can dash right out. Nets just gone in. Little ahead of the curve, to say the least. Hell, everything they've tried so far has worked, barring one round. I guess he felt the flow, but that has carried him away. Fireflux with 2 rounds at the halftime, but this is far from the safe haven they thought they were picking into.
Well, yeah, we've got to hope that this comp really was built for that defensive side, because I'll be honest, there isn't much else that we could really be hoping for. Nonetheless, it has been a fantastic game so far for Purpo, and we spoke to him a little bit earlier on before the match.
Estoy aquí con Purpo y quiero preguntarle sobre cómo se siente hoy, porque si gana hoy, va a su primera Champions de todas. Hi Purpo, how are you feeling? Hope that is well. If you are to win today, it will be your first champs, if I'm not mistaken. What would that mean to you?
Hello, thank you for the question. I mean, for me, it will be meaning everything, not gonna lie. The whole work I put throughout the whole years I playing this game. And yeah, I think for all the players, this is the main goal, biggest achievement, that you're participating in the best tournament. So yeah, I'm gonna be very happy.
Obviamente estaría muy feliz. Él cree que para todos los jugadores este es el culmen, ¿no? Llegar a Champions. Significaría que todo el trabajo que ha estado poniendo pues llegaría a buen fruto y que lo significa todo para él. There's another thing I wanted to ask you. We see a lot about the Nat speeches, and what effect does that have on you? Because of course when we see it from the outside, it's crazy to see it.
Yeah, of course, it's helping us a lot, but I think, for everyone, it means different. All the time, what Ayas is saying, everyone takes something, some part of it, what player thinks that is most important for him. So I think overall it's affecting good on our team and it helps us, we had it like multiple times already, it's proven. So I think for every team, it's very important to have kind of guy who will, have speeches like this, so yeah.
Le he preguntado también por los discursos que da Nats. Nosotros enseñamos muchos, pero quería preguntarle cuál es el efecto que tiene en los jugadores. Y dice que tiene un efecto muy positivo, que precisamente cada uno coge la parte que más necesita, que piensa que todos los equipos se podrían beneficiar de algo así y que realmente les ayuda muchísimo. Well, thank you very much and best of luck today.
Well, the fortress that is Tier 1 Valorant under siege now for more than a week, but despite many shots landed by Fireflux, even a hole in the wall, it's Team Liquid who stand in that breach, and they are not moving on map number 1. The surprise, the trick up Fireflux's sleeve, but it was apparently seen coming. I don't know how they look this ready, but Team Liquid, I guess, playing their own game, so to speak, a team we talk about being the best when they've got tape, when they've got VODs. Well, they had nothing to tell them how Fireflux would play here today. Oopsies. But they still looked like they were ready weeks ago.
Well, yeah, maybe it's no access to castle then. That's the new name if they're under siege, because Nats is looking very comfortable, but so is the entirety of his squad. This needs to be a good defensive start, and that's not a bad one. Solid reveal, but while speak of the man, the myth, and while he's stepping up once more, Batu re-entering the site. There should be something expected, and in fact, this is a bait. They're waiting to see if anybody reacts to this. They're still having a presence on the flank, and Kix walking his way just to try and spot anything out. This pause is to hope that Fireflux will move in and go looking, and they have, but they've just done it a second or so after Liquid wanted them to.
They're missing the boat just about. Trex deposited behind. He's got a good angle, and it's not expected. A freebie claimed.
So they go back.
Chaos in the Fireflux comms as they don't know where the hit's coming in. Steps heard now, though. Batu straight onto Nats. Great read on where the trip had come from. Now he knows about Kix. And Kix is all alone. He's got no help as they flood in. They played this perfectly on the defense. And they're the only man left. The one who stabbed Reezy in the back moments ago. They know he should be coming from long or short, and they're putting the pieces together. A 1v1, a single chance for Trex, and he connects it. But he has no notion of this final player until now. 10 seconds, and he can get a safe plant on the backside, but instead he uses it as a ruse. Batu caught on the end of the fishing line, and it's Trex reeling him in. 11-2. Team Liquid not faltering for a moment. Okay, after not faltering for a moment.
No, he was giving them a chance. He was giving them a chance. This is what this man does. You leave Trex alive at the end of rounds. You leave him in positions where it's necessary. Hello, Kix. And he closes out rounds. It's just the thing that you get to see from Trex so regularly. A stat leader in that department. And well, for Fireflux, that was the last thing they needed.
Take flight.
Was to see that man close out a round.
Yeah, this is where it feels like the beginning of the end now. It's felt like that for a while, but for Fireflux, they're a team that you look at and think they can always bounce back. The final hour, they can always add extra time.
Hello.
And here we go. 2 kills with pistols. They need something to rally their banner. And Reezy may just be that man. 2 with the Bandit. And Kachao with 2 as well. It's 11-3. Fireflux bounced back early in half number 2.
Oh yeah, there's people talking about the stat line of you got to force into those rounds if you're far enough down. It's proving true, but at the same time, that round was so clean. Like just every single player winning those individual fights. The Bandit once again being on display as such a ridiculously strong weapon when you have nowhere else to go. And even if this map feels out of reach, I think for Fireflux it's just important to know you're still on the server, to know that you can battle when you're bruised. Obviously for Liquid, no reason to force back. You don't need to take any risks at this stage. You can build up all of your ults twice over and close out the game like that. For now, at least, it's just about orb management.
Or winning the round themselves. For Liquid, that could always be the goal, inspired by what Fireflux just did. I have to hope that's not the case. It proves not to be a knife battle to settle a score, and Kachao won't claim that scalp. But he's done enough in the round, I think.
Yeah, I don't think he'll mind too much. I like how I'm pretty sure he started pistol ammo, but he went straight to the knife instead.
Absolutely he did.
He didn't even think about it either. He didn't even think about it. Trying to give a little advertisement over to the new collection, and instead he gets hammered. 11-4. It's safe to say that he had a pretty poor first half, but it definitely hasn't damaged his mental. Happy to be on this stage.
Enemy mark.
Well, immediate usage of one of those ults, but as they walk in, they're met with Kachao, even after the start of the round.
There's 2 things now in the last minute. Kachao going for the knife kill, still having fun, and then opening this with confidence, aggression, and success. Getting back on the saddle, 11-15. For me, this isn't about Fireflux winning the map anymore. That is a dream.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in 6 rounds.
Exactly. But the reality for now is we need Fireflux to know that they could have won. That they found their rhythm in the end. And every round that adds up here contributes to that.
Yeah, I think Deading especially. You can have a rough attack side of Chamber, but I want to see more on this defensive side. Either way, this round looking pretty good for them.
but there's a rotation to the other side of the map. There will be a trigger that gives the information over to Fireflux. That's why they've completely abandoned it. Well, Kicks
30 seconds
is going to wait for his teammates so they can both make their way into the site. It does mean the post plant is going to take a moment or two, but I don't think Fireflux is going to be rushing their way back into this one.
No, there's certainly no need for haste on their side. Re-smoke, though. Kicks is going to use that to get close, and he'll land himself one, but Breezy having himself a round. Again, the final hour for Fireflux is extended slightly. 11-5 now on the board. And a good win with this one, an investment from Liquid that they stand tall against. And I do think genuinely, I just want to see Kachao keep having fun. As I said, I think he's already hit that recovery. But like you said, eyes on Deading. I don't think he'll be pulling out a chamber in the next, but you don't want him to go in feeling as flat as that first half did.
Yeah, thankfully I think that with his role, he knows exactly where he needs to be. If it is going in and dying, I don't think it's ever phased him in games that I've watched before. Speaking of knowing your role, man, I still think we need to highlight for just moments ago, we've talked about Trex and those clutch capabilities. He is 21-9 right now in the server, but his highlight is those clutches. This is what he has been the best at throughout the entirety of the stage so far. One of the top players in terms of turning those rounds back around. And I do think that that's the real scary thing for Fireflux in this match so far is I feel like when you see like a Purpo or a Camo or even a Nats at times pop off, you go, okay, I can understand that he's taking those initial fights, or they're setting him up. Whereas when it's Trex, you're going, I'm losing a 1v2, I'm losing a 1v3, I'm losing rounds I should be winning, and it's infuriating. He's 21-9, and he also has 10 assists to go with it. So you're doing some stuff wrong, he's doing some stuff incredibly right.
Yeah, it's going to be frustrating for Fireflux. They haven't even faced that many clutches from this man. He's still putting up those numbers. A 6-round gap that they have to try to recover after a moment of reprieve. A face-off against Pistols. Again, what should be an easier one to connect. But Liquid after a pause. What's the idea? We start with orbs for Camo. One more, even with a death, will give him the run it back for the next round. And Liquid don't need to play the short game here. They're happy to look at the future. Lose this round, but set themselves up to close the map. And maybe test out some unexplored territory. It looks like we're going to have at least a feeler placed towards this B site, while Nats is still drawing a lot of attention over here. The fact that he even trades evenly is ridiculous.
This is the problem. Liquid do have time to test things, take risks, and it looks like they were going to get a post plant, but Hezekiah has decided it's my time to farm some eco frags. I think they might get stolen away from it though. In fact, he'll only end up with a 1. 4 survive. Fireflux continue that climb. But this is the round that was paused for. And I'll be honest, like, obviously you sort of talk about like getting to 10 or something. I do think this is the round where Fireflux win it. I go, okay, this is now a map. Game on. Because you've broken them after they've taken a pause. You've broken them after the coaches have gone, okay guys, maybe we got ahead of ourselves. This is what you did wrong. Let's go. Well, you win that round. Maybe they need another. Maybe the mental goes.
But that talk was all about this rifle round, all about it coming into it with the run it back for Camo. They found their orb and they found their death. They got the orb, sorry, the op onto Purpo indeed. Currently in a standoff on the C site. And it's on to Liquid indeed. The lead, significant. But it can be cut down to size very quickly, and really all it takes here is that one mistake. Fireflux with momentum, we know how that looks.
It happened before as well. I think that's what makes it worse. They had a 9-3 defensive half versus foot, and they then lost on the attack. So it's not even like, oh yeah, we're losing a few rounds. It's like, oh god, it's happening again. We worked on this, we tried to fix this, and more Purpo has just been clotheslined. A super aggro fight. Camo's going to try and respond. Okay, they're going to fight the run it back. Truly no fear. And well, when there's 4 players on this A side, you can kind of understand why.
I don't think they have the read on the attack just yet as to how much they're facing into. And maybe they won't even care if they knew the paranoia good, but Batu fires through it, covering fire that's covered them in bullets. The attack side run. They flee this site.
Hunter's
Look
Fury.
towards B. There'll be no free plant there. Even though I'll wrap all the way around, it'll be detected first of all.
Well, look at
Batu
Batu.
will be in position. The thing is, though, Nats might have set himself up to take that Hunter's Fury out. He's a thorn in their side as they're looking intently at the C site. Batu's closing the distance. Nats will strike, but the spike still needs to be planted. It has to be stuck. Trax will be drawn into a fight. And it's down to the wire. But Team Liquid lose out on time.
That was so close to Hezuko almost throwing that away.
He shouldn't have swung.
The thing is, I think he swung because if Trex kills, maybe he has time to plan, but one of them had to hide. You can't both be fighting, and I think he was the one that should have been hiding, considering how far away he was. Considering the way these early fights went, it feels like that should have been a little bit easier. But the main thing for me, which I said maybe in a round or so, you end up with that second pause coming out. Liquid have pulled the trigger now. They are going for the pause again. And I think if you're Fireflux, just like that, hey, that was close, but they are sweating.
They have to be. They just used the run it back, got nothing for it. I mean, it was Fireflux ran at the run it back.
Body checked it.
Yeah, literally stood on the other side of the smoke. Blind
that would be
or not.
like Pal running at me to rugby tackle. I mean, me just standing my ground. Like, that's mental.
It's that, and then you winning.
Yeah,
that just doesn't compute.
Which in real life would not happen. I would be on the ground.
But this is the thing. They for Liquid, you've got to feel crushed. As you said, history. It points to this, and Oracle would predict this kind of fall off. So it looks like it's coming true again. And then the fact that, well, we just dumped everything into that round. We had a timeout for it. We had the ult farmed for it. We used the ult. We had the op on Purpo. It got nothing. They got embarrassed in middle. So and if I'm not mistaken, the man that Purpo should have killed ended up being alive to win the round.
I want to give you just a little bit. So they were 8-0 up versus Foot. They finished 9-3, so one worse than this. They lost the pistol, or won the pistol, lost the second round.
Oh!
Hey, that looks very familiar.
Deja vu, actually. Yeah, I can imagine what that looks like.
I wonder if Fireflux are going, Turkish brothers, we're going to do one better. Yeah, you did it from 9-3, we'll do it at 10-2. And then we'll look to meet you, but Nats has other ideas. Takes the round into his own hands and opening onto Reezy that has to be filled in. This leaves the defense quite a bit more spread.
TP taken, a relocation for kicks, now ready to hit the A site together. For the most part, Purpo exploring mid again alone. And this time he's been caught a bit more aggressive than before.
Look at the read once more. Well placed is Batu, but can he get too much done? Yes, he can! A full wipe down! You don't want to swing into an Odin when Batu's on the other side. And Nats, he's got to be thinking, guys, I walked into Garage. I got you an opener. What else was done this round? I'm looking at the damage. 0, 0, 0, and 0. That is the only damage that was done by Liquid. And while all I'm going to say is they can't talk to the coaches, but Nats, I think this might be speech time.
Well, the reality is, Tom, you come into this round after a pause, another pause, a second,
another
back to back in terms of buy rounds pauses, and then that's what happens. You get an opening kill, you get map control.
Oh dear.
And an Odin runs you down, sprays you into the dirt. This has got to be a tough pill to swallow for Team Liquid, but we're starting to understand why Fireflux picked this. It certainly wasn't because of their attack being strong, but they just said, hey, if we get 2, we'll probably get more than Liquid will.
The funniest thing about this is, the reason I thought it would be good on the defense is because you got the double Senti. One of the Senti's doing nothing. Like, I think one of the first kills Denning has in this half was that one where it's Nats running over with 8 HP, not looking the right way. So
exactly.
It probably got you 0.1 ACS and about the same in ADR. So genuinely, it's been a non-factor. It's just everybody else has stepped up. And while this man in particular, the greatest redemption story, potentially, of all time. If they make it to champs, I think it is. But right now, they're looking at redemption in this map alone. And while for Denning, maybe that one kill, that 8 HP singular kill is all he needed. He didn't TP very far, but he has got away.
Has he? He's stuck in that corner, or maybe not.
One enemy remaining.
He lured them in. And they found themselves around in the back of it. Deadink, well, that's a little bit of a better performance from him. Not sure how easily
the Liquid
that would be
coaches
to
are
be
slamming the pause. Give us a third pause, please, for the love of God. 7 rounds in a row. Funnily enough, the most rounds in a row for a defensive team so far, which, considering that first half, is very surprising. And well, I think even if you're a relative of one of the Fireflux players, I don't think you were sat there going, 2 is enough.
What was it we said last time? Like 300 ACS, I think I'm spitballing here. 28 kills for Camo, something like that. He's on 9 right now. Purpo's having a mare, being picked off at the start of so many rounds, and now they've lost the one man who's been there so often. They've still got Trex, I suppose, but Nats, your late game player.
And maybe if everyone else dies, Trex can clutch. That might be the best point of call at this point.
That's what Nats is calling right now. No, guys, you were supposed to stand in the Hunter's Fury. Doesn't get orbs for it.
Another 4v5. A chance.
Purpo's exploring B, man. It's making me stressed.
Yeah,
He's
at the operator. And you kind of think, like, if he's holding the angle, he should win, but he hasn't been winning. He's been getting wrecked by whoever peeks him, but this time nobody's peeking. They're happy to sit in their setup. They're happy to hold on to that ground. Reezy filling in the space. An angle held. Nice shot, at least on one, but then he swings in. Reezy, a man of many moments. One of them bringing them here in the first place. He ain't going nowhere. He made it to Barcelona, and then already to lose even a man, maybe. I can't believe the scenario we're currently in. Liquid sat 11-2 in the lead. I remember the social media after they fell from 8-0 down. I think they might lose their minds in the Liquid fan base if this one goes. They're still in the lead. They're still technically in the lead, but it hasn't felt like it for about 5 rounds.
No, I'm starting to believe now. I was saying it. This game's gone.
I said 10 as a joke. I said after 7. We're way past 7 now.
Way past that line. Fireflux.
Oh, it's direct this time.
They barely played that first half, but they're not letting Liquid play the second. Nats tries his same old tricks in Garage, and he'll get away with it. One pick with the flank coming in very, very quickly. Already Kachau's in the window, and Denning's covering the walk back out. Nats has nowhere to go. He cannot step away from this box. Trax will come back to try to help him, but hold on. Nats is undetected. He's found a gap. They were searching for him, and still he surprises. Denning finally deals with that man, but it might be enough done for Team Liquid to claim a round. Denning with his up. An ace needed, and I don't think he should even be trying this. Purpo, well, he's definitely not being hit many shots, but he's given too many opportunities. 12-10, 1 round for Liquid to forget this second half ever happened.
Yeah, thankfully for them, the 2 defeats have been 13-11, so at least that's out the window. They've at least made it to 12 this time, but it's whether or not that momentum was all that was keeping Fireflux going. And if a blip, if a stumble is enough to take their legs from them, or if they've still got 2 more in them.
Starts again with Batu, fish in a barrel, low HP on Purpo, who's not getting out. The Hunter's Fury spent to try to trade back, and it almost gets him. Batu survives just about, and the man advantage locked down for Fireflux. Again, it's Purpo falling early. He's really been unlucky in those early duels.
Yeah, he tried his best to jump his way out of that one. Yep. Just hearing the Odin at this point trying to go through about 15 moves. He might be one of the first players ever to run out of bullets in an Odin. We're getting there. And now they're sending Nats with the operator into B. It's been a cursed land thus far. Well, I think after the AWP rings true, there is no more reason to fight this one.
Yeah, there could be no more repeaks. Waiting for the push now as Liquid show their hand towards the C site. Camo's ultimate is traded out. Reezy goes down. The 4v4.
He's gonna run out of ammo.
Fireflux lose their advantage and they lose the C site. It looks like they're gonna play containment towards that B in carriage, and Liquid will just walk out for free.
I like this. They all run back. They run into their leader. Their leader makes the call. But whoa, the timing a little bit scary. The jump down is being watched. Nats knows, but almost feels at this point he maybe wants to get rid of that operator. Space about to be taken through the Molotov. Kachao goes a little bit early, and it looks like at the final hurdle things might be falling apart. Hezekiah, 38 HP. Liquid had to find something, find some resilience, and while Hezekiah looks for a little bit more, this crossfire should be unstoppable, and in this case it will be. Liquid, after a little bit of turmoil and a few trips along the way, will claim map number 1 and head into their map with an advantage.
Well, the surprise didn't set Liquid on the back foot all too much. We talk about them with tape. Today we talk about them with Trex. What a performance delivered by this man. There were some missing pieces for Liquid. Camo and Purpo, players we've talked about a lot when it comes to Haven. But today it was Trex's show. For Team Liquid, a stumble towards the end. They opened the door for Fireflux and closed it on them at the same time. It's gotta feel good to be a map up. Now it's time for the sideline where we've got Kix standing by.
Estoy aquí con Kix. I'm here with Kix because we definitely have to ask you about that map. Elephant in the room. An amazing first half. You look like unbeatable. It does not look like the Fireflux that we met back in EMEA. You keep looking like you're going to conquer the world, and then we jump into the second one and things start to get complicated. So what was it about the Vice Chamber that was impossible to get through?
I think it had nothing to do with their comp. Maybe we just had some flashbacks to the footballers game. We had a good defense half, and we go on attack. We lose to anti-eco, and I think we got in our own heads a little bit. But after some rounds, we finally managed to get some few rounds, and that's all we needed to get it over the line.
Le preguntaba que qué es lo que ha pasado. Obviamente, la primera mitad súper bien. Esto es algo que además ya vivimos en EMEA. Y en la segunda las cosas se ponen muy complicadas. Yo le nombraba al Vice de la Chamber. Él me dice que no tenía nada que ver con la composición, sino que les venían esos flashbacks de cuando estaban jugando contra Food. Las cosas se empezaron a poner complicadas, pero al final le consiguen dar la vuelta. Well, thank you very much and best of luck in the second game.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
What did I do? What did I? I try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I. You told me that you love me. And now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. With my heart, do? What did I try to make you happy? Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it. Yeah.
Did you ever expect this Firefox comp on Haven, and what was it like to play against?
I know, I don't even expected them to pick Haven, not gonna lie. It was a good pick from them.
Yeah.
And I mean, we played terrible attack side. Yeah, it is what it is. We managed to win. Let's just reset because yeah, I think we had some flashbacks from, you know, Footwist game, this attack side.
Yeah.
But it's good that we secured the victory. It's really good.
Didn't expect the comp, but for sure they might change the comp, so
Yeah.
it is what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
Interesting that Kix told Bayer and now Lowen's told us that flashbacks from their game versus Foot is still haunting Team Liquid. But the thing is, they've made it this far. They need to get over it, surely.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'd be a bit concerned with the way that Firefox managed to start putting up a fight there. I was getting ready to come into this and be like, oh yeah, the first half was just a warm-up for them, and then they were good to go after that. But yeah, obviously Team Liquid managing to close out in the end. I think Nats was probably one of the key players for them to be able to get to that match point round and then finally being able to close it out there. And we can see the fact that Firefox, individually, we highlighted them. We had a frag movie for them at the very start of this Petra, but it feels as though there was a little bit of an underperformance from them individually.
Yeah, especially in the beginning, right? I mean, Batu has been doing so well, and the rest had just to step up, but it was a little bit too late.
Yeah, I mean, Team Liquid, yeah, they were owning on the Haven defense, but Fireflux were able to step things up after switching side. So let's talk about Team Liquid's Haven defense. Do you think it was a Fireflux issue, or do you think it was Team Liquid showing up prepared, ready to put their demons behind them?
I think it wasn't a Fireflux issue, honestly. I mean, Fireflux gave them the space to do all of this, and if they were getting into the game a bit earlier, I don't think Team Liquid would have the chance.
Yeah, I think there was countless times where you would see Fireflux just walking into things like purple there, which we'll highlight around in a little bit. But yeah, I think that when you have that kind of contact style for Fireflux, in the past, that has been one of their strengths, right? But when you're coming up against people like Purple who are going to be abusing that operator as much as possible, you need to have a bit of utility. And I think that Fireflux's composition almost limited them in a way in that sense, because they were having to attack with the chamber, with the Vise. And yeah, it was a bit of a struggle for them.
Yeah, and the funny part is they had two Sentinels, and yet they were still managed to flank all the time.
Yeah.
That's the interesting thing. We know that Team Liquid, given that they're led by Nats, right, they want to do a lot of preparation. They know that Fireflux are going to be playing this contact style. So even though if they're not sure what composition they're going to play, they still know how Fireflux as a unit are going to want to play. Because when you're changing up these compositions so much, surely you can't really change the game plan that quickly on the fly as well. Although maybe we shouldn't put it past their synergy. But an example of this contact style, Billy, you already mentioned going up against Purpo's ult, and maybe they should have rethought things.
Yeah, I think round 9 in particular really just like frustrated me beyond belief when I was watching it, because yeah, you see the shot go in to try and get rid of the trips that they're expecting Nats to be set up on site here, but Purpo is just getting away with absolute murder there. They try and use the Sova on him. He obviously dashes over the top of it and is able to updraft above it, sorry, I should say. But they're still just like not expecting him to be sitting back site and just taking these duels. It feels like a blunder from Fireflux.
Yeah, it does feel like. And I really think once you're a little bit stressed, this kind of situation happens. Fundamentals are going away. And once they got a little bit more used to it, the fundamentals were there. But here, yikey.
But even in the second half, sometimes you guys were literally screaming at the screen because of moments like Hezekiah, for example, taking swings he doesn't need to take.
2v2, yeah.
They were so scary. Yeah, I'm so sorry to bring you back into that moment. Now I've given the Death Demons. Brilliant. We're all Team Liquid now, apparently. Let's take a look, though, at Fireflux's composition, because if you think about last time they played Haven, Billy, you were telling us while we were watching that game back in Challengers, they played a composition we would have loved to see them to play today.
Yeah, I was quite surprised, honestly, because when we think back to the Haven that they played in the Challenger Stage 3 final against Enterprise, they were running Dead Ink on the Waylay, they were running, yeah, so we see it here, sorry, you have Batu on the Cypher, which obviously we've seen him jump onto that Sentinel in the past when I think of the Deadlock on Ascent, for example, so it's not like they've steered away from that in the past initially, but yeah, I think for me, it feels like a completely different composition, like a completely different archetype of composition, which we have seen from Fireflux when I think to the Summit changes that they made throughout these playoffs as well. But Petra, I wanted to know from your perspective, like, was there a preference that you had out of these two compositions?
Yeah, definitely the Preferious comp for sure. And if we look at Deadlink, like, he was doing so well on the Waylay.
Yeah.
And I mean, Batu was doing very good on the Sova, but I think it would have been better to have the old comp.
Yeah, it's also strange, it's like when you have someone who can play battle controller like Hezekiah. Reezy's a fantastic player, of course, so flexible, but you have such a strong role player in Hezekiah. It feels like such a shame to be on this stage and to take him off that Omen. But we are going to be heading into Lotus very soon, and it's going to be interesting to see if Chao can have a much better step up, because if you look at how he performed in Stage 2, he is capable of a monster performance as we head to the second map.
Yeah, I think we talk about players needing to warm up to the stage, and obviously we consistently talk about how young of a player Chao is, the fact that he's probably never stepped foot on a stage of this caliber and of this size. That first half, it wasn't great for him, you know, he was 1-5 in first kills and first deaths, he was 4-12 in his kills and deaths as well. Like, he just was not warming up to the stage whatsoever. Of course, he was able to kind of claw it back a little bit in that defense. I think of the judge round, that maybe gave him a little bit of confidence being able to pick that up. But yeah, it just took a while to warm up to the stage, I think.
Yeah, and I think it's important, like, if it's like this, also your teammates has to be very calm. You never know what's happening in the comp, so maybe it's not his fault, you never know.
Yeah.
The question for me is going to be, are we going to see Chao now switching to the Omen like we last saw in Lotus? Are they going to rethink things? Because I know that maybe we want to see Fireflux maybe stick rather than twisting all the time. But actually, as they're going up against Team Liquid now, surely play to your strengths. Actually, let Chao now sit in this duelist role. Now he's warmed up on that stage. Now he's almost got an ace and flubbed it himself with that styling on them with the attempt to get the knife kill. Let him live in that moment and enjoy every second, because that's where he's strongest.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I also like disagree to an extent, because I think the first time we saw him on the Omen on Lotus, it was a little bit like shaky, but the second time we saw him, he was outplaying everyone. I mean, you know what it's like having an amazing Omen player on a team.
Oh yes, definitely.
When we talk about Turkish players and Omen players, we're obviously talking about Vanya here, but yeah, I think that he can definitely use the verticality of this map to his advantage. I want to see him TPing on top of boxes and taking off angles that Team Liquid maybe wouldn't necessarily expect.
And we are going to see Fireflux playing what they know and what you've appreciated from them in the past, Billy. How are we feeling about this comp going up against Team Liquid? It feels pretty standard here.
yeah, I mean, you have Team Liquid with their bread and butter. We get to see Camo and Purple on that double duelist. This has kind of been their identity throughout this stage so far. And we talk about comfort. That very much has been a comfort thing for them. I think Kix had an incredible map 1 as well. You know, we speak about comfort and about how he's not traditionally been a controller player. But he honestly impressed me during map 1. So if he can keep up that consistency, then that's a good sign for Team Liquid.
I agree. Yeah. But is it a worrying sign when you hear Kix repeatedly talking about Team Liquid having issues with their mental games? It's never their opponents. In the interviews that Kix has given to us on this broadcast, but also to other media outlets, it's always a mental game for him, particularly, I think, as an individual as well as a team, because he still doesn't feel quite comfortable on the smoker role.
Yeah, I mean, that's very important, right? So I think, sorry, I forgot what I was going to say.
No, it's okay. No, it's okay. It's just the fact that, but we're talking about Kix feeling comfortable. And I mean, you are a pro player, Petra. The idea of going into a game like this, where you're not feeling 100% like you're in your strongest role, that's got to be an extra mental block to get over. And there's the mental block of the fact that this team needs to win this match, otherwise they're not going to Shanghai. So let's see if they can do it in 2 with Mitch and Tom.
Well, Team Liquid on track to book themselves some more flights. 1-0 up, Tom, but it was anything but comfortable over on Haven.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, it was sweaty. Like, from where they were 11-2 up in a position where they should have closed that one out easily, they gave some runway back to Fireflux. They built themselves back into the map. And now we get to see if they could take us to a third. Because I'll say, if I watch Fireflux for a day and I don't get to see a Waylay, I'll be incredibly sad. And well, at least going into the next map, that's where Deading gets to play his agent of choice. So I'm hoping they could take us there. But I think Liquid on this map, especially on that defensive side, when they've been at their peak, I think versus EP and versus Fnatic a little while ago, they were demons at just almost taking space and being disrespectful. I want to see how they're going to play this one.
Well, confidence for Fireflux should be built back up
already
from the comeback. For Team Liquid, it's definitely there. A stack up on C and a trap set. Not just Purpo in the corner, but a paranoia. All this off the contact of Camo. He'll see Hezecoil, the star of the show for Fireflux last time they played this map. But this time, his appearance is cut short. A trap sprung, and it leaves the rest of the squad to flee into this A site. But look who's waiting for them here.
Trex and Nats, these are not two players that you really want to be running into. Nats already from above, almost baiting and baiting perfectly. In fact, Nats ends up with more in the end. It's looking like right back to their defensive side and right back to winning ways. It is completely clean from Team Liquid in the pistol and in zone flawless to start.
And think about it, that was a quick reaction to go to the A site. They burst in, they get slowed, and when that final fight comes down, not that long later, all 5 players from Liquid are there. All 5 swung that final fight, 4 from site and 1 from the stairs. And Liquid were all on the same page, and they played this to perfection.
A great round from them.
Finally a good pistol, not gonna lie. Fine.
Didn't they win both in the last map?
Yeah, it was round 2 they lost in second half. I guess he wasn't happy with how the pistol played out.
This one he got 0 kills, but...
It's not about winning though, it's about the strategy being correct. He can make the wrong move and it can work out. Doesn't mean you should make that move again. This time they're happy with what they've put out.
They've lost their big gun, or at least one of them.
It's on the floor.
Be a little bit careful. Well, Kachao
1 enemy remaining.
Currently has it in hand.
Indeed.
And looks to want to try and do some damage with it. An extra pickup would be nice, trying to create a little bit of space. See, look, now he has smokes to play with to sell the ruse. And in classic Turkish style, he looks to push the smoke. Liquid, though, at least trying to group up, and in the end, it will be Purpo to close out the round. And Marshall lost. The Bulldog will be retrieved alongside the Guardian. And Liquid is not quite as clean as the pistol, but it's enough.
Yeah, it's not an in-zone flawless, but a win's a win. They definitely get a little bit dicey, as you said, Kicks going down, them not being able to hold the line, so the rifle recovered, handed into the hands of Kachao. Gave a chance, if not for the round win, for a little bit of wind in the sails of the young gun who had a slow start over on Haven. He was 0-6 before he finally started to answer up and close to even in the end. A slow start here could be a death sentence for Fireflux, but it's not just for him. As I said, Hezecoil for me has been the standout when it comes to Fireflux.
Sorry, one more time.
So Hezecoil,
Yeah.
really good.
Okay.
So watching this round, oh, he's
Yeah. I'm waiting.
He's dead.
Yeah, this same trap. It's just him in the corner again. It's going to be cleared, but not quite well enough. The Boombot's helped out Deadink at least, but he now needs to pull off a 1 versus 3. And while Trex is dancing with death, and he is winning 3-0. Another lights out start for Team Liquid, and I'm getting deja vu.
Yeah, the Boombot's helping them out there, as you said. It got the trade on one of those kills. Look, they were ready for him to be in that corner, right? You get marks for that. They swung him. You get marks for that. But his timing here was unbelievable. And that transfer onto Kachao, who's already, as we said, he was 0-6 last time.
He's halfway there.
Well, yeah. I guess his hope's living on a prayer. We got to see them bounce back soon. And it might not be this round. Fireflux known for the pistols. We said it last time. They ended up winning round 2 in the second half. But they need success. And I mean, in this round, it's also about the economy. It's already getting out of control. Like, should they win this round? No, of course not. But if they give Team Liquid an in-zone flawless, the money's going to get out of control. This defensive side will not just have to be beaten once, maybe twice or 3 times on full buys before you get that free follow-up. Danger for Fireflux if they fall flat. And already they've lost 1.
Uh-oh. That's a lot of damage, and then stuck in the mud. It's easy for Nats. Purpo still trying to play an aggressive angle, and well, he should be in trouble here. He's fighting forward. Well, now they'll walk into the hands of Trex. He's just waiting on that corner. Paranoia worked well, but Purpo still hasn't been cleared, and he's never going to be. He takes damage at the beginning of the round. It's another in-zone flawless for Liquid. And well, sure, I think Fireflux may have chosen to start on their weaker side here, but I don't know if that will have been the right choice. I think they should have tried to run with the momentum a little bit, because they are giving Liquid the chance to run away with it again in this first half.
I can see the in-game clock, and it is still counting down. I'm surprised. Where's the timeout? 4-0 down, falling flat, giving Team Liquid a massive boost to the economy. Losing this round, and it spirals out of control. A must-win for Fireflux, and they don't take a moment to breathe. Instead, they will roll with the momentum, but it seems to be Liquid's momentum that they're playing against. The spam,
yeah,
good.
I was about to say, there we go.
Purpo down, Kachao on the board, and a showstopper sent in and almost claiming Nats, but he walks right back into the chaos, right back into the corner, and Camo's traded back ×2! Stop the plant, bought them time, and rallied the troops for a retake before the site is even fully lost. Fireflux are being interrupted early. That momentum not going anywhere as Camo claims another. Down to Hezecoil with a triple. He will pull it back. From the verge of extinction, Fireflux, they found a spark of hope.
Yeah, I honestly thought the Camo was just going to run through the whole team in that round. It looked like from this moment onwards, it was all she wrote. But a last man standing in the corner, just able to pop head after head after head. And well, he was given 3 pixels, and he hit all 3 pixels. Well, the coaching staff may be a little bit lucky they aren't sat there calling a pause at 6-0 down again. Yeah, that's when they got their first in the last. This time they've done it a bit earlier. But again, is that the start of something? Maybe it is. That's a good one from Kachao.
They've got to be starting something. And Kachao finding himself on the board, and then with an opening pick in the next round, that's certainly a sign of better times on the horizon. Fireflux gave their opponent a lot of credits to burn, and burn them they have. Liquid, the 3 players on low cash coming out of this one. Well, this is Fireflux's chance to disintegrate that early lead.
Oh, that's not going to help. Nat's gone. Showstopper is available, but I'm not sure if it's going to be committed anymore. You had yourself a 4v5, but that has dwindled even further. And at this point, with a couple of players low on credits, I think the only real decision left for Liquid. It's going to make you hesitate. Like, you go, okay, can we now win this? Can we now turn this round? But I think, unfortunately, just too little too late.
It just takes a second of listening to the ticking and you realize, yeah, the time is already too far gone. Good work by Kicks on the way out, but it is Fireflux with a second. Those weapons needing to be saved. Trex taking a risk that almost paid off. The op will be carried forward though. Batu defends it. And that second round for Fireflux. A 3K for Hezekiah, the standout who was standing outside of the game. Well, he has stepped back in to compete 2 rounds ago. Connecting the follow-up made it uncomfortable for Liquid.
Yeah, good job. Good work in this round, and I agree with what Billy was saying. The first time I think we watched him play on Omen, it was horrific. The next time he was one of the best players in the server. So I think maybe the first showing we got a glimpse of where it can go wrong, but he's definitely not a one-trick pony. And I think this attack side operator, at least in that round, was a solid one. Now the Blade Storm is going to give Purpo enough to keep the credits, keep the buy, and with a showstopper, and well, everything. They've got everything. Every single ultimate available to them. Even though you might not see a gun in his hand, this is a very, very strong buy from Liquid.
For Fireflux, it was a 4-man stack up on A that they faced early on. Team Liquid took full control of Rubble, but Liquid are still gambling on that side of the map. Like, normally you see a team take Rubble and, like, this guy stays, but the other two don't. They're ready for this double back from Fireflux. And the gamble, with no utility on the B side.
It's ults, isn't it?
You have to watch it, yeah, indeed.
They're just playing retake. They're going, okay.
Retake on 2 different points.
I think it's just, okay, on B we can clear the whole site. On C we can clear the whole of back site. With that Nightfall, then we send through a showstopper and we can clear any of those angles. Whereas A, there's a lot more deep angles you can hold on to. Now we get to see if that was the right decision. They've dodged. Well, semi-dodged the ult, but actually at the same time, the Nightfall goes through on the other side, but there's not really a way to activate onto that yet. I think that might be just a little bit early. We'll see if the showstopper, no, he gets nothing! Kachao picks him out of the air. It becomes tougher and tougher. This was the ult round. Liquid need to get something from it, and they are. Quickly finding a couple of kills. The operator from an aggressive position now becomes more of a burden than anything, and they are losing players up until Hezekiah, but it's being stuck, it's being held all the way along, and even if the ults initially weren't the best, Liquid hold with 3.
Yeah, as soon as they wrestled the control out of that corner, it looked like the round was solved. But Kachao gave them a real lifeline on Fireflux, taking out that showstopper. It stopped the push, but only for a moment. Liquid wrestle that control out of their hands, and at that point, it's panic stations on Fireflux. Like, you've got to run at that spike. You know it's being diffused, but Liquid have body after body to throw at the defense to delay you.
And that's the problem. The showstopper meant they kind of had to play broken up. All right, well, Reezy is... I don't know.
Kicks is doing something different today. He got a double spray down at Collat. Now he's doing this.
Yeah, he's killing a lot of people he can't see. Now this buy from Fireflux sucks. And that sucks even worse. First you take the duelist off him, then you take his life altogether, Deadink.
Oh, this is a tragedy. Well, Deadink just wanted the ace. The 1v5. He won't get it. He won't get it either.
You don't always get things you want.
An in-zone flawless, and it's Liquid right back to winning ways.
How can it be a flawless? Deadink got a kill.
That's a great point, actually.
I must have missed that one.
I wonder how that happened. But for Liquid, yeah, it is now 6-2, and for Fireflux, so many pieces missing compared to what we've seen.
Oh, he dodged one nade and then ran into the other one. Okay, there's nothing that could be done there.
It's good, you know, he took the orb away from the other A's.
Sure.
Smart play. Smart play.
Let's go with that one.
300 IQ.
It's no surprise the Fireflux now going to call themselves a pause. And a man I know you wanted to talk about, Hezekiah, you brought him up a couple of times.
Yeah, I said this guy's been the standout. Just take a look at his stats. Last time they played this, it was against the Tier 2 comrade. They were up against Job Life, and, well, the stats speak for themselves. The assist per round might go down off Smoker and on a Vice, but other than that, it's been a step up in every department. Kachao had a good game, but Hezekiah stole the show. And here today, we look to both of them to carry that mantle forward, to keep that same energy, and now they're doing it a map down. It is do or die, and replicating that performance it could be the key to getting Fireflux all the way to split.
Yeah, the problem is, again, they're running out of runway. Their defensive side, we saw in the last map, it was stellar. Same versus JobLife. You highlight him, it's no surprise that a lot of that was on the defense, like where he was able to lock down that C side of the map. But just like the last map, incredible defensive side. But you gave yourself no wiggle room. They basically had to win every single round in a row to close out. And they got very, very far. They got to 10 from 11-2 down. But if they go in the same place, I fear that eventually a Nats, maybe in this case a Trex who's having a great game, or any of the other crazy players that we've seen throughout, will just close out one of those rounds. And unfortunately for Fireflux, I don't think that 2 is going to be anywhere near enough.
No, absolutely not. And I think it goes back to the question that we had earlier on. You said about starting on your favorite side, and perhaps for Fireflux, starting on that defense would have been the right play. We saw from Liquid that they gave themselves enough of a runway on a comfortable half of Haven that they were able to recover despite a miserable follow-up to it. For Fireflux, yeah, I think that the upside I'll give is that you have to know your team. Right? Getting a tough half out of the way, for some teams will crush their mental. They'll think they're out of it, even though they're going into their favor. Some players aren't emotionally intelligent enough to look past the last 30 minutes and see what's in front of them. But for Fireflux, I don't think they're a team that will suffer from that. But it's hard to tell when you move to an arena like this. But we had questions about how these teams would perform on the EMEA stage in Berlin, in a smaller environment, at times without a crowd. Well, that's not the case here. And now it's a fresh challenge. So I don't think this will be a team that crumbles. I think Batu's screams and wails will bring anyone back into a game, but I don't know that. And neither do Fireflux. Today is when we find that out.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, you then have to look at the opponent across the stage because, yeah, they've been through some incredible teams. I think them beating Vitality, obviously a team that is going to Champions off points. They denied BBL the ability to make it to Champions in the first place. Even took down Heretics in that initial upper bracket, who went out of Champions contention today. The problem, though, is you go through all of these teams, you grow, you get better, you get better. Liquid in the lower bracket are always the final boss. We talk about this every single time, every single year. It doesn't matter the iteration, it doesn't matter the roster, it doesn't. There could be no consistency through everything, and you go, yeah, but it's Liquid in the lower bracket, and it just seems to happen every single time. And now they are at that final step. They are at that, okay, we can just go to champs if we win this game. And sure, there's other ways that they could go to champs, like they rely on Foot to win the next game, whatever. Liquid don't falter in these moments. In fact, it wouldn't be surprising to say that even though Foot, if you go over the year and everything that's happened as of recent, have been the better side, if they go into that lower bracket final versus them, Liquid may even be favorites because it's the lower bracket, because Foot's momentum have been broken. That's what Fireflux have to be. History, experience, and yes, they've already done that every step of the way, but when you get here versus Liquid, it's 10 times harder.
And the thing is, you're talking about Liquid in a lower bracket, often fighting for tournament survival, often fighting for a trophy, and sure, we've got the same things here, but what you're often not talking about is them making it to Champions. You add on an extra accolade that they're fighting for, and they hit another power level. We're over 9,000 for Liquid now, and it certainly seemed like that in half number 1 of Haven. The one little bit of hope I'd give to Fireflux is they get out of this half with 4 or 5 rounds, they can come out and go, you reckon they'll cool off in the second half? They certainly did last time. Like, I think it's easy to sell yourself that you're still in the game, but we need to see them push past this mark. And like I said, the problem for me is for Team Liquid, the players that we rely on, the ones that you would tout as the superstars of this roster, are footnotes in this series so far. Camo and Purpo, if anything, the highlights for me have been them, especially Purpo's lurks on B, throwing rounds away, mistiming things, peeking with the back turn, unscoping on the op wall out in the open, and a dude swings you and takes a freebie. They've been silly mistakes. And yet, even though you have those 2 players quieted on the other side, you have Trex dominating in map number 1. And now Kix is 10-2. He's killed 3 people through smokes. Like, they're feeling it on Team Liquid, and Fireflux, they got themselves back into Haven, sure, but it was impressive because it's rare to see. Now we got to see it again.
Yeah, we got to see it again, and we got to see it on the map choice
well, hopefully
of their
not
opponents.
there. Hopefully they don't start slow there, so we wouldn't need to see it.
We'll have to wait and see. Purpo Gonna get out of there unscathed. Back into the game. Players reconnected. Everything as it was. And on for the attack side, they've got the Viper's Pit. Reezy has been having a very tough time so far, but if I was to describe him as a player, it's a man of moments. He had the greatest moment for Fireflux so far as an organization to take them here in the first place. The final round that they never should have won. I think they would take one of those moments right about now.
That was a beautiful round, but no time to dwell on the past. It's all about the future, and for Reezy, there's no future in this round. He has been taken out by Trex. Liquid with an opening. Can they follow up on it and push Fireflux to the brink? Those credits down low, and the timing terrible for Kachao as Camo looks back to reclear B, finding a man in the open. And now they're looking at Camo while Nats takes the freebie. It's all going wrong for Fireflux. A big investment, and there is no upside, no gain, no profit to be found here. The attackers trail, and it's getting worse as the rounds go on. A pinpoint accurate nade. Hezekor with a chance to connect a few headshots, but only the one will be found. It's not an in-zone flawless. That's the silver lining. Yeah. But it's a very gray cloud in front of and over Fireflux right now.
Yeah, that's not going to help, but then everything from that point onwards is Fireflux taking space that they thought Liquid had given up, and Liquid were very, very aware. In fact, I love that 1-2 punch from Camo and Nats. Like Camo saying, I could sense it, fights the first, but then it's Nats going, okay, they're going to go through this angle. I'm going to reposition into a spot that a guy was in 4 seconds ago. Like, they're not going to expect me to be here. Again, just a phenomenal read on the game. Something that, you could argue in his case, he does better than anybody else. And currently 11-3. All right.
It might sound silly, but doing it better than anyone else was impressive when he was doing it on his own, when he was the lurker in a team. Yeah. But doing it as an IGL, and of course, then he can let the team give him the space, like he can control it. I get that. But it's so impressive that he keeps that level alive. Now, Kix, who's at a very high level so far, he's had his head split open. He's out of the round, and it's a 4v5 that I feel like Camo wants to peek into. He's crazy! Delirium from Camo, a 4K! The fourth never should have been! And the cherry on top! He's blowing out all of his candles as Team Liquid's wishes are coming true!
If that was a birthday wish, you're not supposed to tell anyone those, but everybody, what a scene! That is crazy! That is crazy! Slow it down! Hang it in the loop! That's just nasty!
Oh, that brought tears to my eyes! What was that shot?
I'm guessing Kix is happy he died there because he got to watch that live, just like the rest of us. Yeah, guys, I'm just going to run in and die so I could watch Camo pull off magic.
You could see him on the edge of the smoke. He was fighting the green goblin in his head going, "Peek, you coward!" And he peeked. Oh my goodness.
Well, he was definitely telling him to kill them. There's no doubt about that. Insanity. Wow. And well, if you could think of the last thing Fireflux needed in that moment, it was for Camo to go, yeah, you know, you said I was having a quiet day. I'm still here, still ready to go. 8-2. I'm fed up of saying Silver Lions. It was a low buy, but who cares?
I'm the biggest hate. Oh, here we go. And straight in with the showstopper, Camo. Give him a moment to breathe. A second to relax. Liquid boots on their neck, and he's taking Kachao. I mean, like what? Like, what have they fed this guy? Where have they found him?
Fireflux players. That's what they've been feeding it the entirety of the game.
It's a bloody feast for Camo, for Team Liquid in general. They're happy to just eat his scraps. 9-2 now. No quarter given, and they better be praying for a second half Liquid, for a Liquid choke, because this anything but a miracle, and it's a 2-0 in front of you.
Well, realistically, with the amount of Fireflux players he's eaten, eventually he's got to choke, right? They're just shoveling them down in such quick succession.
He's going bone and all, so something's going to get stuck. You have to hope.
Nats 14-3, Camo 13-4, Kicks 10-4. I'm being a scoreboard warrior, but what is there to talk about at this stage?
The last few rounds out of Camo for Nats to still be ahead.
Yeah.
Obviously, he got a 3K as well recently, but Purpo, get away from there. Thank you.
They have no fear at this stage. They're not worried about anything. Trex. Oh no, it's Nats, in fact, running through. The teammate's getting caught. They're trying to hunt him down, and try as they might, this man is immortal. He has ascended to an eternal plane, and well, they have to be non-believers. That's the only way they can kill him. A 3v2. The HP, guess what? It's low on the Fireflux side, and they even know where Kachao is. Something needs to ignite the Turkish squad. And while I think someone's about to light them up, Camo already. Another on the body pile. Batu, his clutches have been crazy, but they don't even give him a chance. Yes, you are living in the same story as the last map, because it's another 10-2 half for Liquid.
Well, Fireflux, they got lucky to make it so close in the previous. Now, a bounce needed to bring us to map number 3, to keep their dream of champions alive, and to keep Liquid out. For Fireflux, this isn't the game we hope to see. Let's see if our special guest can give us some hope. We've got an interview standing by with Kayak.
Tengo a un invitado muy especial conmigo. I have a very important guest with me joining for this very important match for EMEA. It's Kayak from Fnatic. Kayak, first of all, how are you doing? ¿Cómo estás?
A bit different experience. Usually I'm here as a player, but I'm enjoying it. It's fine. All the people are like really loud, so it's pretty fun.
Yeah, we have pretty fun people. Le pregunto que qué tal está, que obviamente es diferente para él porque está acostumbrado a estar jugando en el stage y no haciendo las entrevistas aquí, pero que se lo está pasando bien y mejor que se lo va a pasar. So, Kayak, did you expect this game to go like this?
It was like 50-50 for me, but I didn't expect like Liquid to be that good. To be fair, like Fireflux is like not delivering today, I would say, but Liquid are also like playing pretty well. So yeah.
Le pregunto que si esperaba el resultado que estamos viendo y no. Dice que la verdad que está sorprendido porque pensaba que Fireflux iba a enseñar otra cara, pero la verdad que Liquid se está sacando mucho el pecho. So you have a lot of fair experience in Tier 2 and grinding your way up. If you could say something to Fireflux right now, or if there's something that they could focus on to bounce back from another 10-2 half, what would it be?
Just round by round, you know, like they did on the last map, they almost came back, but it was close. But like if they go round by round, they can make it maybe.
Le pregunto también porque él tiene mucha experiencia jugando en el Tier 2 y sobre todo para la gente de Fireflux y los que apoyen, que qué es lo que le diría a él si pudiese hablar con ellos. Y él dice que ronda a ronda, poquito a poquito, básicamente como lo estaban haciendo en el mapa anterior, que estuvieron muy close de cerrarlo, pero así está. Well, Kayak, thank you very much. We'll get to enjoy the rest of the event.
It's always great to see him. Not down on that stage this time, but we know it won't be long until he's back. For Fireflux, maybe we'll have to say the same. These players won't be going anywhere. They've challenged some of the best in the EMEA, but now they've come up against what could be the best at beating the Tier 2. That is for sure an accolade Liquid are about to claim and double down on. 10-2 up. A miracle needed for Fireflux to have a chance.
Yeah, the last 2 games they played were eliminating Enterprise, eliminating Eintracht. This lower bracket run for Liquid has, well, it's taken the challengers and it's stamped on them. Going into next year, they'd probably be the team to fear when it comes to those matches to make it. And while in lower brackets of EMEA, there is no one better. Keep whoever you like, keep your Fanatics, keep your Foots, keep your Vitalities. A lower bracket Liquid might just be the most powerful force on Earth.
Liquid, when they got something to play for. Playing for survival isn't just what Team Liquid are here for. That trophy draws them in, but the chance to see another trophy in person, to lock themselves in for champions just rounds away. They're coming out of a half of utter dominance. Fireflux need a pistol. Or a second round, I suppose. They've been good at those. Camo's snuck up close here and will be caught out on that A site. An opening duel for Fireflux that keeps the flame alive.
Nats has found a gap.
That's very worrying.
It's always a problem, but it's whether or not the time actually gives enough for him to strike. And no, he's been caught anyway. Looking like a pistol will at least go their way, unless Trax has another truly absurd moment. He managed to clutch out the second pistol on map number 1, but I think this one is a bridge too far. A pistol at least under the belts of Fireflux, but let's just say they were close on the last comeback. This one also needs to be almost perfect.
Well, last time a little bit of extra leeway would have helped them out, and they lost the pistol, won the second. So, you know, it does actually set you up in a better state to win out the half or to have more rounds, but that's not really the point. Point is,
they get one extra wiggle room round.
10's all they get, baby. 10's all they get. One extra wiggle room round, but Liquid get a better buy sooner. But never mind that, never mind that. What matters is 10 is all they get. For Fireflux, it has to be the motto. Has a coil on the defense. Chance for him to have that uptick that we've seen from him last time around. Of course, it was against Job Life.
There.
This time, Team Liquid seemingly putting up a bigger barrier, a blockade. The bases of Fireflux, but in the eco, or the anti-eco, I suppose, from Fireflux's perspective, it is starting off very well. Straight push into the spawn, Deading ready and waiting. Claiming orb after orb, and it won't be a clean round, but how many more bruises can Camo deliver? And it is none.
Yeah, the main thing, they keep the 2 rifles. The Marshall, especially with Denon getting that many kills, I wouldn't be surprised if it's upgraded immediately into the Operator, and there you go. And they're going to come in with the rifles as well. So they are playing this as pretty much a full buy across the board. Maybe Batu will be a little bit more worse for wear, but when you're in this sort of position, you can't have a bonus round, really. You can't sit there and go, okay, let's give them one, and then we'll break back. It's just not an option anymore. Fireflux are going for broke.
All or nothing for them. It's been the way they've played the whole tournament. They knew they had to go the distance. No prize for them in second place. Deading right off rip in with 1, and he's looking confident, but eventually has to flee. Fading back towards the site. Purpo almost caught out. The B site on Haven was not kind to him on the attack. His lurks were always caught. The space always given up. This time around, he won't push his look. Meeting back up with the troops towards the A site where the pressure is being put on to Kachao unknowingly. He's got a player right up next to him in that smoke already. And he's none the wiser, setting up a paranoia. Nats could walk through here and claim a freebie. This man's read on the game. Near flawless so far. And with Batu falling, that first kill, the flick of the dominoes. And Fireflux see it all come crashing down around them.
Question is, do they go for this now? Oh, that's nice. That's very nice. And it's bought additional time.
I have the spike.
It gives an opportunity, but it is still all or nothing. The weaponry for the next round will be missing if they gamble and lose. And Liquid are just waiting. Reezy already jumping down. Now they tried to strike. Nats has been cleared again, giving them a further advantage, but still 2 players sit on incredibly low HP. The remaining Liquid players look to try and fight together, and Kix has done well. Look at that health bar. Purpo is the healthiest. A swing out at the right time could end this round, but they are letting the clock do the work for them. The fight forward, Kix has found another, and now Dedic is all that stands in their way from another clutch scenario, another weaker position, slipping out of their fingers. The Operator shot even lands, but it is irrelevant. A perfect hold from Liquid. And while I spoke about the damage this will do to Fireflux, we'll have to wait and see what they come out with.
That's a big blow, losing the round like that. Started with success, but Nats manages to thread the needle. And as soon as they find that 1 pick, equalize it to a 2v2, they know the op's in play. They know it's on the way. They just buy time. Run that clock all the way down. Beautiful play by Liquid. Tightening up their play, even though they're so far in the lead. This is not a group stage game. This isn't for pride to say they were the better squad. This is for champions. And Liquid are playing like it. Nats in Kachao's face. He'll fall eventually. but he knows there's 2 more towards the A site. There's weaknesses somewhere, and it's on the rest of the crew to find them.
At least for now, the pressure put onto C would not be the weakness. But that shot from Purpo is nasty. Batu cleared. Deading has his ult, so that's why he was left alone. The other 2 players need to try and hold the line, and they get a singular kill. Liquid are just steps away. And for Deading, a save now would feel like a death sentence. But at the same time, a push into 3 players might just be an execution. They know exactly where he is. The peek up a little bit risky, and in fact, he will clear out Trex. He's given an opportunity. Showstopper is still available for him, but he doesn't want to get picked out of the air. He doesn't want to give Purpo that advantage, waiting to try and clear him. There's a second. But that time, starting to tick down. If he's going to make the move, it needs to be now, but does he have enough on the clock? I'm not sure there's going to be enough time. He's just going to look to try and hold this all the way through. And I think he's just about got it. Deading will bring them to life. That never should have happened.
That was gone. That round was gone. Their heart had stopped. Fireflux were dead, but Deading has brought them back to life. The spark of hope, a light at the end of a very long tunnel. But they won't give in to darkness, not just yet. Not while Deading's got some fight left in him. That puts him on top of the board. That rallies the troops. But for Team Liquid, a slip-up won't keep them back for long. They give it up. Throw their credits to the wind. Save what they can for the next. This should be a lost round. They'll give Fireflux 6. Fight from there.
Spike down B.
Well, that Deading Red Bull clutch. If somehow, by some miracle, they were to turn it, that will be the point. That will be the moment that history changed, but we've seen it already on the first map. It's one thing to streak rounds together. I think, what was it, like 7 in a row, maybe even 8 in a row. But it all becomes irrelevant if Liquid can find just 2. I'm sure Trex, with the Bucky in hand, he's hoping that someone gets greedy, and you know what, a lot of the time he would be bang on. This Fireflux squad love to push, love to fight, love to get those orbs, but I think at this stage they're starting to realize the severity of the position they're in. Their own economy, so important, and even looking at the man that's dead, Batu. We've spoken about him as a leader that has revitalized himself, a man that lost a crazy streak. Now, this game feels more like old. He's struggling, he's pied over on his side. But if they can start winning rounds together, it doesn't matter anymore.
It's a thing for Fireflux. This had to be a clean round. It was. Well handled. They come into this, we talked about their run here on the Tier 1 stage has been about survival, about making it all the way, all or nothing, feast or famine. Well, for Fireflux now, they're really in survival mode. They've been backed into a cage, but all that's left really is for Liquid to close the door, but this is where they've decided to fight back. A big play from Deading, a follow-up, but how much more can they build from here?
I'll be honest, I think the door has been closed and they're just hoping the latch is a little bit loose.
Shaking the latch.
Just like, hey, that latch is a little bit, oh, maybe we could break through that.
This is a cheap crate, we'll get out. Yeah, well, listen, they've certainly got the muscle, they've got the brawn to do it. They just got to find those weak points.
And the funny thing is from Liquid, like from a coaching perspective, all you really need to say is, yeah, guys, if you could just not throw a 3v1 to a guy you know exactly where he is and know has a showstopper, we've won. Like, that's it. That's game over. That was the point where everything was on the line. All the credits were invested. The man started the round with the judge.
I'll give Trex that one peek, though, because he's going, I would have won that last map. And yeah, he would have. but he didn't this time. You get that one little moment.
If that costs you champions, I don't think anybody cares if it's one little moment.
Thing is, there's so many rounds in front of you, that doesn't cost you champions, unless you do it again. And now nobody can make those mistakes anymore. It's time to lock in, not just your players, but lock in your spot. The biggest event of the year, Liquid. It all comes down to this. 2 rounds are all they need. Fill in their card. Hezekiah's being caught by that ulti. And Liquid are right at the gates. He looks for the fight, though. Steps forward into the battle, and there's a rocket at his feet.
Yeah, I think he assumed he was dead to rights. Has given at least a trade in his name. The aggressive push back, the TP. Ooh. It was almost a freebie for Kicks. Okay, Kachao. He wanted that fight. Look at the ground that's been taken by this Liquid side. The C site is open for business, but they've taken a lot of damage on their way in. And with Reezy now clearing stuff towards the A site, I think it's being pieced together by Fireflux.
Yeah, rotating through the entirety of the map while Nats has already caught one on B is a nightmare. He could be genuinely anywhere. But Liquid are playing this together. From the site, in fact. For Dead Ink and Op, he hopes to catch them on an angle. Here, there's no favorable fight for him. Stepping in, you might have to rely on Reezy, a Viper's Pit. It would negate Dead Ink a little bit. It will get you towards that spike. Coverage looks decent. There could be a... Yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of angles he could be on. It's quite spammable. Where he's at, but for now, already made it to half. A reveal inside and a blind spam from Trex has got one! The hammer out! He looks to put the hammer down, and he may have done it already. The clock to decide it. If Nets is short, he didn't. 12-6. Liquid have their round. A big ultimate removed from Fireflux and damage to the economy. The beginning of the end. It appears to be now.
Yeah, we were talking about a streak needed, and that streak ended very, very fast. It wasn't the worst of starts, but just look at the amount of map control that was lost, the amount of chaos that was caused by Liquid just almost being behind them at every turn. You could see that Kachao was almost caught initially. A player was then caught, and then this spam basically ruined the day. It's not the prettiest way to win a round, but if you're on that Liquid side, you don't care how. You just care that it happens. 6 in a row. 6 chances for Liquid. And they are on their way to champions. And they will make it to the lower bracket final. The streak of victories in their path once again. The second they hit that lower bracket. And for Fireflux, whatever their coaching staff has got, it needs to be now.
It's crazy when you go back to like 2020, 2021, to think of a player like Nats having the impact that he did back then in that old meta and still delivering arguably more, especially with the IGL role in this modern era. You think about the players who used to compete back then. From his team, we still have like Kron around, but like where's Redgar? Where's Shados? Hell, I know from different teams at the time. Mixwell's behind me watch partying. You know, everyone's gone, or at least in the tier 2 now. They've fallen down. They're bringing up the new generation. Nats is bringing the new generation with him, and it's so impressive to see him grow into this role, looking better and better as a leader, as a player, and as a caller day by day. 12-6, Fireflux's biggest competition so far, biggest challenge, 6 in a row, an OT, and a map 3 needed.
They have been slowed at least for a second. Or maybe at least some of them have. Purpo just walks it. He just sends it. He wants to end it here and now. And Reezy has been left without a whole lot of support. That Jet taking verticality, but there's a trade back. Reezy has said he's a man of moments. They need 6 moments in a row, but if he can deliver the first, they won't mind.
They're boxed in as well. Denning's got the flank. There's no need for a rotation, for hesitation, and Reezy, the savior of Fireflux, he brought them here, playing against the odds, and it looks like holding the line has bought them more time. Trex, well, as clutch as he has been, he's got 3 more to take down.
Yeah, don't give him anything.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds left on the clock is more than enough for Trex, and You keep giving him fights, and eventually he will win one of them. They're trying to just make sure he's boxed, waiting for him to re-swing, and even trying to bait them on the reload. He has, but now he stuck the reload. Was hoping that they'd move the first time. Batu moves a moment later. Well, we've been waiting for Reezy to arrive, and that was a moment that could have been the end, especially with this start. But they're still going for now.
I think the difficulty for Fireflux is not to fall into what we saw in Haven at times, and Petra brought this up on the desk, playing very passive on that defensive side late on. We don't see them take as many of those aggressive fights and stances. Here, holding back on the site doesn't work. They crumble, but Reezy fights his way back into it. It's when Fireflux are the ones stepping into the battle that they really land their hardest hits. And I want to see that from them again. Maybe not from Hezekiah. His benefit is sitting back, is waiting. Yeah. He got shut down, surprised last time. Again, Purpo will challenge him, but only with the pistols. Yeah. That's already gone. The flanker dealt with, and Hezekiah will not be pressured on the site. He has a back out now, and indeed has back up with Reezy stepping in to help.
One enemy remaining.
Confidence boosting rounds. Trex. A couple of orbs would be nice. A kill and a death. A couple of kills.
I think this boy wants it.
Yeah, I think Batu might as well. There's a few ults that are getting ever closer. Kachau's also low, but hey, an execution. 4 rounds the difference now. Again, a similar scenario at 10-2 down. But there's been a pattern brewing on this scoreboard of singular rounds coming every 2 for Liquid. And they've got to buy once again, but the only ultimate that's close is Trex.
Yeah, you know, normally you would look at this and go, oh, well, this half so far, Fireflux look like the better squad. Team Liquid are struggling to connect rounds, but they're 10-2 up in the first half, so no one really cares, you know? Round here or there is just fine. They end up closing it out. It's what happened on Haven. It was enough to carry them across the line, and here, 1 out of 4 of what remains. They'll dodge the initial utility. A cage won't cover Nats on the cross. Unfortunately, the Prowler has revealed his position, and Denning just went diving into him. The cage gives cover. The trade at least found eventually, but stepping into B, taking that timing. It has been a death sentence for Purpo on multiple maps, but this time, he might just have planned it perfectly, pounced at the exact right time. It's a freebie on Reezy, the man who saved so many rounds, and now more heroes needed for Fireflux.
They saw them going back. They think the site has been disrupted, but Hezekiah's still here, not for long. Batu, though, I said he was on Pi earlier. 3 kills and 14 deaths, but there's been a comeback. And as they thought the site was clear, Kachau takes his time to strike. 12-9. Fireflux have broken the trend. But are they trending upwards to 6 rounds in a row as they hit the halfway point?
Well, one of the things I said was I didn't want to see them lose that that aggressive defensive stance. Certainly didn't lose it here. Denning running it down with some backup. They took their space early. They got their rotates in. They held their sight. Fireflux, they're putting the pieces together. But this puzzle has a timer, and they might have started a little bit too late. Still 3 in a row needed. And Team Liquid much more patient this time. They're playing with pistols. If anything, this could be to the detriment of Fireflux. Look at them now grouped up. This is going to be a death ball from Team Liquid, something Fireflux are more than familiar with. The first few shots of the defense don't land, and that means they've lost the long-range angles. Less choke points now between them and the force of the attackers that's about to come funneling through that choke point. Kachau's only got himself 1 as the reload comes in, but back up there from Denning. They won't lose a single soul with an in-zone flawless. Just 2 more needed. And Tom, I'm there again. I hate to say it.
I'm not.
I'm starting to believe.
No, not this time.
They got a showstopper online, Tom. Credits pushed to the limit for Team Liquid.
It's Liquid in the lower bracket. They've got their second pause as well. Although I will say at the last map, it seemed to have no correlation with victory, but they just need 1. We talk about the coaching staff of Liquid as maybe the greatest at countering teams on Earth.
very good at prep, very good at ideas that can pick a squad apart. They need one round, that's it. The cheesiest strategy you've ever thought of. Something that you could use once and it will never ever work again. And that's them at Champions. That's them in the lower bracket final. That's all they need. But asking for that wisdom in the perfect moment at the perfect time, oh, you know. It's like you asking me to commentate one of your rounds in rank. People do that a lot, by the way.
Hey, this man beside me, Uli, he does that a lot. I've heard him. Should hear him commentate in the ranked games. He's actually pretty good at it as well. You got something to say?
What's up? I didn't hear you.
I said you're a ranked game caster.
I'm a ranked game caster.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, sure.
One of the best.
Thank you.
You're very welcome, sir. You're very welcome. Listen, this is the thing for Fireflux. 2 rounds, sure. They come in as well with a showstopper and 1 away from a Viper's pit. The right ultis are coming online at the right time. They have safety nets. On the other side, close to a showstopper on Camo. Liquid might have something to bail them out, but a more direct strategy for the attack might be off the table with Dead Ink having the potential to, well, claim more than a few at one shot.
We're looking for that fight. Immediately in they go, but it's Reezy once again. Pick one out of the air, Trex to trade, but Reezy, he's finding those moments again. The trade's back, but Batu's still pushing the same position as the previous round, but Kix is fighting. And Reezy's down low.
Seized.
Looking to try and hold the line. Instead, it's on this man again. He won a 1v3 earlier to keep them in the map, and he has been sold a ruse. A story told by Kix that makes him think this is A.
That's gorgeous. Yeah. He TP'd to here so he couldn't hear him. No matter where Dead Ink was, unless he was pushing B main, which they knew he wasn't.
He still thinks it's A. He's still got it wrong. And look at Trex, implanted, waiting. The dagger in the back. Through the heart of Fireflux. This is the end of their story. Team Liquid are on their way to Champions and on the road through the lower bracket once more. They make the lower bracket final. They look for that Barcelona trophy. But more importantly of all, they once again make the internationals.
All the way to Champions. Not from just Berlin, but from Barcelona. Here at the Roadshow, they will be one of the teams to lock their spot and set that final roster for EMEA. There won't be any Tier 2 teams from the EMEA to face off against there, much to the chagrin of this Titan. That makes 3 out of 4 of the challengers who rose up to test their might against the best of EMEA. And what they found standing in their way as they climbed over corpse after corpse of Tier 1 teams was a Team Liquid fighting for the vengeance of their brothers. And today, that is what they have claimed.
They continue on to face off against Foot tomorrow. And again, like we'd normally talk about matchups of who is the favorite. When Liquid have tasted defeat once and have to go through the lower bracket, there is nobody worse to face off against. And honestly, I want to give a shout out to Fireflux. They showed heart and resilience throughout the entirety of this tournament. They showed experience above their age to go 10-2 down in multiple maps and each time lose 13-10. They showed that it didn't matter what the scenario was. They will still fight. They will still give it their all. But with Liquid once more, too many advantages, too far ahead. They did the job they needed to do. And now, well, if anything, they've got to get ready for tomorrow as the job's not done just yet.
Liquid ya lo ha conseguido, ya están en Champions. Liquid has already made it. They are in Champs. I'm here with Lohan. Lohan, your Champs attendance is looking pretty good here from VCT EMEA. First of all, of course, congratulations. Did you expect this match to unravel the way it did?
I mean, I have not a lot of expectations. I think we had a really good game plan against them. Our attack sides were hard to watch, not gonna lie, but I mean, I'm extremely happy. It's the 5th international that we make in the last 2 years, and I mean, I'm so proud of the boys. They did amazing.
Le preguntaba que si esperaba que este partido fuese de la manera en la que ha ido. Decía que sí, que tenían, o sea, que tenían preparación, pero que obviamente esos attack sides han estado un poco regular, pero que a fin de cuentas está muy orgulloso porque lleva ya 5 eventos internacionales con Liquid. Así que por supuesto que tiene que estar muy, muy orgulloso. So what is going on that attack?
What? Sorry, can you repeat? Sorry.
What is going on the attack? Is it the second half? Is it the attack? Is it closing the map? What is it? What's going on?
I don't know. Clearly, it's something we need to work on attack side because I think right now we are the best team in EMEA in defense, and I think in playoffs we're the worst team on attack. So something is not working. I have some ideas on how to fix them, but let's see if we can fix them on time for the next 2 games, which I believe are going to be harder than today.
Le pregunto también, ¿qué pasa con esas segundas mitades? ¿Es la parte en la que les toca atacar? ¿Es cerrar el mapa? ¿Qué es? Y dice que, bueno, que están muy sorprendidos porque saben y creen que son los mejores en la defensa, pero que una vez llega el ataque, sobre todo aquí en playoffs, hay cosas que tiene que arreglar, pero dice que ya tiene ideas de cosas que va a hacer y además las plantea para los 2 partidos que les quedan porque ellos ya asumen que mañana ganan, por supuesto. That is also something else that I wanted to ask you. So if you look at the current form that you have right now, and imagine that these changes that you put on the attack work, how far away are you from the Team Liquid you want to be once you get to Champs?
I'm not gonna lie, I think we're quite far away still. If there's, you know, for us to not get grouped once again, I think we need to make some, changes and improve. And we have time, which is good. Let's take the next, either tomorrow or the next 2 days as a learning experience and take the most out of the next games so we can understand exactly what we need to improve for Champions, yeah.
Le pregunto también algo muy importante, mirando hacia Champions, si se ponen a mirarse a sí mismos ahora mismo, valga la redundancia, ¿cómo de lejos están del Team Liquid que quieren ser una vez lleguen a China? Y me dice que cree que están bastante lejos. Hay cosas que quieren mejorar en estos 2 días y en las cuales se van a enfocar, pero la verdad que a mí me sorprende. It comes as a surprise to me because I think that you are a team that has evolved a lot. So obviously, last question, we will be seeing you tomorrow against Foot. We know what happened earlier in the playoffs. How different do you think this match is going to be?
I don't know if it's going to be different. I know I want to win. Both Foot and KC, we lost our worst map result against them was 11-13. So against Foot 2-0, 11-13s, and against KC the same. So I just want to, I want to win them. That's it. I want to prove that we're a better team, and yeah, let's see how it goes tomorrow.
Le pregunto también mañana, juegan contra Foot, obviamente los perdedores del primer partido de hoy. Dice que tiene muchas ganas, tanto contra KC como contra Foot, porque los 2 encuentros cuando perdieron pues fueron muy close en esos 13-11, 13-11 y quiere pues que las cosas cambien y demostrar a la gente que son muy buenos. Well, congratulations, thank you very much for the interview. Go celebrate, because you guys have earned it, finally. Y eso es todo lo que tenemos, pero volvemos a la mesa de análisis.
Stand by, stand.
Thank you so much to Bea and to Lowen. And let's welcome Nats to the desk. And this is an interesting one. I feel like this has been a long time coming, guys, because Minnie, you've been trying to have a word with Nats at the moment because Nats, apparently you might think Minnie doesn't like your team.
I mean, I never thought about that. People say that he does hate us, so I don't know how much that's true. That's why I wanted to speak with
the other week we were on the desk together, and straight after we were talking, he's like, people say you hate my team. I was like, well, we'll talk about this another day. So I guess today is the time we talk about
So
this
look
stuff.
him in the eyes and tell him you don't hate his team.
I don't hate your team.
What you don't like?
But what are you going to do so you don't go 1-2 at Champs?
I don't know. That's, I think, the hard task to ask, honestly. It's either 2-0-2 or 2-0, so it's something that we never achieved, or 2-1 also. So I don't know. I think
I like we're straight to the negative right away. Not congratulations.
No, it's okay. I mean,
I just wanted to get the awkwardness out of the way before we talk about what happened in the game, because 2-0, fantastic. You have booked your spot in Champions. Congratulations, but I'm sure you want to lift the trophy first. So first of all, we heard Lowen talking about, let's ask you about those attack sides we saw today. Kix mentioned in an interview with Bea, it's a confidence thing. Is that what you think it is?
I would say so, yeah. I think especially the way a lot of people play attack nowadays, it's heavy. The game is overall heavy micro nowadays, and I think here and there, especially with the comps we play, sometimes it's also becoming a little bit more problematic. So if you mess up one small thing, we can mess up the whole round. And I do think there is a confidence part where if we would have a bit more confidence here and there, we would be able to close rounds. For example, the round when we had Purpo and C-Link, if he would be able to get 2 there, most likely would close out the round. But overall, I think it's just micro, and today I think both teams were struggling on attack for some reason.
So in the upper bracket, we saw KC against Foot, and I would say they're on like opposite ends of the spectrum on their attack side. You've got Foot who just run on the first tempo every single time, KC kind of working the map, being very methodical, but they have a lot of players who can input. Where do you think Team Liquid is on that scale?
I think we're closer to KC. I don't think we are like Foot. I think Foot running a lot of set things micro-wise, a lot of takes, and their comps are designed for the heavy micro also. Neon Waylay, they run on some maps. I think we're definitely closer to KC playstyle.
So you think compositioning-wise, because you do play the double Judas a lot too, but it's the double Judas pairing you're playing that you're saying that maybe there's part of that problem is maybe the micro XX you can't quite do in that way?
I would say so. I think overall the game is just heavy micro-based, and that's why I think it's so much 50-50 nowadays that it's just so many random fights that can just win you the game. It's just too much nowadays. The game is, for some reason, from last year into this year, it shifted so much, and I'm not sure the reason why. And as you can see, I think almost everyone just shifted into that direction.
Do you think that, because I think that's why EMEA as a whole seems to be struggling, especially these like legacy organizations. You seem to be like the last one standing, so to speak. We see Heretics gone, Vitality are here by the skin of their teeth, and then Fnatic gone. Do you think that is the reason why? I
would say so, yeah. And I think that's why it's also on internationals where here and there struggling, because we're going into Pacific, who is heavy micro. They are playing that playstyle for a long time, and they just, no matter what, they're going to be stronger. And Ney, who is here and there, already been practicing these kind of things. And I think overall with the in EMEA region, we're too late into shifting into meta. I think even last year we were still playing heavy macro when everyone was already playing micro. And I think this year everyone realized, okay, the game is just shifted.
So at Champs, who do you want to play?
I don't know. I just want to play the game there, honestly. Okay. It's going to be a good challenge, honestly, because the way game is right now, it's going to be quite tough on Champs. You will need to come up with something interesting.
So you think that because of that style in EMEA, you're not getting the reps maybe against that style? Do you think that's going to be a problem going into Champs?
I do think EMEA is going with a bit disadvantage into heavy micro stuff, especially into Pacific.
So you don't want to play Pacific teams?
I mean, I would love to play, because I mean, if they destroy us, they destroy us, but at least it's a good experience.
The champion mindset.
Yeah.
I'm really enjoying how this is turning into Plat Chat. You're talking about international already. We haven't finished here in Barcelona, boys. This is day one.
Okay.
We've got a match coming up tomorrow. I want to ask about the Fireflux game today in the sense of what it was like for you to prep for them. I know that you guys do your homework, but how hard is it to prep for a team like Fireflux when they're constantly changing what they are going to be playing against you in game?
It wasn't that hard, because the calling style is the same on every single map.
Go Contact.
Go Contact, and I mean, there is here and there a few tells that they have happening on every single map, and it's pretty easy to track it.
Was that similar for the other Challengers teams? Because you've had to play 3 in a row to get here. 3 wins in a row against the Challengers team specifically.
I would say all of them was different. I think, for example, SGE, they were playing, their comps was pretty annoying to play against. So it's like, I think theirs was heavy macro and micro at the same time with abilities. I think Enterprise, it was double duelist, but it was like quite aggressive double duelist. And here, it's aggressive and contact-ish double duelist. So use 3 different teams, 3 different playstyles.
And what do you say to your team when they're going up against a Turkish team? Because it seems like some of them are scarred since your last game against Foot.
I don't know. Whatever will happen tomorrow. I mean, we're happy to be here. We're happy to have an opportunity to play here.
But Kicks seem to say, and it feels like maybe Loam was saying as well in a coach confession, the loss you had to Foot actually had impacted them mentally, knowing that they were going up against Turkish style again.
I don't know what they think. I never had this kind of things in my
Really? Well, no, you haven't, obviously, but some of your players seem to. So what were you saying to them in game? Because at one point, there was a timeout, and it actually looked like you were doing a lot of the talking. I could be wrong. Maybe you were just talking to the coaches, but I'm wondering about that final conversation you guys had with the team and with the coaches in the timeout.
I mean, for me, the most important was that what happened on Haven against Footballist a long time ago, when we were leading 10-3 and we lost the map 13-11, not going to happen here today. And I think that was the main thing for him. But the rest, no, I think it was pretty okay, at least from my perspective.
Well, let's take a look at the bracket, because this confirms that you will be going up against the team formerly known as Footballist tomorrow. They've now got a trendy new identity and they're going by Foot. And this is going to be, again, it's going to be a survival game, but if you get through this, you will be in finals, I should say. You're already in Champions. So obviously you're feeling confident it's going to be going different, but how do you think your teammates are feeling? Because confidence, as we've already mentioned several times, or at least I have, is a bit of an issue.
Well, I think we're feeling all right, honestly. I think it's just we know already what to work on, and we'll just see tomorrow how it will end up. I think it's the game also heavy momentum based nowadays, and I think we'll just see in the server. I think it's like the games we've had against Foot and KC, it could go other way, and
you're not going to get too much time to prep against Foot, but I want to ask, like, you played against Fireflux today, who I think play similarly to Foot. Do you think that's true, or like what are the differences there, do you think?
I mean, we have the stuff what Foot is doing from the
previous games.
Yeah, so I mean, we have we know what we're gonna do. And Fireflux, I think Foot is playing a little bit different. I think it's a lot IGLing style difference, Sociable and Batuzhnaks. Because Sociable also calling as controller and Batuzhnaks playing as initiator on most of the maps. So these things are different.
So we've got our teams that are already qualified for Shanghai on the screen there. So you can see all of Europe has been confirmed, and of course all of China as well, given that they had a phenomenal finals last weekend. So talk to me about how you're feeling about the current international competition, which is the region for you now that is the one to beat.
What about our region?
That can be the one to beat. That could be, you could be trying to beat the European teams again, the EMEA teams again, I should say.
When I was just watching that and I saw us seed 3, and I'm reminding last year champs when we were first seed and we went into DRX pulling out this new Waylay Euro thing. I'm just thinking what seed is better to be as a European team.
Wait, wasn't that when you were playing?
Last year.
You were playing Waylay? Was
yeah,
that
that was the, and it was NRG also.
You want more reps, you want more games to get you into it.
I don't know. That's it.
I
honestly, I think. Yeah.
Again, well, listen, you've got a busy day tomorrow and potentially a very busy day on Sunday as well, because we're going to be having a best of 5 lower bracket final. That's going to be at 5 p.m. But before then, we're going to have a show match. It's going to be Spain versus France at 4 p.m. CEST. I am so excited for this one. Spain versus France. I know that you might be just going off the nations rather than knowing who's in the team. I'll tell you, Mixwell is going to be playing for the side of Team Spain. But any predictions?
Didn't the Spanish guy earlier say that they'd lost and they were worried about Team France in the first place? So I got to trust the Team Spain player who said that and say that Team France are going to win.
All right, Zerator lover.
Zerator lover, yes, that's me.
Spain or France?
Spain.
Spain, France. And Team Liquid or Foot?
better team wins.
Better team wins. Oh, he's diplomatic to a thought. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks, Nats, for joining us on the desk. As we say goodbye to you guys, though, enjoy the Razor end of day highlights.
It's time to break new ground in Barcelona. 2 of the most unlikely teams 6 months on from how their year started now take to the stage as VCT EMEA hits the road for the first time.
Let's go!
What are we doing?
Go through heaven and the race down with them! The rings! I am in your hand! And now Levin taking control of the round! KC will fight Lotus!
Mais non, non, mais non!
Sport, he's going to try it! What is that?
Oh là 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 là!
KC will head to champs! Allez, KC!
side. Tracks will be drawn into a fight, and it's down to the wire.
More, this crossfire should be unstoppable, and in this case it will be. Liquid, after a little bit of turmoil and a few trips along the way, will claim map number 1.
Nets takes the freebie. It's all going wrong for Fireflux. The fourth never should have been, and the cherry on top.
Nice! Come here! Yes, you are living in the same story as the last map, because it's another 10-2 half for Liquid. And I think it's just about got it!
He may have done it already. The clock to decide it. If Nets is short, he didn't. Liquid have their round.
Through the heart of Fireflux, this is the end of their story. Team Liquid are on their way to champions.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it
나의 속도가 돈이라면 Vans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내 가슴은 bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난 이 노래는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는